until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. till then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the waters won. Now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel like getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी लोगों का realme BMPS 2025 में। और हम जिस खिलाड़ी से भी बात करने वाले हैं ना, जो अपने नाम के अनुसार काम कर रहे हैं, आप समझ ही गए होंगे ना। सीधा चलते हैं अर्जुन की तरफ और बातचीत करते हैं उनसे। अर्जुन, कैसे हो आप और कैसा चल रहा है सब कुछ?
मैं बढ़िया हूँ रावण भाई, आप कैसे हो?
मैं तो आपके परफॉर्मेंस को देख के बहुत ज्यादा खुश हूँ। अर्जुन, मतलब एक अफवाह चल रही है कि आपका जो नाम है ना, उसके अनुसार आपका काम भी बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर जा रहा है। तो उसके पीछे का राज मैं जानना चाहूंगा, कितनी ज्यादा ग्राइंड लगती है इस तरीके के परफॉर्मेंस के लिए?
ग्राइंड तो नॉर्मल ही है, बस अपना फोकस रखता हूँ। 1 ईयर लेते टाइम कॉन्फिडेंस हाई रखता हूँ, बस ऐसा ही है बिल्कुल। बंदा देखे सीधा घुस के मारो, कुछ ना आगे का सोचना ना पीछे का सोचना।
तो कभी लगता नहीं कि हाँ, इतना ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट, कभी लेफ्ट राइट हो सकती है चीजें? ये थॉट एक सेकंड के लिए भी आता है? बस ये मैं जानना चाहता हूँ।
खुद पे भरोसा रखता हूँ, चीजें थोड़ा देखता हूँ कि लेफ्ट से कब बढ़ सकती है, राइट से बढ़ सकती है। बस अपने पे फोकस रखता हूँ, स्मोक कर लेता हूँ जगह से, सीधा घुस के खत्म करना है जो भी है।
जी हाँ, वो तो आप काफी ज्यादा बेहतर करते हो। बट एक बात मैं समझना चाहूंगा,
हम्म।
चीजें कभी बार ओवरऑल टीम के लिए बहुत बेहतर जाती है और कई बार
हाँ
गिरावट भी
हाँ।
उसी तरीके से आ रही है। इसके अराउंड क्या स्टोरी है फिलहाल पूरे लाइनअप में?
उसकी अभी चीजें थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हुआ था, वीक 1 में देखा था, वही थोड़ा उसको सीन सेट कर रहे हैं कि वीक 2 में सेम गलती ना हो।
हम्म।
H2H क्लियर करे, फाइट हो रही है तो ले, किसी से हो रही है तो थर्ड पार्टी कर दें। तो वही चीज अच्छे से देख रहा है, जैसा भी होए।
तो मतलब आपको
फोकस तो यही है कि मिनिमम जितना हो सके उतना मैक्सिमम पॉइंट निकालना है,
का
ये ट्राई करते हैं।
अब तक के परफॉर्मेंस से आप खुश चल रहे हो? क्योंकि वीक 2 में आना पड़ा है, आपके पास मौका था कि वीक 1 से ही ग्रैंड फाइनल जा
हम्म,
सकते थे। तो कैसा लगा ये पूरा सिचुएशन?
ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि हो जाए, बस अच्छे से जाए फ्लो, बस मेन है फ्लो मिल जाए वैसा, तो बस फ्लो टू फ्लो जाते रहे ऐसा है।
तो मतलब लाइनअप के अराउंड में थोड़ी सी चीजें जानना चाहूंगा, कैसे बनी ये लाइनअप और कहाँ से इनकी जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई है और अब तक का सफर कैसा रहा है?
सफ़र तो बहुत बढ़िया रहा है। हम लोग मेरे को फ्लैश ने बुलाया था मेरे को अपनी टीम में, एज अ ट्राई आउट लिया था, उसने मेरा गेम देखा था।
ओके।
तो बहुत टाइम हम लोग को हो गया, 1 साल हो गया। 1 साल से हम लोग साथ में खेल रहे हैं, प्रॉपर
हम्म।
ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं। फिर चेंजेस हुआ टीम में, वेजिटो आया है काफ़ी टाइम के बाद,
हम्म।
उसने भी अपना फ्लो पकड़ा है। तो वो ये अच्छा है, चलता रहे जैसा चल रहा है।
तो
बस जितना हो सके उतनी कम गलतियाँ करें हम लोग,
तो ये
यही
मैं
मेन फोकस है।
समझ सकता हूँ कि अब तक का सबसे बेहतर स्टेज आप तक पहुंच पाए हो, क्योंकि इससे पहले अर्जुन उतना फेमस नहीं था जितना अब हो चुका है।
हाँ, हम लोग बीजेएस में भी गए थे, वाइल्ड कार्ड तक गए थे, उसमें फ्लो अच्छा सा नहीं आया था थोड़ा। मतलब टीम ढंग से नहीं बैठी थी, सब डरते थे हम लोग
ओके।
कि इतने बड़े स्टेज पे आ गए, ये होता था। फिर हमने बोला कि अरे ऐसा तो नहीं चलेगा, सीधा कॉन्फिडेंस आए रखो, जो बंदा देके मारो, कुछ नहीं होता आगे।
तो इसको ना थोड़ा विस्तार में मैं समझना चाहूँ, क्योंकि बहुत सारे अभी भी ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं जो कि सोचते हैं कि सामने एक्सपीरियंस टीम है, वो उन्हें परेशान करके
हम्म।
जा सकते हैं। तो उसके पीछे की ग्राइंड क्या होती है कि कैसे वो मेंटली प्रिपेयर करे? क्योंकि स्किल में तो मुझे लगता है कि कोई किसी से कम नहीं है।
जैसे हम लोग खेल रहे सेम वैसे वो लोग भी खेल रहे होते हैं, तो इतना कुछ सोचना नहीं हूँ मैं। जैसे मैं भी खेल रहा हूँ, मैं भी तो फोन पकड़ के खेल रहा हूँ, वो भी सामने फोन पकड़ के खेल रहे हैं।
जी।
सेम, इतना अलग क्या है।
जी।
हम्म।
तो मतलब एक चीज मैं और इसमें मेंशन करना चाहूंगा कि ऐसा फील होता है कई बार कि अगर अर्जुन चल रहा है तो पूरी टीम चल रही है, अगर अर्जुन लेफ्ट राइट हो रहे हैं तो पूरी टीम भी उसमें डगमगा रही है। ऐसा आपको फील होता है या फिर सिर्फ मुझे ही ऐसा लग रहा
नहीं
है?
नहीं नहीं, हम सब इक्वल है, सब साथ में खेलते हैं। म- खत्म, जब टीम खत्म होती है तो चारों एक साथ खत्म होते हैं,
जी।
यही रहता है। बस सब साथ में रहे, अच्छे से खेले, यही मेन फोकस है।
जी हाँ, वो तो ओवरऑल देख ही रहे, बट ये वीक 2 का अब तक का परफॉर्मेंस कैसा रहा है? आपके अनुसार चीजें चल रही है या
वीक 2
अभी
में
भी?
डे 1 अच्छा गया, डे 2 थोड़ा फंबल हुआ है।
हम्म।
अब उस पे ही थोड़ा वर्क करेंगे, क्या गलती हुई है, क्या एजेस पे हम लोग गलत फाइट हो गई थी, रेजिस पे थोड़ा वही सीधा घुस के मारना था, हम लोग डिले कर दिया था।
जी।
वो इस पे बात करेंगे, अच्छे से कोऑर्डिनेट करेंगे। डे
तो
3 देखते हैं कैसा जाएगा।
तो डे 3 के अराउंड आप क्या प्लान लेके आने वाले हो? किस तरीके के एवरेज को सोच के आ रहे हो? क्योंकि कम मैचेस अब बचे हुए हैं और जो टारगेट है, आप देखिए जो कट ऑफ की हम बात कर रहे हैं वो 110 से भी ऊपर जा सकता है, तो इसके अराउंड क्या माइंडसेट अभी रहने वाला है पूरी टीम की?
अपना नॉर्मल नेचुरल गेम खेलेंगे, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। पूरा बस ट्राई करना है, बस रिग्रेट नहीं हो कि हम लोग इतना आगे आके ऐसे चले गए। रिग्रेट बिल्कुल नहीं करना है, सीधा बस खत्म करो।
एक अच्छे नोट पेंट करना है, चाहे नतीजा जो भी हो, यहाँ से या तो फाइनल
यहाँ
जाएंगे या यहाँ से फिर अब वो तो वक्त ही बताएगा, बट मैं वो नहीं चाहता जो मैं दूसरा बोल रहा हूँ। मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि आप ग्रैंड फाइनल तक पहुंचो, लैंड तक
हम
आओ,
लोग
आपसे वहां पे मिलना है मेरे को।
हम लोग भी यही चाहते हैं कि हम लोग का ड्रीम होता है सबका लैंड जाने का, हम लोग का खुद का ड्रीम है। होता है कभी सिचुएशन आती है, बट वो सोच के चलना, अच्छा ही खेलना है,
जी
जैसा भी होए।
जी, आई मीन परफेक्ट ही होगा अर्जुन, ऐसे आप ना बोले, आप सब बेहतर करके जाएंगे। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ
सर
जुड़ने के लिए, और होपफुली अगली बार जो मुलाकात होगी ना वो सीधा लैंड पे होने वाली। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job.
Defeat.
Defeat, 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 defeat.
Victory. Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन 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 रन। Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो 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 आगे। रन 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 रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now।
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
ठीक है भाई, अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025 semifinals week 2 itself. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Fixers as we take you through the English commentary for today. And day number 3 seems to be a little bit of surprises here because they are back to witness one of the best fight it out for the final 8 slots to compete into the grand finals of BMPS itself. And of course, yesterday was an amazing performance coming from God's Omen with 3 winner chicken dinners and currently at the top of the table. So Fixers.
Yes.
Were we expecting it? Absolutely not. So what are your thoughts on today?
You know, the way these events have been taking place, it's all been about us being surprised. But today, day number 3, I categorize this day as a day of chaotic comebacks. Because if you do not make those comebacks today, especially the teams that are struggling, then I don't think there's any tomorrow.
And of course, when we talk about teams who are currently at the top here, obviously they are trying to retain their slot all the way until the end of week 2 itself. But of course, if you guys want to get on top of your best performance in BGMI, be sure to check out the realme GT7, currently out in the market for its best performing phone for your BGMI action. And 6 hours stable, 120 FPS in BGMI because of its iSense graphene rear cover. So be sure to check it out. 6 hours of stable, 120 FPS of BGMI gameplay. Be sure to check it out on Amazon right here, right now.
Yes, now coming back to matters at hand, today marks a very important day because after today, once the matches are over, we might find a couple of teams that could have earned themselves the grand final spot. The golden ticket is on the line. Yes, certain teams are just on the edge of it, but nothing is secured. And the way we have seen this entire saga unfold, it's still very unsure, even if I cannot say at this point that God's Omen 400% is qualifying, or even the likes of God's Rain. Nobody has qualified yet. Anybody can make a comeback. It's all about the 6 games for every team.
Exactly. It is going to be very important for all of them, especially coming for this next 2 days. Well, they have all officially reached the halfway mark. So 8 more games to go between today and tomorrow. The last grind continues. As of yet, the current cutoff is somewhere around 55 points, which is on the top 8 position. You times that by 2, it is going to be 110 points. So a minimum of 110 points is needed by the end of week 2 itself. Is pretty much the minimal benchmark to qualify.
No, honestly speaking, even in the week 1, we anticipated somewhere around the threshold of 80 to 85.
Yep.
But it still went as far as 89. So by the entire, way these cutoffs have really formed, I'm thinking it might push past 115 or 120. There's a high possibility because in those final days we see these teams struggling. They kind of push the cutoff off a little bit. So that is possible. But the whisper in the woods, we have heard all of that happening. A lot of changes might also happen. Few substitutions might also take place. And the biggest another thing that has been a game changer is the circles, right? It feels like teams haven't really learned how to play around the circles. The teams that have figured it out, they're doing extremely well.
Well, before we get into the spicy news of potential substitutions here, this is the current overall standings for the entire journey here in week 2 itself. God's Omen sitting at top here with 3 chicken dinners with 83 points. Followed with them is going to be God's Rain with 82 points, with Neo clutching out the final chicken dinner of yesterday, single-handedly snatching it away from the rest of the teams. 8-Bit going to be in 3rd place here with 73 points. We have Hyderabad Hydras with 63, 40RX with 62, Insane with 61, Mysterious 4 with 56, and Volcano's currently sitting on 8th position as the gatekeepers with 55 points.
I've been loving the consistency coming from Hyderabad Hydras. If you look at it, I see they've got a very nice combination of possession points and finish points. And let's not forget, they're the only team in the top 8 that does not have a chicken dinner, which means every game they're getting that nice average position points, and they're also getting those finishes, which was much needed. Given the fact that Hyderabad Hydras in week 1 had a great start and then went tumbling under, this time I think they're feeling quite confident. For TRX, now this is one of those teams that we haven't talked about much. We'll get to them later. We've seen a little bit of a decline coming in from 2 OP officials. Yes, they're consistent, but certainly they've been pushed off that top 8. Yesterday we saw Reckoning and Soul did make a little bit of a comeback. We could see those finish points coming up. But look at this, Soul and Godlike, single-digit position points. That is something they'll have to really work on.
Yeah, that's going to be something that they have to actually worry about as well here, considering that they don't really have a chicken dinner yet. But all things considered here, even all the way down bottom here, the gap between all these teams onto 55 points is only about 20 to 50, ranging between 10 to 20 points difference. So one massive game, and they will be back in action to try and contest. And of course, it all needs to begin from today itself. And even Hero Extreme Godlike on the 35th position, that's going to be very, very concerning for them. 35 points until 55 is 20 points of a difference. So they definitely need to have a massive game today to make a performance. And of course, the last half here as well, it's going to be a little bit of a different approach. We do see Troy Tamilan with 34, 33, 32, 31. It is very, very close. Anyone from this single team in the bottom here still has a massive shot here. However, for teams like Shockwave, OG, Jux, and Alibaba Raiders, they need not just one game, 2 back-to-back good games.
So simply put, teams from 9 to 16th, they really are very close on making it inside the top 8. All they need is consistent games or one big chicken dinner. They're through. But the teams on the bottom half, they will have to go all guns blazing. It's not about just getting those chicken dinners. It's about getting those chicken dinners with nice amount of finishes if they want to maybe have a shot at qualifying for the grand finals.
Well, of course, that is going to be very, very important here. But all things considered, I'm curious to see, are there going to be any kind of substitution so far? Because in week 1, everybody was playing with their main force and then competing it as well. And of course, the teams that did not qualify, they were ended up here in week number 2. But in week 2 itself, we have seen so many kind of substitutions. But before we get to a little bit more details, we are going to put you guys on hold for that. That was the schedule for today. We are going to be starting things off with Erangel with Group A and C. And these are the groups playing on screen right now.
All right, so Group A, let's address the elephants in the room. We've got Godlike, Reckoning, they're yet to stage a comeback. VOLCANO, they've been extremely well in terms of their positions, but yes, they need to push a little further. Group C, doing much better, but high anticipation from the likes of Learn From Past, Troy Tamilan, and Alibaba Raiders, along with Shockwave, and even for the likes of DOD. Team Insane, they've been playing fairly well, but this is where the conversation arises, right? I see we've seen Reckoning make a lot of changes. Yes, in terms of finishes, it has worked out, but that position points has been severely lacking.
I think for Reckoning Esports, it's a little bit okay because of the fact that in the past 8 games they've played, they made the most amount of roster changes yesterday, swapping out between Dion. 1 minute is Viper, 1 minute is
Max comes in.
They have switched it up so much to a point that even all that inconsistent roster, their points in terms of gap between them towards the top 8 is barely only like 4 to 5 points difference. So I think what they're doing, it's kind of working out.
Not yet. I feel like Reckoning have always been one of those late bloomers, but let's take a quick look at the caster's prediction. I think Anki Bot has been hitting his predictions right because we have all been thrown for a toss. Spiro and I, we've decided to go with OG. For Ravan, it's going to be Team Soul. You think Hero Extreme Godlike is going to make that comeback today. So anything is possible now that you've mentioned Hero Extreme Godlike. Now, the whisper in the woods that I was talking about is today's Sim's birthday. That is a fact, but I've also heard that he might be coming into play. Now, if Sim plays today, then who does he replace, I see?
Oh, that's the biggest question as well here, because personally, a lot of rumors are hinting towards Jonathan, but I feel like it is more
I've also heard his power.
Yeah, I think it's leaning on towards S-Power a little bit more because this 4, especially with Sim and the player, as a team, they look a little bit more comfortable just because they have played more games together in the past. So you don't really want to disrupt that synergy. But I don't know, only time will tell because as of now, we're going to be jumping into this game to find out whether or not are we going to see that roster change or are we going to see a potential comeback for any of the known teams. Or will the Undergods still rise up to the challenge and take the throne by the end of today? It all begins with this first game for Day 3 itself. This is going to be the map of Erangel, and the plane has just left off. It is going to be coming in from the southeast corner of the map of Erangel and then ending towards the northwest corner of Georgiabo. So a pretty southwestern shift of flight path.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like I see you've mentioned, the floodgates have opened and everybody is going to go all out today, especially the teams at the very bottom. But my eyes fixated. If we are going to anticipate a change coming in from Godlike, that is going to be massive. Yeah, imagine, you know, S-Power sitting down. Then the conversation arises. Why was he bought into the roster in the very first place if everything was fine?
Well, to be honest, right now, the color purple seems to be very, very jarring right now. All I see is Punk, and I see one jump. Are we going to see another name?
I don't see a P.
Okay, you know what? Let's just put it on hold for now because... military base, I don't think we're going to see a little bit of drop crash. There's going to be BO7S and Volcano. We do see Reckoning dropping southwest corner. Insane going to be northwest. Reckoning has swapped up their jump spots again. Huh.
So Admino, I'm pretty sure, must be still there. There's no chance.
I
that would be criminal.
Jonathan's name is.
Yeah, Jonathan is. So I think we have all been baited. Okay. I think they're going to go with their...
They're just still going to have S-Power, isn't it?
Yeah, you also see S-Power. So no changes.
Okay,
it's
no changes.
At least for the first game. We still have 3 more to go if things don't work out. But seems like things can actually work out. This is a circle, finally, which could go for Godlike. But the big question is, where are they dropping this time? Are they going towards school? Are they going towards Yasnaya? What are they deciding to do? But seems like Ranveer finds himself in the middle of nowhere.
Oh boy, Troy Tamilan Esports having a little bit of a rough run here as well. Rising Inferno Esports. They actually just drove by. They're not actually going for the hunt. Learn from past. Also going to be driving off as well. Not worth taking that kind of risk as they want to prioritize on getting to their drop spots as quickly as they can. Meanwhile, we do see a drop clash right here. It is going to be 2 OP official going up against 4 TRX official. Seems like South George is going to be contested. And while this is actually happening as well, I think further down south, it is going to be Team Insane also in the picture. So it is going to be a potential three-way showdown down in South George.
Classic RD strategy, right? If the flight path trajectory goes from there, Insane loves to drop down. But 2 OP official, we know this is one of those teams that loves in engaging in fights. But when you look at who they're up against, it's 4TR. This is a team that has the momentum swinging in their favor. But seems like Liability wants to begin the fireworks. In fact, Morty, he's been brought down quite low. This grenade, I don't think it's going to do enough damage.
Yeah, I don't think so as well. But Liability actually switching up his costume right there. Seems like he is going on a different kind of beast mode right now. 4TR, however,
it's a DBZ outfit.
Yeah. And 4TR going to be playing on the top side, but 2 OP official. This is something that they are known for. Urban warfare is their specialty. They have been sticking to their comfort zones, but as soon as they say this, aim hacks, he gets taken out. What a shutdown. As 4TR was able to get the confirmation. Very, very quick, decisive nade there. Definitely threw them off guard here for 2 OP official. Now the rest of 4TR need to be calling in as well. They want to take this 4 versus 3. The nades comes through. Liability going to be smoking up as well. Type of a sticky grenade. But seems like 2 OP official. This may be their specialty. But it seems like they are going to take some heat right now.
Yeah, it's sort of been their Achilles heels, right? Sometimes they get quite aggressive. And we did talk about that momentum that's been swinging for 4TR officials as Shady completely unaware of the position of another player. That's a nice position to hold, but there you go, 2 OP seems to have found a knock. And there you go, Infer has also been taken down as Liability. He has to fight, and he is indeed getting knocks after knocks. And suddenly 2 OP officials, seems like the tables have been flipped with Pain is life. The final player surviving, Shady, still patching himself up. Does not have any first aids to work with. 3 stun grenades on him, and Shady gets the confirmation on Utkarsh.
Oh, Liability goes for the off angle, and now 4TR has to reposition. Pain his life immediately dodges the off angle flank, but he still gets tagged out pretty bad. Liability going on the hunt, and he will take them all down. 2 OP official with their signature flush. They were not able to get 4 men alive, but they still got the 4-man wipe. That's going to be 4 points. But as soon as I say this, guess what? The 3-way showdown is about to begin. Insane. They've heard all this commotion, and the third party continues as the rest of 2 OP official. They've heard the cars, and they are immediately backing out of this fight.
Yeah, they have no other options, right? Especially with Shady spotted out. And these compounds are generally quite difficult to really infiltrate. You know, you've got so many corners to check, and even at this point, I'm not really going to root 2 OP officials out of it. I just hope they've got a couple of grenades to work with, or maybe even shotguns. Liability has been making so much noise with that Tom again. He's gotten so much value, but Team Insane, I'm pretty sure they're stacked up with good amount of loot. Scots, he readies up a grenade, crossed over, and there you go. Beautiful, a 3-pointer as Liability finds himself down, and they know it's a 1-on-4 situation, and Shady, he has to clutch it out. No other choice. Does have that UMP to fight around with. Nothing else. 3 stun grenades, just 1 smoke, 2 first aids to work with, just bobbing, weaving, trying to do some parkour. Maybe could work out, maybe could find a knock, maybe could go greedy, get a finish secured. Constantly just trying to bait the players of Team Insane out. One of them caught off guard. Could work out in the favor of Shady as the flush finally comes in. Adi, yes, there you go. Yash getting taken down. Shady, he's find one player at least. Can he get more? Will be quite difficult as Adi gets the final finish and 2 OP officials, they get eliminated.
Yep. Very, very nice, clean takedown coming from Insane, but Shady, he tried his best. He was pretty much stuck in a choke spot. No way out the moment he got the first knock. Very nice attempt, but Team Insane, they will be able to rack up some points. Just like that, 2 teams eliminated right from the first game itself. 40RX official and 2 OP official, 2 teams who are currently sitting in the top 8. Currently having a little bit of a decisive match with each other, which kind of resulted in them losing out major important points in this game. But of course, if you guys don't want to miss out an opportunity to be the best of the best, you guys got to check out the realme GT7 and buy now for that 6 degrees Celsius cooler and uninterrupted gameplay for up to 120 FPS, stable performance for up to 6 hours. So be sure to search it out on Amazon and buy now.
You know, this circle I see is quite a generic one. Does have those tendencies. I have this feeling that tells me it's going down the southern Pochinki Hills. That could be a case as of now. Volcano Esports. Now, this is a team, they've been focusing a lot on those position points. And the moments they've got those openings, they've also gotten chickened in. The first day was one of the best day for Volcano Esports. But learn from past, an important day for them as well against Shockwave, a team that dropped around Northwest Georgie. And both of them are in dire need of points, I see.
Well, every team needs points, that's for sure here, Fixes. But all things considered here, let's take a look at how things are going to be going here as the zone is about to shift. Because when we talk about the interview coming from Stone in particular, from God's Omen, he did mention that most of the teams has been trying to predict the zone. What about just sticking to fundamentals? Because as of yet, 8-bit, they're going to go for the crash. Learn from past is going to go in for the hunt. Now, Somraj pretty much stuck on top of the roof. He needs some sort of backup here. Raiden also, actually, Raiden stuck out on top of the roof. And he's going to be able to drop down. Now he's going to try to bob and weave his way through. And just like that, Learn from past, they can't seem to find him. As Aquanox provides a little bit of support fire. But the rest of 8-bit, they need to regroup. They need help. As the rest of Learn from past, they actually back off, and a very quick exit from Aquanox. 8-bit, they disengage, and they are going to be A-okay.
That's smart.
Wow.
That is absolutely smart. I just hope they do not
oh, look at Raiden.
off mid-rotation. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. But good thing for 8-bit. I think they still have control over the outskirts of Puching. It's not fine. It's not fine.
That's not good anymore.
Yes.
Oh, no. That's the worst possible outcome you can have for right now for Aquanox and Raiden.
Because even Hyderabad Hydras, they're around the alley, right? And if 8-bit are not aware of Hyderabad Hydras in Pochinki, things could go a little awry. But Shockwave and Learn from Past Dope has been taken down. So Shockwave eventually finds themselves in a situation where they would want to press matters. As for DOD, Reaper down on the ground, but should be no trouble because again, they've got that high ground, should get the revive.
Yep. Speaking of which as well, 8-bit, they've lost a vehicle. They've actually lost 2 vehicles, one from Raiden and one from Aquanox. So right now, restocking those vehicles is going to be extremely difficult. They are inside Pochinki, and Circle is kind of favored on towards Pochinki. So that means 8-bit has to full control of the entire circle itself. And majority of the time, when the circle actually shifts inside Pochinki, the southern side and the northern side is going to be a very crucial factor to actually hold out on to try and survive towards the later stage of the game. But of course, that is going to be predicting the zone if it shifts into Pochinki itself. Whereas the rest of the world, how will they take the approach? Do or Die going to be playing the sewers down south. We do see Fragger going to be playing on the mountain terrains on the southeast corner. BO7S making a little bit of late entry from Southeast. Mysterious Fall and Watertown. Shockwave playing around Ruins again, considering that there has been a lot of Ruin Circle, but Reckoning playing far west outside of Gatka.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit new for me as well. Seems like center control is not going to be a priority now.
Now that you mention, that's quite an important point that you brought up, right? Ideally, we've always seen Reckoning come in from the eastern side. They have taken that long road. The idea could be maybe...
They started from southwest this game.
Yeah.
Which is weird. They switch out their drop spots again.
Exactly, and let's hope this works out for Reckoning, because if this not, then we know they might be in a whole world of trouble. But for Team 8-bit, at least small blessing in disguise. The circle still around Pochinki. It's a rare occurrence, though. I see that we've seen circles ending at Pochinki. I think there was that 1 or 2 instance where we saw a Pochinki circle.
This was in BGIS actually, not really in BMPS.
Yeah, it's been quite some time now.
Tentatively, you know, where Do or Die's position is pretty good for actually shutting down Pochinki if the circle comes out. But circle actually shifts away from Pochinki. So Raiden right now does have a little bit of stats as well. This is by far the most underrated support player coming from 8-bit, and he's been training out very, very well from the side of 8-bit. And now the circle actually shows that, oh, it's not going to be a Pochinki. So 8-bit, they do need to exit out of that place.
You know, I've got my money on 2 teams. Alibaba Raiders and VOLCANO, they've got a golden opportunity. We've seen when circles like this form, it either goes towards those Sugar Cube hills, exactly where Fragger is at, or it comes down south around those 12 packs, where VOLCANO have themselves positioned. That forest area, that is going to be very interesting as Reckoning. Alright, unwanted bumper cars, but it's fine. As we can see, of course, Flash getting a couple of knocks. One of them, I think, has to be Hydro from Team Troy Tamilans. They've already lost out on one of their players. Whilst Team Godlike, again, a 2-2 split. Ooh. Jonathan has power together and Admino and Punk around the stretches.
They're playing the east side of Pochinki on the outskirts as well. It seems like they are going to try and play for a little bit of open fields, but as soon as I say this, Mysterious Fall, they're going to be crashing in. S-Power going to be forced to defend. Jonathan will support here with the nades. Needs the opener. S-Power finds one, but Jonathan was able to tag one as well. But S-Power, he got taken down so quickly. Even Jonathan fell. And just like that, Mysterious Fall, they flush 2 from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. And where is Punk? And Mino, nowhere to be found. They finally re-engage, but they themselves are taking some serious damage.
Yeah, this is again those same mistakes being repeated and hurting and bleeding. The moment they went for the split, I told, I'm not liking this, and this was inevitable for Hero Extreme Godlike, Punk and Admino. 2 solo survivors for their team. Have to play in tandem with each other. Cannot make any error. Mysterious for a team that did manage their chicken dinner. At this point, Punk, he does find an opener on Fragger. But a 1-on-4 situation, and they are prolonging this fight, which means we know they could be a third party. But yes, Admino finds one more, and this is where they can actually go in, because Jax, look at it, him getting taken down, and Godlike somehow have pulled themselves off from a very tough spot. Did get those 4 finishes, now have increased their tally, but this is what I was concerned about. A third party is on its way.
Yeah, what a play coming from Admino and Punk, just single-handedly dismantling Mysterious 4 with those just well-placed nades. This is something that they have known for. And they're finally able to hold on here for Hero Extreme Godlike. But the odds are against them. They have to continue the journey with only 2 players, while the rest of the world is going to be pushing out on the zone itself. Hero Extreme Godlike not off to a great start, but 4 finishes is still some points. Better than nothing as of yet.
No, this is where I think we still need to reel back to what Stone BGMI said. Stick to your fundamentals. Ideally, you know, had they just held on to these 2 compounds, things could have been completely different. Of course, they won the fights. But let's also assume that 2 players, you would have liked your odds better if they were Jonathan and S-Power also into the mix, as the circle shifting further down south towards that Sugar Cube Hills. Alibaba Raiders find themselves at a very interesting position. Shockwave rotating from the northeast. Alongside them, we've got Learn From Past also moving through. So Insane and Learn From Past might lock horns. And this is also another position which Admino and Punk were holding on a couple of moments ago.
Yeah, speaking of which as well, guess what? The nade comes through. Learn From Past, taking some serious fire coming from Team Insane. Adi gets the opener, but they're all around the trenches outside. Seems like everybody is going to be playing on the outskirts as well. They're pretty much stuck. As Hero Extreme Godlike is going to try and capitalize on this as well. Punk has got a decent amount of advantage. But he needs to find those finishes. So these two teams, they are pretty much stuck in the ditches as long as Punk is still alive. But the problem is, for points conversion, it's going to be very, very difficult. By Gods now, wow, a sticky grenade actually finds the confirmation. That's a very, very nicely done nade here coming from Gods. But as you can see, Punk is going to be emptying as many clips as possible. They're trying to farm as many finishes as they can. They found one, Honey, dropping down very low. It gets the confirmation. No, he gets the knock, but where's the confirmation? He needs those points. Learn from pass. Might be able to get the reset now. As Xtreme Godlike continues to pummel on towards them, they are all stuck from the side of Learn from Pass.
You know, the only thing concerning for Xtreme Godlike is if they have the finish feed and people know that it is Punk raining death from those windows. I'm pretty sure a push is inevitable. But now, Learn from Past in a little bit of a situation against Team Insane. 2 against 4. And Team Insane, they're taking this very calmly. Not really forcing a fight, not really exposing themselves. They know the moment they come out of the trenches, they would be easy food for the likes of Shockwave as Reckoning decide to charge in on the players of VOLCANO. As Flash, he gets run over. As for Reckoning, they haven't shown intent of actually engaging in the fight, and all because it's a fight outside the circle.
Yeah, this is smart. This is smart Reckoning. Just go for the hit. No point going for the confirmation. Just back off, reposition, and get a better cover. But as soon as it say this, Gravity actually gets knocked off, and it's going to get confirmed. Alibaba Raiders was able to find a couple of picks, and now Reckoning Esports, they're going to go for the mad dash, finally forced to take a pit stop, and now they're going for a 1v1 trade. Now the sprays come through, and Wanted is able to win that battle. Now only Dion is going to be the savior as well, and he goes down once more. Reckoning Esports again, getting completely flustered. What a blunder. And because of this, Alibaba Raiders is going to get third party. BO7S coming and joining the fray alongside Troy Tamilan Esports. What a disaster. But a random name from BO7S actually connects on Troy Tamilan Esports instead. This entire skerfuffle continuing on as Alibaba Raiders, only Chris remains. But the damage has been done. BO7S continuing their fight. The nades from Doroki. Does it connect? He finds the connection on Inferno. What a chaos. What a disaster.
Yeah, it's a mad scramble. Absolutely a frenzy going on. All these teams have suddenly turned into vultures, I see. Everybody looking to salvage of whatever remains, and it's a control for the Sugar Cube Hills. A very important objective fight. As I was really anticipating VOLCANO to be also third party. Maybe they anticipated BO7s, but look at this. Team Troy Tamilans, of course, they might have 2 finishes, but they do not have the numbers really. BO7 should really initiate that push as VOLCANO going after the last player of Alibaba Raiders. Chris, in a 1-on-3 situation. At this point, still not inside the circle. Flash readying up a grenade. VOLCANO already losing out on Arjun. Not a good news for them. But surely would be looking for a couple of finishes. The big question is Chris going to make any proactive movement, or is he just gonna play still like a dummy? Indeed reveals himself, but instantly gets flashed. So for Krish out in the open, nothing much he can do as Vegito gets that final fish. And there you go. VOLCANO Esports, 2 finishes strong, have successfully wiped out Alibaba Raiders.
Very, very clean takedown coming from them. But based on this game, these are the current finished leaders on the side. 2OP official, Liability having the highest here with 3, followed by Wanted with 3, and the rest with 2, following from Admino, Punk, and also AD. Aside from that, major fights are still going as well. VOLCANO, they need to push inside the zone. And while this is happening, Troy Tamilan Esports, they're just making sure they do not get out as well. And even BO7S is going to be chiming in, considering that they have the most amount of information coming from BO7S, as they had a wide spread down southeast corner. And as of yet, they're still 4-man strong. BO7S might be the biggest problem in the game of information right now.
Yeah, they're playing quite scared. To be honest, they should have actually forced this fight. And you could see from the body language, they're just focusing on position points. They mean no harm to anybody into the lobby right now. As of now, Troy Tamilan Esports, they've got their eyes glued at the players of VOLCANO. Of course, Flash, he's making some movements here and there, but here comes a very important one. Godlike inside the trenches now. A fight against Learn from Past, a proper 2v2. Godlike, they've got all that read as a grenade goes soaring in inside the shack. Does a little bit of damage, not enough though to knock Admino out.
Yeah, Punk now, he needs to make an opener for him as well. And Mino gets the reset. Punk, the nade looks to be good in the right direction, but no connection on towards Honey. Yash also very close there, but guess what? Punk finds the knock, and now, learn from past, they need to go with reset. Yash, he showed himself the overcooked nade there, almost clips him off, but he knows exactly where he is. One more mate is what he needs, and Punk will find the connection. That's it for learn from past, and Godlike finds another 2Ps in the midst of chaos. How are they doing this? Punk and Admino, the dynamic duo of this game.
Yeah, I mean, Godlike has realized, right? Getting inside the circle is not going to do them any good. Might as well go down fighting. And they knew that Learn from Past did not have those numbers, and now even they would want to take this fight against Team Insane. Get as many finishes as possible. They've already secured 6. Getting somewhere around 2-3 more could easily do the job. And look at this. Gods was brought down pretty low. In the meanwhile, so many fights happening, and in fact, Punk does find a knock on Gods. He is raining death and destruction today. Not with rifles, but with grenades. Everything from grenades.
Hero Xtreme Godlike has been getting finishes all with just grenades this entire game. What a performance, but it's not over yet. Insane still going to be the gatekeepers here as Hero Xtreme Godlike. They need to push up. They got one knock, but they need a little bit more. But it seems like utilities are starting to dwindle down here for Hero Xtreme Godlike. They need some support, and they're not exactly in the zone as well. Punk does have the smoke pistol. He's going to try and smoke things up. Insane also going to be looking for an off angle, trying to get the jump on Hero Xtreme Godlike. And guess what? Admino actually getting scouted out by Shockwave. Not a great sign for Hero Xtreme Godlike.
But you know, I would still say they're making the most out of this situation. I'm really happy with the intent the players of Godlike are showing as of now. Of course, they're yet to make it inside the circle. They're just hoping that somehow Team Insane at least lose out on a player, because that is not where the difficulties end, right? I see you've got Hyderabad Hydras still hunkered around that Wizard Tower on towards the east.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras is secretly the kryptonite for every single one.
Oh, look at this!
Now. But here comes the rush! Admino, he defends, but he's going to get run down. He found 2. Punk, he needs to save the day. He needs to keep him alive, but no, they found the confirmation, and now Shockwave, they're weak. And Punk, can they translate all those points? Admino's gotten 2 knock. Now Punk looking for the off angle. He doesn't have the needs. He wants to go in for the push, and he's out of smokes as well. He has to go for this attempt, but Insane comes in for the third party, and they are going to try and clean him up. Can they get those conversions? No, he cannot. Insane reaps away all those points, and now Punk finding a little bit more of a support fire. Gets a couple of chip damage in, but he's surrounded. He needs some backup, and he is going to try and reposition, but Insane seems like they are going to go in for the push. Sees one in front of him. Yash in the fray. Doesn't have enough more smokes here. Punk somehow has to smoke his way in towards the mist of chaos here. Insane, they know exactly where he is. Here comes the nade. He might be done for. Punk. Ooh. Dropping down very, very low here. Forced to hide under the rock. But Gods, he knows where he is. He might be done for. Punk. Oh
he's
my
alive.
goodness, he's still alive. 1 HP. Needs to patch himself up.
No
Gods,
time.
he heard him. He knows exactly what's up, and that will be it for Hero Xtreme Godlike. But they will have position points.
Yeah, that was a very valiant effort coming out of Punk. I mean, could make the best out of that situation, and he took matters to his own hands. But Team Insane eventually still have their numbers tied. They have been quite consistent, along with the likes of even Hyderabad Hydras. 3 men alive, and now BO7s. They're making some movements. Look at this, even rising Inferno Esports, Loki. They have been amassing a lot of finishes. In front of them will be the players of 8-bit. Kamla Boy spotted out. As Rising Inferno still have the blessing of the circle, at least for now. It's stage 6, and very soon we're going to have the next circle shift. Will be one of the most important ones. They'll give us a slight picture on what's really happening as BO7s, look at them, just crawling their way, inching in closer to the players of Rising Inferno. As Dizzy is still on the ground.
Yeah.
Rookie finds a knock on Insane.
This was a perfect game from BO7S. Right from the get-go, they had so much information.
Circle shift, I see.
And now with the circle shift coming in play, Ghostface pretty much pushing in forward with the hovercraft, trying to take more space. And now the Rookie couldn't pummel onto every single team out in the open. But the problem is, the biggest threat right now is going to be Rising Inferno Esports. Ghostface has scouted tabs on towards them as they continue to push through. This hovercraft just giving so much information for BO7S. This Rising Inferno Esports, they definitely have to push through. But if they push ahead, they are going to get shot as well. So this direct fight between them and BO7S has to conclude eventually.
Yeah, but seems like BO7s...
Oh, they've retreated.
Yeah, they want to focus on getting a chicken dinner. They just do not care about finishes anymore. But finally, seems like they're going in for that trench warfare. Driving on Adi. Will get that finish at him. One of the final surviving members. He's been dealt with easily. And he was helpless in that situation. Now, BO7s are really crafting a nice game for themselves over here. 8 finishes secured, especially the position that they were in. They needed these points. And now all they need to do is get the remainder of the players done. And yes, they're starting to do this, I see. Dusty finds another.
This is a massive game for BO7S. Hyderabad Hydras still having the Harry Potter for the longest time, not moving anytime soon. As Rising Inferno Esports definitely getting pummeled themselves. Hyderabad Hydras looking to get a little bit of solid game this game, but even 8-bit themselves, they finally realized that the numbers has been seen. It's about time to come out, and Rising Inferno Esports pretty much stuck out in the open, and Somraj gonna be going for a couple of tabs as well. Ghostface finds Jatin from the side of Rising Inferno Esports as they try to push through in this open field. But what a shot from Goten. Somraj immediately melted down. Great trades coming from Raiden. Support fire. Rising Inferno Esports leaving only Goten as the surviving straggler on the sides now.
You remember, right? 8-bit did not have enough vehicles, but still, they've somehow managed to hold out on all their players. Everybody's still alive. Not a lot of finishes, does not matter. 8-bit are in a very good position. They are not panicking. They're not making those mistakes. Hyderabad Hydras, again, a very consistent game. They made it inside the top 4. But the big question is, where does the next circle shift go? Who does it favor? Because as of now, BO7s, they've got the perfect cover. They've got slight dips to play around with. And now 8-bit. I'm interested to see if they have any more smokes. Because they will have to squeeze in inside the circle, whilst BO7 will have a clear vision of fire on them.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit awkward as well, but Hyderabad Hydras is the biggest threat right now for BO7S. The moment Hyderabad Hydras get out, BO7S will have free reign to shut down anyone out in the open.
Yes.
But right now, Hyderabad Hydras, they've realized that they cannot afford to be knocked here. As you can see, everybody's going to be playing low for now as the circle is about to close in, forcing a new shift. Goten might be able to play a little bit spoilers here for 8-bit, but the problem is he is kind of exposed. And based on his line of sight, 8-bit will have a better line of sight onto his Goten rather than the other way around. Here comes sprays coming from BO7S. They're trying to flush onto his Hyderabad Hydras as the zone is about to close in. The moment they get out, BO7S will have free reign in this game. Gamla finds Watch out in the open. And immediately BO7S, they want to rack up all those points. Ninja gets taken out as well. Ninja, last man standing for Hyderabad Hydras. 8-bit and BO7S, they are going to try and shut them out. Smokes has been used. Equinox actually steals the finish onto his Rising Inferno Esports, but just like that, Hyderabad Hydras, they're down. They're gone. 6 finishes for Doroki.
Yes. And he seems like he does not want to stop at all. Could certainly get 4 more finishes. As now, it's a 9 circle and it will start squeezing in. And look at this. BO7s have so much resources to play with, given the fact they had so many bodies lying down there. Insane was there. Godlike was there. So many teams. As for 8-bit, I think they're running out of any sort of utilities. It's all about the rookie spotting out Somraj maybe. And seems like he's found that wave and he's not going to miss.
No,
instantly needs to prone down. Not enough space. Oh my god. Oh, he makes it alive.
Oh, that was one small little mistake there. He got the trade on Somraj, almost got traded off. Should have just crouched, looked down or something. But at the same time, Ghostface finds another one, and just like that, BO7S, they have the line of sight, and they get the cleanup. What a very clinical shutdown from the side of BO7S. With the game of information swaying in their favor, BO7S cleans out the game and securing the chicken dinner. A day of Undergods continues here in the realme BMPS semifinals week 2.
Oh my goodness. Now with this chicken dinner, they have inched in very, very close to that 50 points marker. and seems like this could be a huge climb if you take a look about the overall standings, because now we were talking about the threshold being around 55. This chicken dinner earns themselves around 46 to 48 points, if I'm not wrong. So that means BO7s, they finally start off with a nice momentum. They had been silent throughout. They were just being opportunistic, and then them taking over that trench. At that moment, they knew this chicken dinner is theirs. But we did see resurgence from a couple of others. Hyderabad Hydras was consistent. 8-bit got those position points, if not a lot of finishes, so they're fine as well. But Godlike, nice recovery from what could have been an absolute disaster.
Yeah, fair enough. But at the same time, TOP official as well as 4TR having a little bit of early run in the early engagements, resulting in both teams getting taken out despite insane, well, I would say insane racking up 2 points, but still, it's not the end of the world yet for both 4TR and 2OP official, considering that they are part of the top 8. But this was the first disaster that fell upon Hero Chief Godlike. With the moment S-Power had the initial knock and then got retraded, Jonathan couldn't do anything about it, and Mino and Punk was still outside, and by the time they rejoined the fight, it was too late. They've lost 2 members in that process.
And even Reckoning did not have a great game in this one, right? We're trying to avoid a fight against Volcano. Eventually had to go up against Alibaba Raiders. Volcano, I mean, they were doing nice till the point they got picked off. Learn from past, again scrambling, again looking lost. But when you look at the big grand scheme of things, right, it was good IGLing from Punk actually. The idea was there. He knew that the circle's gonna go either towards the trench or around those double warehouses. But having that one split, that is where they got isolated, and teams were quite opportunistic. Otherwise, this could have actually been a Godlike chicken dinner.
Exactly. But BO7 has played this really, really well from start to end as well, right? If you pay attention to the map, especially in the starting phase as well, this is the one thing I've realized from BO7S was they came in from the southeast corner. They had a wide spread of their players themselves, which gathered so much information because of one thing. They were in the southeast corner for 3 circles and nobody rotated around them.
Yes.
And because of that, they knew for a fact that a majority of teams were all the way in the north side and the west side as well. And they just completely pummeled everyone here. So very, very nice decision making coming from BO7S. With the process of elimination, they definitely have deserved this chicken dinner. Very, very convincing game. And of course, a stellar performance coming from Doroki himself with 8 finishes, the IGL from BO7S.
It was a very calmly composed chicken dinner. Like you said, right? They were not the most aggressive bunch. They were looking for opportunities, and we had seen there were multiple avenues where they also had a chance where they could actually force a fight and win that. They were not doing that. They did not want to take any risk, and I get it from BO7s because they were struggling before this. They were sitting at, what, 32 points? So this game, they needed some momentum, some wins in their sail. Finally have gotten it, and now close to 50, I think they can carve up to be a very good day. But yes, no surprises on who the MVP shall be. It is going to be Doroki, of course. Those 8 finishes, massive 12, 29 points of damage. Nice clinical plays coming out from his side. So BO7's off to a great start.
Yep. Perfect execution on towards high ground advantage here was done by Doroki, taking advantage of mountain terrains. But of course, joining him in the top 5 as well, we have Punk from side Hero Stream Godlike with 4 finishes, Ghostface with 3, Adi from Insane with 3, and also Liability with 3. Ghostface, of course, seems like BO7S has switched up their rotations a little bit here. Ghostface being one of the ones to scout things ahead. And of course, with that hovercraft from BO7S, they took full maximum advantage of it just because of the fact that when they scout for information, hovercrafts are nearly impossible to be taken down. And after they got so much information from Southeast Corner, they just cleaned out everybody. And with this performance, they do get the chicken dinner and of course 24 points. Followed by them is going to be 8-bit with 11 points, Rising Inferno with 11 points, 9 points for Team Insane, Hyderabad Hydras with 8, Godlike with 8 points, Alibaba Raiders with 5, and 2 OP official with 4 points. Not too shabby here for the top 6, except, well, everybody's got a pretty decent amount of points, except for BO7S, who obviously took the most points.
I think we need to talk a little bit about Rising Inferno also. They were cleaning a house on the certain side. They were engaging in a lot of fights, eventually to find themselves a little exposed. It was 8-bit and a lot many teams surrounding there. But again, Reckoning could do much better. Mysterious for not the best of starts, especially after they got those 2 finishes, and what followed was an absolute collapse. Kind of a little bit bummed with how VOLCANO Esports also played, because this is something I expected. At least Alibaba Raiders or VOLCANO Esports, somebody to make a good game out of this one, because they had their southern backs cleared, and none of them could actually do that.
Yeah, it is very, very unfortunate here as well. But of course, all things considered as well, if you guys are a fan of BGMI, obviously you guys are, right? If not, you won't be watching the BMPS. If you guys want to help support the realme BMPS 2025 and increase the prize pool, you guys got to check out Discovery Island itself, because why? The more you play, the more we will be adding more prizes into the surprise pool. So be sure to check out those missions, check out those quests, and finish it, because the more you complete it, the more it would increase. The more points you get, the more rewards you gonna get as well.
And I'm also very thankful, in fact, from the entire Crafton team that have already made the markup crossing 3 crores. So yes, you still have a chance to make the prize pool hit 4 crores. So that would be massive. It's already broken records. You can do that. All you're going to do is play a lot of classic games of BGMI. And yes, in turn of doing that, you can also earn rewards for yourself. But now game 1 is finally done and dusted. Of course, A and C are out of picture. Next, of course, we'll have Group B and C. That will be a very exciting match, because then we also have got some other bigger names coming in that are yet to stage their comeback. So far, we've seen BO7s are the ones. So far, it has been a story about these undergods really fighting it out, but who knows what's going to happen. All of that action after this short little break.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025, and this is the semifinals week 2, and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. And guess what? The moment of truth, the one that you guys have been waiting for the last yesterday itself, the ones that is asking in the chat as well. Necro is finally back. Welcome back, Necro.
It feels great to be back, right? And it seems like in the week, too, a lot of these known names are getting those reality check. Hero Xtreme, Godlike is struggling, Soul struggling, OG, a team that we never even would have imagined would be in the bottom of the table. They're currently doing extremely bad in the overall standings.
Yeah, to be honest, I was very, very surprised with that as well. But of course, if you guys don't want to have a bad game, you guys want to have the smooth experience in BGMI, you guys got to check out the realme GT7 because it's currently out in the market with its amazing performance device as well, with 6 hours stable 120 FPS in BGMI. So if you guys want to keep on going playing for 6 hours uninterrupted lag, that is going to be, sorry, uninterrupted gameplay, not lag though.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You have to check out the realme GT7.
Yeah. Of course.
I hate lag. I absolutely despise lag.
Who loves lag? Come on, man. I mean, especially you're taking those 1v1 duel, the game just freezes. It's one of the most annoying things that can happen to you. But the Realme GT7 eliminates that freeze. As we move on towards today's schedule, Group B and C is now going to be stepping in towards the map of Miramar. That means OG, Soul, Wyld Fangs will be back in the action. Even True Rippers will be back in the action. I would love to see what True Rippers, Soul, and OG's got in store.
Well, speaking of gameplay itself here, look at this. This is going to be a completely different group this time. And God's OMEN was the victors with yesterday's performance. And guess what? Two of the biggest winners were from Group B itself. And that was God's Reign and God's OMEN. Both have one of the highest amounts of points gained in a single day yesterday was in this particular group. And it seems like Soul and OG and Wyld Fangs, they have to bow down to this too, because yesterday was a stellar performance from both God's Reign as well as God's OMEN.
Generally speaking, though, God's OMEN getting that hat trick has now just brought on maybe the bad luck on themselves, because we know the moment there's a big target on your back, you're definitely going to be struggling a lot in the grand finals.
Well, will they continue or not? Because the playmakers coming from Stone BGMI from God's OMEN, and also the playmakers known as Neo from God's Reign, is going to be on action right here, right now. And it is going to be in the map of Miramar itself as we jump into game. As of yet, on screen, right here, right now, this is the BMPS, realme BMPS 2025 semifinals week 2 itself. And this is going to be game 2 for day 3 itself. And the flight path has been decided. The flight now going to be starting off from the west side of the map and then ending towards the east side of the map. So a very, very horizontal flight path.
Yeah, pretty forgiving playing flight path, right? Pretty much dividing the map into 2 equal halves, right in the smack center too. If the teams do want to move in towards the extremities, which is down south, it's going to be an easy stretch. Not exactly easy, but they can still reach those spots without any problem. You've got a team like OG that likes to move on towards Chumasera, so for OG as well, it's not going to be that far of a stretch. They can easily move on towards Chumasera. I'm still waiting for a few clashes. If possible, I would love to see those happen. You've also got Insane and 8-Bit moving towards El Pozo. There's a potential chance we might just see these two big names lock horns.
Well, speaking of locking horns, as of yet, we have 8-Bit going to be heading down towards the northwest corner. We've seen, I think 8-Bit and Insane is going to crash again.
Yeah.
And it's happened not once now, but the good side about the previous engagement encountered between them and Insane is that they kind of both shared half and half and then just backed off.
Luckily enough, both the teams are doing pretty decent in the overall standings, so it's completely fine even if they do duke it out inside of El Pozo to find out who's going to be the dominant one in the grand finals once they do reach over there. But looking at the zone so far, it's going to be Southern Shift. Partona is also going to be in the picture. I would love to see a plain flat path, not exactly plain flat path, a zone towards Partona. Would be interesting.
Oh boy, you know, it's always been circles and flight path that just completely messes up. And I think day 1 was a very, very good example, especially, sorry, day 2 of semifinals week 1 was a very, very good example of that. But today itself, teams, they have to adapt, they have to adjust, and for sure, I want to see some sort of clashes as well, because 8-Bit Insane, the last time they had this encounter, they weren't fighting. And this time, seems like Somrush is getting a little bit too close with Insane, so they might just actually duke it out in this game. But nope, we are going to be catching a glimpse on towards OG, who is going to be on Chumasera themselves. This is a home ground territory for them. And nothing super crazy is about to happen as well. OG has been contested a lot during BGIS, but even then, they were still able to qualify through the grand finals. But this time, seems like uncontested has made them kind of soft.
Yeah, and the pattern's still repeating, right? The teams that do dominate the previous round instantly end up struggling in the next round. And that's been happening with teams like OG, who dominated the previous rounds, and now they're struggling a bit too much in the week 2. OG just having 28 points in the overall standings, which is, of course, not a good thing, since all the other teams at the top, they're sitting on 84, 83. And OG, if they won the same top average, they need a lot of points. Probably one massive game that can bring it back in the race. And OG, this might just be it. They've got a great start.
Well, seems like this is going to be a very, very beautiful day. Nice timing, production. We love you. It's going to be a very, very beautiful day today itself. As the teams, they definitely is going to be going for a couple of fights here. Maybe Team Insane is going to be going around towards El Pozo. And I'm curious to see how things are going to go here between them and also El Pozo.
Yeah.
Because no engagements again. It's like for some reason they have kind of divided the borders.
Yeah.
Here in El Pozo.
Probably in the scrims they have figured out what exactly they want to do. And they've signed a peace treaty maybe with the opposing team. El Pozo is a massive city. I think 2 teams can easily loot inside of El Pozo. Still, they will be starving, but it's not enough. It's fine. You've got Soul on the screen, on the move off the rip, which is, of course, a good thing. Being proactive is always going to reward you, and Soul does realize that exact same thing as well. Probably trying to move on towards the southern side inside of the zone. That's going to give him the advantage.
Now, I really want to talk about Soul's performance here in week 1 itself, right? Especially week 2 itself. You could see a very, very clear difference in opinion coming from Legit and also Manya in particular in playstyle. But yesterday's performance, they have adapted really well.
Yeah.
But there was new problems that they needed to fix. And I've heard rumors as well, after yesterday's performance in day 2, they were immediately jumping into screens to fix the problems to try and prepare themselves for day 3 itself. So I'm genuinely curious how their preparations that they have done yesterday is going to do well now here in day number 3. Because hopefully things are going to be very, very much resolved here. Because in 2 more days, it's going to be a do or die for Seoul. Either you make it to the grand finals or you're out.
Yeah, pretty much, right. And of course, it's a good thing. They're trying to resolve the issues as soon as possible. And at the end of the day, even inside of the week 1, right, Seoul woke up a little bit too late in the final few days. And I hope the same thing's not going to be happening to Seoul. Yesterday's day was much more decent, gave them the stability that they needed in the overall standings, but that's not enough. They need a few more points, probably one massive game to once again keep them around that good pedestal. And something that you guys need to improve your gameplay is going to be the Realme GT7, so do check it out. Back towards the conversation, right? So Seoul, yesterday's day was quite decent. If they carry on with that same momentum, I think they can easily qualify.
Yeah, I think so too. They're still very, very close to top 8 as well, because based on the performance on the right side, you can see even True Rippers, who did really consistent yesterday as well. They weren't getting heavy frags entire game, but it was a major improvement for True Rippers in day number 2. So for them to make a comeback, they need 10 points this game to overtake Mysterious Force. So obviously, this is their first game on the second half itself. It is going to be very important for them to try and make a bounce back. So every single team from Group B itself is starving some points. Starving for points to qualify.
Yeah. Let's talk about For Miracle, though. It's one of those prospects that we never expected to do so good in this tournament. Make it till the semifinals. But For Miracle Esports, since they're the veterans too inside of the team, they are trying their best to prove themselves. And they have been doing that as well. So far, they're not doing extremely bad in the overall standings. Still pretty close to cracking out of that top 8. Tamilan Esports spotting out the place of For Miracle. This can be the dark spot For Miracle Esports does not want to face. But at this point, Tamilan Esports, I'm pretty sure even they're quite desperate for points. Mysterious 4 spotting out a few players themselves. Shockwave in a big world of trouble. As Madman gets confirmed, Shockwave himself does want to take the fight up close and personal. I do not exactly know what sort of a decision the man does want to make in these type of circumstances. But at this point, Shockwave, he just hugs his own death. A massive mistake from the man. Ends up giving the man advantage to the players of Mysterious 4 now.
Shockwave in a world of pain right now. Mysterious 4 gonna try and go in for the hunt. Fragger going for an off-angle. Extrovert actually scouts him out, but he's gonna be surrounded. But shots from behind stops him from pushing through. Now Stojan is gonna try and take him out. He's surrounded. Extrovert prone out in the open. He's gonna be done for. And now with the Molotovs coming in, Extrovert is gonna be taken out. That is gonna be Shockwave bowing out. First game in this performance here. The first team to get shut down.
Yeah, rough outing. Bad game. That's all we can say. Specifically, Shockwave himself, I'm not exactly sure what sort of push that was. Such an unorthodox way to make a pounce on someone. I do understand he wanted to catch the man off guard, but still, he messed that push-up by a mile. And that bought enough time for the opponents to actually know exactly what's going on around them. And that's why Shockwave got eliminated in the end. So yeah, big mess up, but still things can be recovered. And speaking of recovery, OG, even they got one. WizGod's back up on his feet. It's all good in the hood.
Yeah, it is very, very possible here. Let's take a look at how things are going to be happening for now for OG. Seems like they are going to be playing a little bit of a slow approach for now. They are going for a very wide spread though. OG going to be getting some sort of information, but they are caught in between multiple teams. So that means regrouping is going to be extremely difficult coming in from the side of OG. Meanwhile, Tamilan Esports is going to be in between the crosshairs of everyone from OG.
Exactly. But you know what? Something that you guys should also keep your eyes on. It's going to be the Kia Ceros itself. Cutting-edge technology, seamless connectivity, and let's not forget dynamic turbo petrol engine and manual transmission for exhilarating driving experience. So do check it out.
Well, speaking of checking things out right now, Tamilan Esports going to be on the move as they try to get center control. Wyld Fangs also going to be playing a little bit from the southeast corner, but they are expecting company. Because Wyld Fangs, they've caught a random stray bullet player, and that's going to be Dragon OP getting taken out. Trey's God finds a very, very easy takedown. Poor Soul, pretty much getting taken out. Dragon
What
OP.
was he doing there?
Well, pretty much out in the open, I guess.
Yeah, his teammates aren't even near him. And Dragon OP is all the way down south while his teammates are on the northern side near Los Leones. Doesn't make a lot of sense what For Miracle Esports was doing in that scenario, but one thing is for sure, they messed up big time. The scout out. And now they need to continue this journey with just a three-man squad. Looking at their stance in the overall standings, too, they need a lot of points. This zone centers on up once again. OG in the prime spot. They've got a solid spot to play with.
Yeah, this zone pretty much out in the open as well. Insane's got a pretty okay spot themselves. Learn from Pass has got a very nice bunker that they can actually work around from the south side. But, well, as soon as I say they are near towards a bunker, seems like they are going to be hugging the cliff sides instead. And they are going to try and challenge Alibaba Raiders for those spots because this compound is great for hiding, but it's not great for holding against any other team. So, as of yet, you can see Alibaba Raiders, they're just backing out. But as soon as I say this, Learn from Pass, they're getting desperate. Godtrain is going to force them into disengagement. Shots from afar has been taken out. But Godtrain just making sure they make those drastic radical moves. And the moves from Learn from Pass is just back off, so they're not committing to this fight.
Yeah, Learn from Pass, though. Quite close to a threat. And as you mentioned, they're just backing off. Alibaba Raiders, too, it's one of those teams that's not doing extremely bad. They've got the grasp. They know exactly what they need to do. And that is to secure a few more points. 22 points in the overall standings. A slow and steady start for them. The previous game wasn't too bad, but things could have been better. And now, Learn from Pass trying to disrupt the flow for Alibaba Raiders.
This is very awkward as well. Like, you can see the desperation. They want to take this house, but they just can't. But Honey now, he's going to try and bait some sort of reactions. Alibaba Raiders might be able to find him. Ooh, Chris misses the timing. Learn from Pass is just messing with them right now.
Yeah, they're just trying to play it extremely safe. Alibaba Raiders isn't even going for any sort of bait peaks.
Yeah, but Rager Fragger seems like he is going to be looking to try and punish the teams coming from the north side instead. Seems like there is a different set of teams also having different set of problems themselves as they try to navigate all these mountain terrains. A very steep one in depth as well, considering the circle is divided between the divider of south and north. But on screen now, we do see For Miracle finding a pick on towards Manya. Manya scouting things ahead, but no backup whatsoever. Goblin is in the vicinity. Wants to try and go in for the save, but he needs some sort of backup, but he looks like he is going to be able to pick Manya up.
Yeah, the backup has arrived.
Oh, wait,
you
actually,
can see
they're just backing
closing
off?
on up too.
They're not committing.
Yeah, Goblin's actually going to try to create the off-angle for Miracle Esports since they're down to a three-man squad. Getting the knock on to Soul actually brought down the number to equal stance.
Okay.
And now for Soul.
Medic Knuckle.
They just want to get the fallen man back up on the feet and play it as safe as possible. And at this point, it makes a lot of sense, too. Soul is not doing too hot in the overall standing, so they do not really have the confidence to go for the fights.
Yeah, this reposition from Goblin and Legit has forced them on top to kind of back off. And a little bit of driving there actually forced them to actually scare themselves out. For Miracle knowing that they are one man down, so they don't want to take those risks. So fortunately for them, Soul gets the reset, so it's going to be a little bit of a plus sign. But while they're repositioning, guess what? They're getting shot from afar as well. It's going to be Team God's Omen, actually, that shoots from the west side, all the way on Chumasera. Really far away.
Once again, for God's Omen. It's going to be tough to hit True Rippers, though. Good shots. Almost catching the knock as well. Ninzi. Still, it's all good. True Rippers, they're down a man, which is Jelly. The Agil's not inside of the game anymore. But still, this three-man squad can do a lot, and they have proven themselves time and time. Jux, they get caught in mid-rotation. Reboost down. Alibaba Raiders, this time around, they're not going to let go of anyone. You cross their eyes, you will be dealt with. That's what Alibaba Raiders is here to make. And they're already making a stark statement. Still a man in the back. Jux wants to go for the rescue operation, but can they really do so? When Alibaba Raiders, they've got their eyes pinned on the knocked player. Still, they're going to give it all, but in the end, Reboot still gets confirmed.
Yeah, Jux pretty much desperate to find center control. Just not enough firepower to fight back, but on the finish feed, guess what? Manya gets knocked and officially confirmed from this game. Soul now has to continue the journey with 3 players there. The Jade and Goblin is going to be playing around the apartments on the north side. Manya a little bit too far off to try and scout things ahead, and because of this, he's going to get paid the price. Fortunately for them, they've lost a small little arm. They still have 3-man strong for this upcoming battle. Same can be said for 4 Miracles, same can be said for the Series 4 True Rippers. Everybody is still relatively healthy.
Yeah. A lot of these teams are taking the individual blows upon themselves, which is, of course, going to be hurting them in the longer run. As of now, though, DOD, they want to make a peaceful rotation all the way down south, and they will be allowed to as well, as the next zone's going to be shifting right on top of the players of 8-Bit and Mysterious 4. Backline's not so secured either, so God's Omen can definitely backstab him. It's a two-way sword. You never know which way it's going to strike.
Yeah, 8-Bit now having sensor control for the Northern Valley as well. That's going to be very, very important for them. If they are able to hold down and zone everybody out, that's going to be a lot of massive points for them, as every single team needs to crash into them. As long as they didn't get needed off, they should be fine. But now from the perspective of Mysterious 4, they may have a little bit of an awkward start just because of this valley. Every team around them is pretty much having high ground advantage on them, so they have to play this a little bit slow. But on screen now, we do see Insane. Wow. Gets a very, very nice takedown onto his Alibaba Raiders. Chris is pretty much locked in. Needs to get the reset. But it's a very slow start here, Necro.
Yeah, it's going to suppress him for a bit. Even Jux, unfortunately, just blows themselves up. Don't exactly know what's going on there.
Yeah, I think his vehicle is so damaged. It just exploded while he was rotating out of there.
Unfortunate. But still can be retrieved. That's the thing. The man can be revived. Only if Jux, they've got the guts. They need to cross out in the open. Amazing is the only man up close and personal. But does he really want to go for the risk? There is Team Insane right next to the man. And Team Insane will definitely try to take the pop shots.
Yeah, Jux definitely has the guts right now. But do they have the luck? Is going to be the question here. Because as of yet, Circle is kind of not shift yet. But they don't have the best position to actually punish any team's mid-rotation. Because this Rocky Mountain terrain is just very, very tricky. Even Wyld Fangs themselves, they are struggling to push in the zone. And as of yet, they have to push up high ground. But what a shot from Fierce. What is that angle? Finds Fragger. What is that shot?
Solid knock, and they needed that too. And because of that knock, it bought enough time to go for the revival. Fallen Man's back up on his feet. Wyld Fangs looking healthy once again. But God's realizing that exact fact. And now they want to move up close and personal against the players of Alibaba Raiders. Sideline's not so cleared. God's needs to be extra cautious. White Tiger taking those shots from the off angle. God's still fine. But since their positions revealed, this might just not be too good. But Chris gets knocked. It's not a good news for Alibaba Raiders. They're getting picked off slowly and steadily. Alibaba Raiders, they just need to back away. Let the two teams deal with each other. Wyld Fangs still now locking horns against the players of God's This fight, it seems too tricky. But Wyld Fangs, they've got no other option. They need to go for it.
Yeah, they have a way to actually get out of the zone. The problem is God's themselves, they themselves are a little bit of trouble as well. Alibaba Raiders not making them get out to safety. This three-way showdown is eventually going to extract some sort of company. It's taking a little bit too long. Now Alibaba Raiders, do they want to go in for the push? Sensei was spotted out by Wanted, but on the finish feed, we do see OG going to a run in with 4 Miracle themselves. So Tenki able to get the confirmation on Reaper. As 4 Miracle pretty much caught out in the open. WizGod almost getting tagged out pretty low, and he's going to go down. But guess what? It's going to be Soul that actually third parties from this. Legit. Another 3-way showdown in Northeast.
He finds an important knock. Now you've also got OG taking those nades. And those nades just need to find the prime connection. Not exactly able to do so, though. Aru is also taking the damage from the blue. He needs to wrap this fight up as soon as possible. Where are his teammates? That's the main question, OG. The man needs a backup. Aru, he's stuck behind the rock and now steps out in the open as well. That's going to be the advantage in the hands of VOLCANO. But he still whiffs. As OG, the backup will save the day for Aru. And they've got the numbers intact.
Wow. What a shot. What a save from AKOP. Things would have went from bad to worse if he did not get that frag, because you can see even Soul themselves, they are looking third party legit. He was knocked out from his zone. Fortunate for him, Knuckle was able to pick himself up. Now repositioning to try and push through another place here. Soul, 3 men alive. They're not exactly in the zone and they need a new entry point. And as of yet, they have to run through Rippers, they have to run through Troy, they have to run through Mysterious 4 from the north side. And Rippers seems to be stuck in the shack. They saw those remnants of vehicles. They may look to try and punish this, but on the other side of Horizon, it's going to be Mysterious 4. So they're both 2 teams there is not exactly safe themselves.
Yeah, true that. In my opinion, they need to eliminate the likes of True Rippers, and it's not going to be too tough either. But for OG, Tamilan Esports, they want to take but a close and personal. Tamilan Esports, no intention of backing away from this fight this time, but a big mishap could have been there, and it does happen. First man down, that's going to be the important knock. OG was looking to find. Somehow they do find and thread the needle. And now for OG, it's going to be the pounce they were waiting to do. Tamilan Esports crippled. Down a man. Does OG really want to push up and maintain that same stance and flow? And yes, they do. Tamilan Esports, as of now, they've been suppressed and fended off.
Yeah, they need ammunition as well. They don't really have a lot of meds and also ammunition. So this is going to give them the small little reset here coming from OG. A bounce back, well needed. But Soul, they're looking for this third party Goblin now. Lobbing those nades. He does have a rough idea. It does get the knock. That's going to be the opener they need. Soul, do they push through? WizGod is knocked. They need to get the reset. Now the tandem needs comes through legit. They're looking for it. He heard those movements. Aru manages to ditch out of there. Very, very close call for Aru. But the reset still continuing legit. Continuing those names. But the third party is going to affect their gameplay. But they don't care. They need to wrap things up. So they have to push inside the zone right now. And OG, they're still surviving. As now Aru looking to try and solidify their positions. As Soul will lose out on those high ground advantage. And on the horizon, as you can see, 8-bit, they've heard all these commotions.
Yeah, OG's got the man advantage in this brawl, though. And that plays a big role. Soul, once again, looking to reposition themselves inside of this fight, since they know they're also getting shot at from the back, which is not a good thing. And 8-bit, they find the first knock. Legit's down for Soul. They're in a big world of trouble. Heads on the swivel. Can Soul really bounce back from this scenario? The answer definitely does seem like it's going to be a no. But since Soul is trying their best, maybe they can. One last man survives, but even he gets cut off. And just like that, Soul gets eliminated from this game with just 1 point.
Oh no, that's the worst possible outcome here coming from Soul. They should have pushed up earlier. They hesitated. And because of this, it definitely gave OG the upper hand. What a defense coming from them. And what a reset from OG as well. This is a well-needed reset from them. A lot of mets, a lot of finish points. As 8-bit has been gatekeeping them. Guess what? True Rippers, they managed to sneak up due to the midst of this chaos coming from Soul as well as OG. And I don't think they've realized that 8-bit right now, True Rippers is right below them. Som was able to spot this out. So fortunately, they have a good read that True Rippers is lurking behind.
And while all of this was going on, even Godlike eliminated Do or Die. So yeah, another team out this game with next to none points. Do or Die just getting 1 point out of this one, but now 8-bit, they realize it's time to battle. And that too against the players of OG. OG at least 4 now, they've got the win in the sales. But 8-bit doing extremely good in the overall standings. 8-bit's got nothing to lose. But OG, they've got everything on the line. The moment they lose this fight, OG's done for. These many points are not enough. 7 points in this game. OG is aiming for a nuclear performance. They're also getting shot at from a completely different spectrum. And at this point, this fight is still not initiating. 8-Bit getting caught off guard. Cumla gets knocked out. Mysterious 4, a wildcard entry inside of the fight. And now gives the advantage to the players of OG in this one.
Yeah. And even Fragger himself are going for shutdown, but iQOO's getting knocked. OG finds another opener. This is a game that they need. And just like that, OG, they found 8-Bit. They've got 8 finishes. Mysterious 4 in a world of pain. And this Northern fight here, swinging in favor of OG. You can see the engines roaring. They are pushing through. Mysterious 4, they want to clean them all out. They want all these points. OG gonna go in for the flush. And here he comes over the sides. But the pump! Oh, what a denial, but it's not gonna be good. WizGod gets confirmed by 8-Bit before going down, so they have to continue with 3 players, but now another spot from AKOP. Mysterious 4 dropping down low, Snowjot down towards the 1 final HP, and that's gonna be the confirmation from OG once more. A nuclear performance, as Necro says.
But honestly speaking, OG is also so lucky. They're always getting the back of fire from the opposing team. When they took a fight against Soul, 8-Bit third party. When they took a fight against 8-Bit, Mysterious 4 third party. OG, it feels like they've also got the luck with them this time around. And now for OG, learn from past is going to be the next foe approaching. At this point, though, God's Omen as well, they've got a bit too much on their plate as they're taking a fight against the players of Alibaba Raiders, down 2 men. You've also got Stone now trying to make it up close and personal. This push, it's going to be everything that God's Omen can keep on the plate. Alibaba Raiders, they're also taking too many shots from the back lines. Fragger Noob, he's going to try to make that pounce. He knows exactly where the opponent is, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. God's Omen out of the game.
Well, unfortunate start here from God's Omen, but it's not end the overall for them. They still have 2 points, so it's not that far apart. They are going to be able to make a little bit of bounce back here, but final 6 teams in this game, a very, very tricky zone to play with. And circle shifts in towards the middle of nowhere. Jux somehow still surviving with 2 players. They've got Niku and Amazing split off, trying to go for the solo warrior moments here. If one goes down, as long as the other survives, we can carry on the legacy. And that is going to be Jux's game plan right now.
Oh no, OG might have just messed up. The next zone shifts away from them, and OG now needs to travel that slope. And we know whenever a team travels a slope, the chances are extremely low for them to survive.
It's going to be very tricky as well. Learn from Pass is also outside the zone in the yellow on the west side. They do have a compound to work with, so they do have clear line of sight of where OG is about to begin. The only way OG has a chance here is that they are going to be finding the perfect timing to cross through. And right now, no shots has been made. They need the cover fire. They need the noise of bullets to give them some sort of natural cover, but it seems like they are gonna make a mad dash for this. Shots has been made, and OG, this sneak through, they're gonna be fine. Nobody's shooting at them. This is huge for OG.
Yeah, but Learn from Past on the sidelines.
It was a trap.
They're not gonna have any mercy. Learn from Past was quiet till the end. Waited for OG to step out in the open, and the moment that happened, Learn from Past, it seems like now they're just ready to feast on the points that are available in the front to grab. But still, for Learn from Past as well, even they need to squeeze themselves inside of the circle, and that's when OG can definitely try and flip the odds. Silo P, he's got the high ground, but there's also the sidelines he need to be careful of. Learn from Past as well, now they realize even Alibaba Raiders is being a constant threat. Backline's not so clear, Learn from Past sidelines as well are not clear. It's looking pretty dicey for both the teams at this moment.
Now Sahil OP has the perfect nade angle as well. Seems like he's gonna try and lob it over. Perfect dunk from Sahil OP. Aru down. OG in a world of pain. The trap set by Learn from Past. Now starting to reap the rewards, but they need to clean them out quickly. They need to gobble them up. Alibaba Raiders is looking to third party, but AKOP from afar with the cover fire says, nope, not that easy. Not that easy.
Yeah, but still Learn from Past is going to be fine. They've got 3 more players standing on their feet, and the revival's going to be easy too. While for OG, AKOP's the only man standing. As I mentioned, teams rarely survive a slope. And for OG, they were extremely exposed, and they completely forgot that there's also Learn from Past on the sidelines. And that's why they messed up. And just like that, an 8 from Team Insane on the mark will seal the deal. As OG gets eliminated with 13 finishes and 3 placement points.
They tried their best, but it was just only so much they could have done. But now, final 4 teams. We have Wyld Fangs, Alibaba Raiders, Team Insane, and also Learn from Past. And learn from pass, looking to make a bounce back. Alibaba Raiders pretty much stuck in those shacks as the nades are about to come in. Alibaba Raiders, they need to make the move. And now the perfect dunk once more by Sahil OP.
Solid. He also spots out Fragger, knows exactly where the man is. We'll get the confirmation rolled up. There's Fragger right behind the buggy. And learn from pass, they're just not able to cross on. Fragger's position's noticed. They know exactly where the man is. Fragger also goes for the shots. Man's position's noticed, but he also does a lot of return damage. And that's why Learn from Past is once again going to be suppressed. Fragger buys himself enough time to keep himself alive in the game, but now he spots out the players of Team Insane getting close. Fragger, the probability of this man surviving are extremely low since he's the only man standing from his team. And his team is the only team between the players of Team Insane and Learn from Past. Team Insane with 4 players, Learn from Past with 4 players, Learn from Past. They needed a performance like this. They're desperate for points, but Silo OP gets knocked out. Team Insane, a great start to the final few moments. If Team Insane gets this chicken dinner, they get extremely close to that qualification marker. While Learn from Past, they need a major game to bounce back. Fragger was able to get that one knock, but that's all he found. But that might just be the spoiler Learn from Past was looking for, and here comes the push. They find a second knockout. Team Insane down to a 2-man squad. Now it's taken down to a 2v3. Learn from Past having the man advantage. A few more shots taken against Scott, and even he gets knocked out. It's down to just Yash now. A 1v3 loading up. Is it really possible?
Yeah.
This will be a dream pulled off if Yash does win this fight.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But Learn from Pass, they're backing out. They're just afraid. What's going on? They've got the numbers. This is going to be very awkward as well, but the tandem needs to come through. Honey in the off angle. They are going to look to try and confirm all this information. Yes, Yash, he has the high ground. He can make the blunder onto his Learn from Pass. So they are taking things a little bit slower here. They could have rushed, but we've seen that happen in the past before. BO7S, they dropped a perfectly beautiful game just because they got overconfident. And I really appreciate the discipline coming from Learn from Pass. They're going for the flank, and because of this, Yash, look at this. He's only got 21 bullets. Ooh, he's got to connect every single headshot in order to get all players. This is going to be a very tough spot to be in for Yash.
Yeah, still the major advantage in the hands of Learn from Past. Final zone as well, it's starting to collapse. The man will be forced out of his comfort zone soon. He's starting to play in his own nutshell. But as I mentioned, the Blues on the move, not for long. Yash is going to be able to play around that same territory. This nade does do a bit of that damage, still not enough. Spots out those 2 players from Learn from Past, moving up! And he still manages to nail one down. That's going to be an important knock, but the off angle created from the players who Learn from Past might just start to create a bit of that problem on towards Yash. Still the man advantage heavy in the hands of Learn from Past. A few shots taken against Yash as he's now pulled out the S12K. Not exactly sure about that range on the shotgun, but Yash still, this is going to be a gutsy play the man's trying to make. He gets the confirmation before he gets eliminated himself. A wiser option in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. He tried his best. One more point is better than no points at all, but a good GG, well played coming in from Team Insane. But Learn from Past will be the ones that makes the bounce back and secures the chicken dinner today itself. A day of comebacks is real here for day 3 of the semifinals itself.
I mentioned this right. Learn from Past, they desperately needed this game to bring themselves back inside of the race. But here's a quick fact. Learn from Past got the same amount of points as OG did.
Yeah, that is just, well, all things considered, some points is better than no points. But today, again, the teams at the bottom, OG making a little bit of bounce back is very, very important for them. Learn from Past also making a little bit of bounce back for day 3 as well. Gives them a little bit of a small footing to try and push towards the grand finals later on. And again, the fight for the top 8 is getting closer and closer. There's only very limited spots here.
And OG, right, speaking of them, they got so lucky in those crucial fights that they were taking, right? First, they took a fight against the players of Seoul. Luckily enough for them, 8-bit third party. Then they went on against the players of 8-bit, Mysterious 4 third party. So it just worked out perfectly. Every single piece was falling in the right place. For Mysterious 4, this could have been a great performance, but unfortunately for them, as I mentioned, getting caught in that third party was not the best possible thing for them.
Yeah, it was just very awkward as well. But OG, they definitely seemed like the team that has been the best performing team throughout this entire tournament itself. But ever since the semifinals began, nothing has went well for them. And finally to see them having a little bit back of their foundation or the core essence of how they're very, very consistent in terms of formation and playstyle is very, very enlightening. But this might be a little bit small hope for OG, But if they keep this up, they just might be able to have enough points by the end of today to try and fight for top 8 tomorrow.
Without a doubt, this might just be the revival that OG was looking for, right? After this game, they're also going to be having much more confidence inside of their firefights in the upcoming game. So OG, now you can just look forward to the uphill curve. While you move on towards a team like Learn From Past, they try to bring in as much of that tactical nature as possible. They were the one to eliminate OG since they showcased perfect overall passive nature as well in that fight. So Learn From Past, in general, this was a deserved game, and they have gotten it.
Yeah, they definitely do. This is the Learn From Past we've seen during round 1 as well. A team that no one expected to do well. Now, out of nowhere, they're back in action. So, a little bit of discipline plays here. They could have wrapped things up a little bit cleaner, but all things considered, a win is still a win. So, with this performance coming from Learn From Past, they do get themselves a decent amount of points from their chicken dinner, but they only have 6 finishes in these games. So, 16 points in total from Learn From Past.
Yeah.
A pretty okay points. You know,
of
I would
course,
say
man.
it's okay if you're consistently getting 16 points every single game, but as a comeback-wise, you need more than this from Learn From Past.
You definitely do need more, but looking at the stance, Learn From Past wasn't and OG wasn't. These 16 points are going to help them too much. OG got 13 points and 3 placement points, so that's going to give them 16 as well, and Learn From Past as well. Now they've gotten those 16 points. Specifically for Learn From Past, this game as well can be the revival, since now they've got the chicken dinner. Even for them, the upcoming fights might just be much more easier because the mental blockade might just not be there anymore.
Well, agreed, but all things considered as well, we have to talk about the other teams also making a little bit of stride back, because teams in the bottom, especially in this opening 2 matches, has showed that they are struggling a lot as well. But from that match itself, we have to talk about the MVP of the match, and that match is going to be Fragger Noob from the side of Alibaba Raiders.
Ooh, solid stuff. Alibaba Raiders, they were trying their best to get as many elimination points as possible surrounding that territory, and they actually did as well. Alibaba Raiders were dropping down a lot of players. 5 finish points, 5 knockouts. You can see 1246 damage dished out as well, just by this one single man. So Alibaba Raiders were definitely funneling in a lot of elimination points. I would love to see how many points they've gotten in the match rankings, but as we move on towards the top 5 players, even Justin from God's Arena actually getting 6 finishes.
Wow, that's a lot of finishes coming from Justin. But God's Train, they have been, I would say, trying to snatch a lot of points themselves on the finish feed themselves. We haven't seen too much of them. They were part of the major fight coverage in the southeast corner, but aside from that, we haven't seen too much on screen as well. So I'm curious to see how the replay kind of looks like, but even then it wasn't really captured as well. So obviously when we talk about players that really perform the most, especially from yesterday's performance, are 2 players coming from God's Reign. Number 1 is going to be Neo, number 2 is Justin. Very, very under the radar player that really stood out yesterday.
Without a doubt, man. I mean, if you look at the entire lineup, right, even God's Reign, they've got 3 MVP players in that entire lineup. You've got Delta, Justin, and even now Neo coming inside of the picture. This lineup seems extremely strong. But looking at the match rankings, as I mentioned, OG and Learn From Past getting 16 points each. You've also got Team Insane Esports getting 15 points. I'm pretty sure with these points, Team Insane is now extremely close to that qualification bracket.
Yep. And of course, speaking of qualification as well, the drive continues. The known teams are trying to continue to push into it as well. God's Reign trying to pull the lead. Team Insane also trying to pull the lead themselves. Learn From Past making a comeback. OG making a comeback. Alibaba Raiders also trying to make a comeback. But on the bottom half, 8-bit finally takes a little bit of tumble from this game. But Seoul definitely, this wasn't the performance I was expecting as well. Because as a team, rotation-wise, as working as a unit, they looked pretty okay. But it seems like getting inside the zone and fragging out, it's just not working out.
Soul, True Rippers, it's just not really working out. For Miracle as well. Even Tamilan Esports just getting 0 points, right? Which makes a lot of sense too, man. It's not like every single team is going to be able to make a comeback, right? There will only be 1 or 2. And in this game, it was Learn From Past and OG. They did a great job, pulled off that comeback. For Learn From Past, the first game was a blunder. But now they've got the recovery. Now in the upcoming 2 games, maybe they can do even better.
Yeah, hopefully things are going to be better for them as well. Because as of yet, they are going to be playing a little bit more for now. But of course, speaking of playing a little bit more, one thing I really like about this Realme BMPS 2025 is that the more we play, the more we give. And that is going to be Discovery Island right now. So you guys watching at home, be sure to play more BGMI. Finish those quests. Finish those missions. Because if you complete them, the points will
Yeah.
go up. And when the points go up, we are going to be increasing the prize pool of the BMPS 2025.
And not just that, even if you keep on earning those exploration points by playing more game, you can also get the in-game cosmetic absolutely for free. So all of this you're doing is going to be absolutely for free while contributing to this tournament. So what are you waiting for? Hop inside of the game and start playing right now. But back towards the conversation, right? As we now in the upcoming game as well, we're going to have a fresh group coming inside of the picture. Things will be pretty amped up. I would love to see what's going to happen. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Fixes with me on the panel. But before we continue the panel, I really want to give a massive shout out to the Realme GT7 itself. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, get your hands onto it. The sale's not live. Let's not forget the MediaTek Dimensity 9400E. It's really going to keep your performance as smooth as possible. And let's talk about the stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, code tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves. So do check it out. Back towards the conversation once again, right?
Yes.
As we were talking about the previous game itself, and we did see quite a lot of blunders, but learn from past an OG, pulling off a comeback they desperately needed.
For OG, it was much needed, especially they were on the literally dead bottom. So yes, nice resurgence from their side, but the job's still nowhere close to being over. But for learn from past, they played 2 games, first game and coming into the second, much needed chicken dinner.
Of course, as we move on toward today's schedule now, Group A and B is going to be the one to step inside of the action. Group A did take a bit of that break after the first game, but now they're back once again. Let's see what Group A's got in store. Here, Xtreme Godlike, first game was not exactly the way they wanted it to go, but still 8 points. In my opinion, it's not a bad way to start the day.
Absolutely, but Godlike, all they need is one good chicken dinner. And lately they've been showing that intent, they're trying to fix things around, but yes, the conviction, the clinicality is not there yet. So if they can achieve that, but more than Godlike, I'm also concerned about Reckoning at this point.
True, true.
Game 1, they could barely gather any points.
Yeah, I mean, Reckoning Esports, too, they have always been an interesting prospect, right? The moment you think Reckoning Esports might just not make it, somehow Reckoning Esports always makes it. So for some reason, I'm not really worried about Reckoning Esports, but I'm really worried about here Xtreme Godlike, a team that was not showcasing any signs of stress, not showcasing any signs of any problem, is now showcasing too many problems. And that's a genuine concern now.
It has been a genuine concern, but even to Team Soul is in further deeper waters if you ask me about it. And now everything gets settled in. Sanhok hasn't really been their best map so far. So let's see how these big teams perform, or are we going to see another undergod uprisal in this one? Do we get to see some known teams getting a chicken dinner? Do let us know in the chat section as the flight path trajectory commences. It's going to be Necro all the way from Hatin towards Kampong. So does not really matter. What matters is where the circle forms.
Yeah, and if it's going to be Camp Alpha Circle, we already know Soul's going to dominate that. So for Soul, I'm pretty sure they're just crossing their fingers, hoping that the zone's going to be forming atop of Camp Alpha. And if it's not going to be on Camp Alpha, then Soul, good luck. We rarely see them do good. We have seen one insane game from Soul where the circle did form around boot camp vicinity and they were frag heavy. But still at the end of the day, now they're struggling and they need those nuclear performances booting up as soon as possible. BO7S, Jux right next to each other, Soul as well. They've got a massive split. Mania dropping all the way towards the northern side of Camp Alpha Island. But as we move on towards boot camp, a bit of a brawl going on between Wyld Fangs and VOLCANO. As VOLCANO, they've already dropped down to 2 players. Saf in the upper territory needs to find return knock on the remaining players of VOLCANO. And just like that, they've been eliminated from this game. Such a quick work.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. If you remember the first day of the semifinals week 2, Volcano Esports successfully wiped out without any casualties. They took down the players of Wyld Fangs. This time, Wyld Fangs came in prepared. So this is a little bit of a revenge matchup, which Wyld Fangs, without any hurdle, did manage to win. So some early control, but not out of the woods yet, because they've got Godlike right next to them. And we've seen Godlike executing this strat when they're in the same server against GDR, because GDR tends to hold on to Paradise Resort. But the news is that the circle is heavily inclined towards a certain side. It has a lot of that western island. So Team Soul would be hoping that it goes towards the west. But look at this. 2 OP officials, they decide to third party this. Interesting.
You gotta love it, right? But I'm pretty sure 2OP is now regretting this decision. I'm not sure if they realized that the elimination feed was filled up with just one side of the name, not the other side.
Oh, Trace got no meds, I guess.
Yeah, seems like it. The man tried to toss in those bandages. Actually, a first aid, but it unfortunately drops out.
Oh my god.
And Trace got lucky enough to actually get his hands on the first aid. And no, he does not know yet. 2OP. Both the players trying to keep their position absolutely anonymous. And luckily enough, Trace God does get his hands on that first aid. So it's all good in the hood as of now.
Yeah, huge sigh of relief for Trace God at that point. But Wyld Fangs and even 2OP, look at God's Omen. They're also creeping in. Let's not forget God's Omen did set a record. A hat-trick chicken dinner across all the maps in play. And now they're on the horizon. And it seems like 2OP might get isolated, because this is what Wyld Fangs are doing, making it work in their favor. Trace God did have enough and eventually takes down Liability. Will secure the finish, as I feel like God's Omen could also push in on the other players of 2OP, and they're doing exactly that, Necro.
Oh, no, it's not looking good for Shady. And Shady's in quite a shady spot, too. He's got his hands on the barrel, and it starts to click. Solid stuff now, pulls out the shotgun as well, but the man's busy switching weapons. Shady, you could have actually saved the day. You could have gotten the situation under control. But he was too confused on which weapon to use. You should have pulled out the Shockwave before, my friend. And Shady has now kept his team in a shady spot.
Yeah, something like 2OP were really not anticipating God's Omen. It happened so fast. But for 2OP officials, it's an absolute disaster. Especially losing out on 3 of their players. Spotfire, what does he do? Where does he run? As even Wyld Fangs, very well aware of God's Omen and their position right now. It's going to be interesting to see if there will be any other outliers. Does Godlike also chime in? Because it seems like they're actually doing it. They're right on the tails of God's Omen. Yes, Punk is there. And Godlike need a couple of points. And yes, they're showing that intent. They need to execute this fight.
In my opinion, though, pressing up a bit too much might just not pan out too well. It might just backfire, so Godlike needs to be cautious. Extra cautious. 0 finishes so far on the board. And here Xtreme, Godlike, they might just have too much on the court. All the 4 players intact, and here Xtreme, Godlike pulling off. In my opinion, that's a wiser option that they've chose. But as we move on towards 4 Miracle Esports, they've got a bit of that problem brewing up for themselves. Fight taken down with 3v3 against Hyderabad Hydras. And for 4 Miracle, they've got enough utilities to try and toss it against Hyderabad Hydras. As another man falls apart, Ninju outside of the block. A few more utilities in tandem will actually get the confirmation on Servant too. Hyderabad Hydras, they're just getting systematically dismantled, but even they do bounce back. Important knock squeezed in from Moksh. And this knock might just put the halt on the push off the opponents as of now. Yeah. 4 Miracle Esports down to a 2-man squad.
It's going to be very difficult for Hyderabad Hydras. A very competent team, a very consistent team. Now almost on the verge of collapse. Ninja does find a frag for himself, but a 2-1-4 situation. Things aren't looking good, even for Hero Xtreme Godlike. Did see Pong getting taken down just a couple of moments ago as Hyderabad Hydras deciding to press matters. It is going to be Mox leading the charge, taking a fight, but will not prevail as Beard Baba successfully deals with him. And now Ninja, the only surviving member. And look at this. It's chaotic. As Reckoning, they also decide to chime in, Necro.
Third parties after third parties, first in boot camp now over here. Reckoning Esports, they wanted to be a part of the fight. They wanted to get their hands on the piece of the pie, but still not possible. And this nade might just be on the money. Does it find any connection? No, it does not. Overtossed. And for Miracle Esports, they've got all the 3 players standing after eliminating Hyderabad Hydras. And Hyderabad Hydras, looking at their stance in the overall standings, it's fine. They can afford it.
They can. But at this point, for Reckoning, they must somehow find a couple of finishes in dire need of points. They need to find a big recovery. Reaper still slithering around this huge rock. As now for Reckoning, they decide to go away from here. And look at this, even Wyld Fangs get the final player out, and 2 OP officials, they're out of the server. As things stand, Circle still is looking very dicey, Necro, because if you look at it, it's quite hybrid. Majority of the times we've seen in week 2 the Circle go down south, so that's the anticipation.
If you look at the overall standings too, Fixes, the overall standings are extremely close. You do see Reckoning Esports on the 19th spot, but if Reckoning Esports manages to get even 5 points, they automatically catapult themselves around 14th spot. So Reckoning Esports, they're not doing too bad. If Reckoning Esports, luckily enough, gets a big game in this one, Reckoning Esports will instantly be around that safety marker too, but they need to maintain that spot.
Something that we've actually noticed, Necro, from this game is teams are actually going aggressive right from the get-go.
Yeah, they did realize elimination points are extremely important.
Yeah, and they need to gain that early control over the circles, because what has been happening lately is the circle keeps squeezing in and so many teams alive, barely enough room to breathe.
Yeah. Especially on Sanhok, it's quite a zone-oriented map, right?
Yeah.
You need to be in this max center to have a great spot upon you. And Reckoning Esports, they're currently controlling the prime spot. The moment the zone forms on top of you in Sanhok, you have been graced by a chicken dinner. That's how it works.
You need to cash in.
Yeah.
All you got to do is not make mistakes, but OG, they've shown different signs. They have gone all out, been very aggressive, and if you want to play like OG, if you want to dominate like how they did in the previous game, do check out the Realme GT7, and it's going to ensure 6 hours of non-stop BGMI at 120 FPS, and you're gonna love that. It's live on Amazon. Go check that deal out. But now, Rising Inferno Esports, Necro, they're in a little bit of a mix, a fight against Team Jux, and seems like they've lost a lot of players.
They indeed have. Rising Inferno. Luckily enough, though, the revival's going to be there too, so it's completely fine. Yeah, they did lose out on a few players, but they were just knocked out, so it's all good in the hood. Once again, back to all 4 players. While Jux, they want to try and get the revival on towards their own fallen player. And at this point now, that seems a little bit tough. There's a big chance Rising Inferno can squeeze in another knockout, but no, instead, OMEN loses his life. A big blunder. Rising Inferno Esports, Justin now needs to thread the needle. Needs to find a crucial knockout as well against the players of Jux. But now as we look at Godin, he finds an important knock. Godin has always been the star player, and he strikes down the second player too, Jux. What a big mess up this was. Remaining players as well trying to make the pounces. Godin is on the verge of wiping out the entirety of Jux. He connects another shot, and the play zone will do the damage. Rising Inferno, Godin, what was that play? There's a reason the man's name is Godin. He's indeed the GOAT.
At this point, he even does not need trunks, does not need that transformation. He himself is solo A-OK, or in fact even better. But now, looking at what's in front of our screen, look at this. 3 very hungry teams. God's Omen, Wyld Fangs and Team Soul. And Wyld Fangs seems to want to pick a fight against God's Omen. They've got one of their players alive. And Team Soul, hungry as ever, looking for those opportunities. Sensei still down on the ground. Trey scored another good grenade. Stone BGMI flushed out, but eventually he's gonna fall. As God's Omen starting to lose out on numbers. Look at Wyld Fangs. They're looking so ferocious, Necro.
They're on an elimination spree at this point.
9.
Devouring the competition like it does not mean anything. Where was this Wyld Fangs before? But this game of Sanhok, it's bringing a complete new life in the teams. Look at Soul, though. They're getting picked off. Not a good sign. Legit's down. Knuckle wants to get the revival. He easily will, too. It's not a problem. And it seems like Knuckle's going to make the wiser option come through first. Goblin's taking those shots randomly just to make sure that it's going to be a bit of that distraction caused. And yeah, it's all good in the hood for Soul. They've managed to come in with that rescue operation.
We've seen such bizarre incidences with these horses.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Superman!
Yeah, he's all by himself. And seems like Team Soul, they don't know. They don't know. Going for the revive. Superman, he's got his hearts beating at 140 at this point. And if Team Soul are a little bit precarious, they do not know. If they're complacent, he's done. Oh my god. And Superman shows no mercy.
Oh my god!
Another. This is absurd. Of course, Knuckles shall save the day. As Goblin and Legit almost were on the verge of getting eliminated.
Soul, what's going on? Barely surviving. Oh my god. What are these games? Fix this. Just keeping me on the edge of my seat every single time. Soul, oh my god, they're so lucky to be alive at this point. Specifically those 2 players. Or else Soul would have been handicapped big time. But luckily enough for them, all the 4 players still up. They're not doing too bad in the overall standings either. But this time, hopefully, they're not going to be eliminated with just 1 point.
You know, kind of makes you feel like you're playing a classic game and there's somebody just hunkered around a corner. You enter it, boom, on your face. And it could have gone down in massive proportions. But, yeah, teams rotating around. And you can also check out the Kiasaros as we head on. Wyld Fangs still have got visuals on Team Soul. Goblin right in front of Trey's God, and is galloping barely. By the skin of his teeth, he survives. As problems still not ending for Team Soul. But look at this. Wyld Fangs aren't exactly in the circle.
Yeah.
So there'll be a point where they'll come out and Team Soul, they decide to get their revenge.
Yeah, but still, I highly doubt Soul's going to be able to pick on the players of Wyld Fangs. Wyld Fangs has got the high ground, and they still barely can inch inside of the zone. You can see Seth. He's found himself a bit of that ground. So Seth can still make it in the zone.
Yeah.
And Wyld Fangs will as well around that same territory. They can force themselves in. But they soon will need to deal with the players of God's Arena. And now that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. How do you deal with a team that's already in a red-hot form? And that's already on the first spot in the overall standings.
Yeah, God's Reign has been quite phenomenal, especially Neo. as an individual, and you can see Justin and Delta back to their old ways. Everything really working out for Godstrain at this point. Couple of points shy from securing the berth in the grand finals, but a very important game for Team Soul over here. Still alive, still kicking, just one finish. And right in front of them, Necro, you've got the likes of Team Godlike. Now, that is going to be a very interesting fight, because right next to Godlike, you've got Reckoning also.
I mean, speaking of Soul, once again, looking at the position they've got in the zone, I don't think they're going to win this game.
They'll have to take a fight.
Yeah, they'll have to take a fight unless they start cleaning house left, right, center, and somehow start winning every single fight. Luckily enough for Soul, there's still an opportunity, but they first need to go for a fight against Hero Xtreme Godlike, and now that seems extremely tough. And Soul realizes that exact thing as well. They've already found the first knock. Hero Xtreme Godlike had been all by himself inside of this compound. Can he really save the day for himself? That's my main question. Even Soul's falling apart. There's also Reckoning Esports from the far fray taking those shots. Both the teams, they've taken heavy damage upon themselves as Godlike. They've been eliminated from this game with 0 points, backing him up for Godlike. Setbacks after setbacks, their heads on the swivel once again.
Yeah, it was just Goblin who lost his life there. Mania will be brought back to life, and now Team Soul knows that Reckoning is round the corner. The good thing, the saving grace for Team Soul is they've made inside the circle. And now Reckoning, they've got that high ground, but look at OG. A very important game, Necro, against the likes of 4TR. An exceptionally strong team is in the map of Sanhok. Morty a little isolated from the pack, and the other three, they're working together, but still does not matter. Morty opens it up against Aru, already down on his knees. Atanki already eliminated. Things aren't looking good for OG as the confirmation's coming in. No response whatsoever as Morty, he's gonna bag in another, and he's just going, taking down bodies like it means nothing to him.
What's going on with the no names? How are they getting dismantled and devoured? Just like that. Not even able to put up a fight. And OG left with no other options than to just back away from this, respect the opponents. Inferno, Godin spotted. And Godin, the man's already feeling himself. Do not mess with him. He almost pulled off a 1v4. The last elimination got confirmed by the zone, or else it was pretty much a 1v4. I will consider it a 1v4.
Quite iconic clutch, if you
Yeah.
ask me.
But
But look
hold
at
on.
this. INF got a little unlucky there. And Rising Inferno, it feels like they're surging with confidence at this point, right? Every fight they're taking, they have got the momentum swinging in their favor. As Gautin, he's been a superstar so far for Rising Inferno. And yes, he will. But look at this. AKOP is the one who gets the confirmation. But AKOP now reveals his position.
Yeah, the main problem for AKOP is that he's the only man surviving.
Yeah.
And for OG, they're not able to carry on the same momentum from the previous game. But as I mentioned, OG also got extremely lucky in that game of Miramar. All the fights OG was taking, luckily enough for them, they were also getting a bit of that cover fire from the foes. And because of that, the fight was easily swinging in their favor. Look at Wyld Fangs now eyeing out the players of Soul. This is going to be an interesting fight. 3 players of Soul next to each other. And what a knock that was. Max down for Reckoning. Reckoning's got the high ground to play with, but Reckoning Esports, if they keep on taking casualties like that, it's not going to pan out too well. Soul's losing out on man number as well, and Wyld Fangs, they strike at the right time. Legit's down and confirmed. Soul in a big world of trouble. Now down to a 2-man squad.
Yeah, they had no idea that Wyld Fangs had closed in, right? And knowing that they had secured a knock on Reckoning and how they're outside the circle, they wanted to go in for the flush. But eventually, again, things go falling down. Now just Manya and Nakul to piece this one out together. Seth has his position compromised, finally making an entrance. And now Team Soul, what do? 3 finishes, and they needed much more, especially outside the circle, looking quite helpless, do not have a lot of meds either on them, as Dionys is still holding to the higher grounds. Reckoning looking quite comfy.
Reckoning Esports. Yeah, the higher ground, they're able to just squeeze in those elimination points. And now for Soul, I'm not even sure what they're supposed to do. They're in such an awkward stance. Fear's taken down real low. Soul is slowly and steadily inching on against the players of Wyld Fangs. They had 2 options, either go on up against the players of Reckoning or go against the players of Wyld Fangs. But Soul, they're getting messed up big time no matter what.
Yeah,
Another
Reckoning.
man down. Manya not in the game anymore. Knuckle still there around the fray. And Knuckle, he does not really have a lot of options he can try and execute. He's also getting shot at from Reckoning from the back. Even the blue is starting to do a lot of damage. It's done for Soul. They can't do a lot. And Soul as well, a bit of a setback, just getting 4 points out of this game.
And look at this, who still lives to tell the tale. Wyld Fangs still alive though, but Reckoning, they have been constantly raining hellfire from atop the hills. One against Team Soul, now against Wyld Fangs, but look at the finishes, not enough. But for Wyld Fangs, it's been a completely different tale. Still outside the zone, a new circle forming. But Wyld Fangs is starting to feel themselves, but Max, this is a very valuable grenade. Being pinned out, but no, a little overshoot.
Yeah, the next zone, though, forming atop of the platform, Miracle, True Rippers, and Rising Inferno. From what I can see, this might just be a nuclear performance boot enough for the players of Rising Inferno. They've got a great spot. They've also got the only compound available inside of the zone. Wyld Fangs stuck in such an awkward spot. The chances of survival are extremely low. Godscreen 2 now breaching inside of that Pinant territory. The only team that can be a bit of that halt for the players of Rising Inferno. And Rising Inferno just needs to find the right moment to try and punish the players of Godscreen. But instead, it's going to be the players of Wyld Fangs taking those shots and punishing them.
Alright, Wyld Fangs are still doing this. I'm very pleased with how they've been playing. Even the Miramar game was quite good. And Sev now delivering, but yes, they're helpless. And now they will be taken down. Neo just devouring them. As Godsway survived with 2 players. Rising Inferno playing extremely well. Have complete control over the Painan compounds. But as long as this player is alive, Necro, Godswains, they still have their hopes up.
Yeah, but this time I highly doubt he can really pull off a lot. You've got BO7S up close and personal against True Rippers, and True Rippers, they mess up. Should not have sent the man just like that. The moment the man up close and personal gets confirmed, BO7S, they might just spring back to life. And you can see what Ghostface is trying to do. Reckoning Esports now starting to move in from the back, and for Reckoning Esports, BO7S is already hurt. And this should be an easy fight to be converted for Reckoning. Ghostface still a snake in the grass, and now trying to find the snake as well. It's not going to be a tough thing for Reckoning Esports, as even the last man gets sent back to hell.
Yeah, BO7 especially coming in after that chicken dinner. Not a valiant display in this one. Just 3 points selected and collected. As of now, for Reckoning though, they have a golden chance at getting a chicken dinner. Circle shifting away from Painan. True Rippers in a prime position. They've got the numbers up, but look at Rising Inferno. They've got the numbers up for Miracle, and seems like Chatensa Molotov is going to get the job confirmed. 8 finishes also for Rising Inferno. 4 players alive. It is going to be a very important battle.
Oh no, Rising Inferno. They cannot even show patience, man. It feels like they're going to be the center of focus now. They should have waited for True Rippers and Reckoning Esports to lock horns first, but now Rising Inferno, not a lot of options available. In my opinion, Rising Inferno should stay quiet. Let these 2 teams duke it out amongst themselves. The next zone's going to be shifting right on top of the players of True Rippers too, so they can just play passive. Rising Inferno just needs to stay quiet, that's it. But looking at the split they've got, and looking at the position they've got too, Rising Inferno, yes, they will be playing with a bit of that risk, but it is what it is.
You know, all they wanted was some high ground advantage, and they knew that the more they're going to delay, it's going to get tougher. So, yes, plus they're playing with momentum, so I just hope Rising Inferno somehow squeezes in. They've done the job, though. Have inched in closer, especially where True Rippers haven't been that frag heavy. Rising Inferno, like we said, right? Adrenaline coursing through their veins, and everything seems to connect as of now. And Chaten seems like he spotted out all these movements, Max and Gravity in front of him. Rising Inferno now extremely calm. They want Reckoning to start the firefight against the likes of True Rippers, and then they double down.
True that. And look at what's going on here. True Rippers, unfortunately, losing out on a crucial man off the rip like that. Rising Inferno, great way to kick things off in the fight. That's going to swing the momentum back in their hands. True Rippers now are going to be forced to leave that spot. Since it's also the final zone, Rising Inferno, all they need to do is just showcase patience, wait for these two teams to lock horns, and that's what's exactly going on. Reckoning Esports losing out on the number. The same thing can be said for True Rippers, and just like that, within a blink of an eye, you see True Rippers taking an exit from this game for Rising Inferno. Now they take the pounds, and just like that, Rising Inferno as well, they eliminate the entire existence of Reckoning, and they claim that chicken.
They devoured literally everybody inside the lobby. And it all began from Goten and securing that clutch, because Rising Inferno Esports before that were in a very bad spot. And then Goten gets that clutch, they go on, get those pushes right, take control over Painan, win all the fight, take everyone out, and now they come outside. They had the lower grounds, and let's not forget that they still were extremely cautious. 15 finishes, chicken dinner, 25 points out of this game.
That's a massive catapult in the overall standings, and especially knowing how sensitive the overall standings were. These 25 points are going to be a lot in the overall standings. There's a big chance they might have just cracked in the top 4.
Could be absolutely possible, because Rising Inferno, if you remember, the first game was also quite decent for them. They had what, around 7-8 points, were a bit unlucky because 8-bit had a better position, but this time it was such a fast-paced game of Sanhok Necro, if you ask me. Fights happening on all corners, something that we had not witnessed in the past 2 days. Now teams are understanding that it's very important that they gain extra control. So we saw that extra breathing space towards the final end moments. But yes, Team Soul a little unlucky. Reckoning had such a nice chance. Did have a decent game in this one, though. Not a lot of finishes, though.
It was quite a good game for Reckoning Esports, in my opinion, right?
This clutch.
It's not a bad game at all. And yeah, Godin pretty much just taking out the entirety of Jux at that instant. He did take out the entirety since the last man was taken down a pixel of HP.
Yeah.
And the play zone did its thing and eliminated the last man. Unfortunately for them, that could have been one extra elimination point. Could have been 26 points on the board, but fine, it's okay.
It is absolutely okay as long as they're getting the chicken dinner. But what's not okay is how Godlike played in this one. It was much needed, especially after that first game coming into the third. You know that you are lacking some position points, and this time completely were unlucky. Eventually, first of all, lost out on Punk, and we also have that entire fight unfolded. But Rising Inferno, I mean, they were the ones who were at the most disadvantageous position amongst the three. And they still somehow made it work.
And luckily enough, it was quite a good game for Wyld Fangs too, right?
Yes.
Since Wyld Fangs, they had 13 elimination points at the end and also a few placement points to back them up. So Wyld Fangs as well did quite good. That was a bounce back Wyld Fangs was looking for. Once again, note this thing down. The overall standings are extremely fragile. Even if you get around 8 or 9 points in the overall standings, that can still change everything off the face.
Yeah, I mean, for Rising Inferno, this is, again, one of those very underrated teams, I feel like, when you even look at their stats. Yes, for me, Goten has to be the hero, right? Jatin also has been racking up a lot of finishes. But Rising Inferno Esports, let's be honest, Necro, from the last year to this year, they've been making it into majority of the grand finals of the official events. They've been doing so good, and yet nobody has been taking them seriously. I really hope they make it to the grand finals, and this time maybe get a podium and prove the world wrong.
Exactly. They have been someone that's walking in the shadows, at least for now, under the radar. No one's really watching them. No one's really giving them the recognition they deserve. And honestly, even in 2023 LAN Finals, they were there. Since 2023 up till now, Rising Inferno has consistently been dominating the tournaments. In my opinion, they deserve a lot more. As we move on towards the top 5 players, Godin getting 6 finishes. You've also got Jatin right there, 5 finishes on the board. Sensei getting 4. Fierce getting 4 too, and Dragon OP getting 4.
I don't know, I find it funny that Sensei gets 4. Good signs for Wyld Fangs, because Sensei lately has been fragging a lot. So, yeah, this time the IGL's also delivering. So, Sensei, that's a good thing. But Fierce just doing Fierce things. This is what you would expect from a player of his caliber. Dragon also making an entry, but important match rankings in front of us. Rising Inferno, 25 points, and Wyld Fangs, a lovely 14. They have been on a very good climb. And even for Reckoning, towards the end, they did manage to squeeze in a couple of finishes. So, 13 points for them as well.
I told you it was quite a good game for Reckoning Esports too. So yeah, for Reckoning Esports as well, getting 13 points. 4Miracle too. Note this, they are being consistent today. It's not like 4Miracle is dropping the ball completely. They're getting those decent points in every single game.
And look at OG. 3 points, just 3 points out of this game. Again, when you saw the game of Miramar, you thought that OG is going to go all out in this one. Of course, they tried, but they were very, very unfortunate with how things unfolded next. But as we take a look at the overall standings, so Godstrain, they've been increasing the tally. Everybody has played 10 games now. 95 points is where Godstrain are sitting at. And Mysterious 4, that's the threshold for now, 63. But look at Rising Inferno. Yes, exactly. They have squeezed in inside the top 4. However, the difference is not too high, not too low there, because then we see the next segregation happening from Insane to Hyderabad Hydras, 85 to 72. So that's one mark. In fact, even Rising Inferno still stands a chance. One good game and they could go right at the top spot.
That's the thing, right? The overall standings are still extremely fragile. Even if you get 8 points in the upcoming game, you can still find yourself in quite a decent spot. So, in my opinion, getting one good game and then just fumbling up the matches is not going to do the job. If you get a good game, you need to back it up with consistency, and that's the only thing that's going to pin your spot down, because every other team as well in the overall standings, they're giving it all they've got. Even for Reckoning Esports, look at them sitting on 48 points. They're not too far away from being on the 9th.
Listen, to be honest, this is barely negligible difference that we're witnessing. Just a mere point separating. So anybody has a good game will instantly climb inside the top 8. So not a lot of points separating, but this is where the concerns get real, right? For Soul, for OG, for Godhell, and it all comes down, right? First day also they were in the similar spot. Back at it. It's basically down to square one.
Even for Soul, OG, and Godlike, they get 10 points in the upcoming game, they instantly are around 9th or 10th spot. So that's how close the overall standings are. Yeah, it seems pretty bad on paper, but generally speaking, it's not extremely bad. It's still recoverable since you've got a few more games to go today, and tomorrow you've got 4 more games to play. So that's enough to keep yourself in a good spot in the overall standings. And if you're good enough, you can also maintain that good spot.
See, the only problem that's been quite evident for all these 3 teams is they have not really found their footing. We haven't even seen a single game where we could say that Soul, OG, or Godlike are looking really comfortable. They are controlling the situation. That hasn't been there, right? So unless and until they find that, so they need that one big game, or at least need that consistency. That is not there from these 3 teams. That's what's been bugging me.
And we also need the consistency from you guys. So move on towards the game. Play a lot of games, actually, so you can contribute towards the realme BMPS 2025 prize pool and amp it up by a notch. Because once again, the more you keep on playing the game, you will also be earning those exploration points. Those exploration points will be helping you complete the milestones. And the moment you do so, you can also unlock free in-game cosmetics. And while doing all of that, you're also contributing towards the prize pool of the BMPS. So what are you waiting for? Hop inside of the game, play the game right now, and help us as well improve this tournament and amp up that prize pool. Once again, back towards the conversation that we're having, right? Now, since we're seeing so many newer names actually give quite a tough comeback, or maybe you can't say a tough challenge to these known names, I am pretty sure it's going to get even worse as the games keep on passing by.
Yeah, it has been happening. You know, even the undergods have been struggling the ones, but so much more left. 3 more matches. All of it after this very short little break.
Kia, movement that inspires.
in a day of chaotic comebacks, we are seeing teams finally get themselves into the heat of actions. A lot of early battles, and this will go on just with the halfway marker of today, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to another game of Sanhok. This time, I've got along with me ICA. ICA, of course, I would want to know your thoughts on how teams are finally starting to take those early fights. We will get to that, but before that, a huge shout out once again to this sexy phone on my hands, the realme GT7. You know, we have been talking about the features. You can check out this sexy color. Looks even better with the lights on. It's got that shine. It's available on Amazon. Do check it out. Now, back to discussion, IC. What were your thoughts about the previous game?
We have to start talking about the teams that are performing the West. In this case, the undergods are definitely stepping out of comfort zones today. So we saw a little bit of resurgence coming from BO7S. We saw a little bit of resurgence coming in from Do or Die as well. We saw a little bit of resurgence coming from Learn from Past. I feel like today itself in particular, it's all about the teams that are not the known teams. And that is going to be the direction that, again, there is a huge possibility where the realme BMPS is going to be the generation for the next generation of pro BGMI players. And of course, we can see Rising Inferno Esports detect the chicken dinner in the previous game, Learn from Past, and also BO and 7S. But now in the map of Sanhok once more, we will see Hero Xtreme Godlike make a fight once more coming from Group A. We have Reckoning Esports. We also have VOLCANO, BO 7S as well. But interesting enough, at least for VOLCANO Esports, they won the first time the engagement against Wyld Fangs, but just now it was a complete shutdown by Wyld Fangs.
Yeah, I mean, Wyld Fangs have been having quite a role, especially the two games that they have played. They were quite exceptional. They'll be taking a little bit of a backseat. They'll be coming into play next. However, I see we've got the likes of Learn from Past, Troiter Millions, 8-Bit, all of them making an entrance. Team Insane, they've been quite confident. They have been playing really good. But yes, Wyld Fangs, this is one of those known teams that has done quite well so far, if you ask me. OG was looking aggressive. Miramar was a great game, but again, falling down. But Godlike, major cause of concern. Sanhok, they look lost, man.
Yeah, they definitely do as well. Even so as well, they were struggling to actually find some sort of points, and feels like the fight for survival is getting a little bit more desperate as well, as the breeding room or space or time is slowly ticking away, especially now we are down towards game 4 of today itself. So that means a majority of the teams will only have 2 more games left after today's games are over as well. So in these 2 games, it needs to be a big game coming from each and every single team that is fighting for a nice final shot for tomorrow, because we are down towards 6 games left. And in these 6 games, they need a massive accumulated points of minimum 110 points to get into the top 8.
And especially where they are at, they need to average at least around 13 to 14 points every single game. So all those teams around that 15 to 24th position, they'll have to be looking for the big chicken dinner as the game is just about to begin. It is again a familiar map of Sanhok that teams from Group A have already partaken in, but Group C, they've been watching from the sidelines, so anything can happen. You've got those big names. Everybody wants those chicken dinners, but who gets it as the mystery unfolds? As ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time that we charter through the rainforest. The flight path trajectory, folks, is all the way from cow to dock. A lot on the line. Let's find out who gets the chicken dinner.
Well, seems to me we do have our first departure here. It's going to be Rising Inferno Esports on screen as they take a little bit of an early exit here as they head in towards, well, actually not Rising Inferno. It's actually Shockwave is heading towards Alpha Island. We do see Rising Inferno also going to be dropping onto his cow. As mentioned by Fixes as well, the circle, actually, the flight path is going to be coming from the northeast corner of Cow and then ending towards the southwest corners of Dogs. Pretty eastern flight path for some of these teams, but Hero Xtreme Godlike, they will go back towards their hometown from before. It is going to be Paradise, no God Street in this game.
And even in the previous one, when we saw that both Wyld Fangs and Godstream were there, they had to make do with the split that Mysterious 4 have been working with. And in return, did not have a lot of util to work around with, not a lot of resources, and eventually we all saw how they got taken down in a jiffy by their arch nemesis. But eyes out for the circle. We have seen a lot of southern circles, I see, and I'm at this point, I want to see something different. Because look at this, now the southern islands have become so much cluster up. You do not see a lot of teams around the mainland, so it's going to be interesting. Alibaba Raiders, they've got a nice little spread to work with, and still a southern circle though, but a tinge towards the eastern side. So 8-Bit, the likes of DOD, Alibaba Raiders, will be quite happy.
8-bit is going to be very happy about this. This is home ground for them. Circle definitely going to be favoring them onto his cave. They do have a little bit of advantage there if they play around there, especially for first circle. If they call dibs for quarry, it's great, but again, first circle in quarry pretty much puts you in one of the most awkward spots to be in. You kind of want to make your entry in as soon as the quarry circle kind of shows himself. So not exactly the spot you kind of want to be in. Of course, east of quarry is a great spot to actually hunker down. I think Aquanox was already in the vicinity. If they move up the hill and take those, I would say those watchtowers is going to give them a slight advantage to work with. So as of yet, that's going to be 8-bit's game plan, but from on screen, we do see Reckoning Esports also making a little bit of a cleanup on the northeast side. So they are going to be clearing every segments from the northeast side before making the entry point. Reckoning Esports having a pretty okay-ish performance as well in the previous game. And this might be the bounce back they need as well. 54 points. And think about this, right? 110 is where you want to be or want to have at least for a safety point to qualify into the grand finals here. And as of yet, nobody's safe.
Yeah, at this point, nobody's really safe. Maybe Godstrain a little close to that, but even for BO7s, imagine they started this day off with a nice chicken dinner. Previous game could not do much. 0 points, they got eliminated, so kind of took the wind off their sails. So they need to also find some recovery, but I'm actually impressed with Reckoning. And now that you bought them up, if you remember, they've always been those late bloomers, right? They start on, they do whatever on earth they want to, and suddenly, when they realize, oh, we need to qualify, they start getting those big points.
Yeah. In this case, BO7S having a great start here. They are in 9th position. Yes, in previous game wasn't really that great, but with that chicken dinner today early on, it does give them a huge opportunity to push in the top 8. So tomorrow, it is going to be a very, very close call coming from them, especially from BO7S. Of course, learn from past. Also going to be looking for a major comeback themselves. But on screen, we do see Xtreme Godlike making an early exit from Paradise Resort. Barely 3 minutes in.
Yeah.
They've looted up everything. And Punk, Punk actually opting to go loot out Bun. It's a place that nobody goes to. Like people always dodge Bun just because of the fact that it's so exposed. It's just not worth looting up anything down there as well.
No, I feel like it's just a pit stop. I feel like they're on the hunt,
definitely.
actually. So they're going after Alibaba Raiders. Maybe they've done their due diligence. They have come in research that Alibaba Raiders likes that widespread. So if they can isolate one of their players, that could be really helpful. Get some early finish and get that eastern control. I think that is what Godlike is intending to. But Team Insane Esports. Now, this is a team that has been quite consistent. They have dipped down a little bit, but not too much, right? Just a couple of points separating them. Even if they have a good time in this one, could easily squeeze onto that top spot. And if you want to be at the top of your game, of course, you got to check out the realme GT7. Does house the iSense graphene rear cover, which helps you to stay cool in these heated situations.
Well, of course, check it out on Amazon as well. Better get it now if you want that smooth, uninterrupted gameplay in BGMI. But look at this.
What a blockade.
Okay, Equinox actually gets spotted out on the roof. And no, wait, Alibaba Raiders, they were looking at the roof. They drove by. We caught a glimpse, but Toy wasn't able to find the opening, but he's in a lot of trouble. He needs backup now. Equinox is going to be from the flank here, but Alibaba Raiders catch a glimpse of Toy, gets a couple of attacks in, and they do get the confirmation. That's going to be the knock coming true. Toy going to be confirmed. Equinox not able to respond to this. He's cooking up the nade. Alibaba Raiders now might play spoilers here for 8-bit. Now another nade comes through, doesn't make it across. Equinox misses the grenade toss as well. Fraganoop gets tagged from the sides, but while this is happening, there is third parties tap firing from afar, which may put them at a complete dead stop here in terms of fight.
It's going to be an interesting one. Alibaba Raiders, they're in dire need of points, just sitting at mere 35. So surely they'll have to force this one. 8-bit cornered, all 3 players. And yeah, Chris does not have any grenades to work with. I'm starting to hope if Fragger or somebody else does. Other side, we see 2 OP officials again in the fight, but look at this. Team Godlike, they've heard that commotion, and they're just lying in wait for this fight to actually take place, and they might look on third-partying this one. As Raiden, he musters up some courage. A grenade lobbed at Fragger's direction. Oh, misses.
Very nice cheeky angle coming from Raiden. Unfortunately, doesn't clip him, but
there
at the same time, Wanted goes for the third party. It is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike. They find someone from Alibaba Raiders, and now 8-bit is going to capitalize. Fraganoop almost getting tagged out pretty low. White Tiger trying to refract away this fight, but Chris finds an half angle, takes Raiden out. They get the 1-for-1 trade, but Alibaba Raiders now, ooh, okay. Somrush scares him off with the shotties, immediately backs off. A bit down towards a 2-man roster as Alibaba Raiders sneaks up and take position away. He needs those boosts, he needs those mobility as well. 8-bit, they're taking some serious heavy fire, not just from Hero Stream Godlike, but also from Mysterious 4 from the horizon.
This is interesting because we really came in contemplating that this could be an easy game for 8-bit, and look at how times have changed. Down to their final 2, Alibaba Raiders also scared to death, but look at that on the sidelines. Team Shockwave, they've been dealt with. Seems like Liability has pulled off a beautiful clutch. But coming back to this fight, I'm starting to ponder if Godlike is actually going to press matters. Still waiting though. Still waiting for this fight to resume. As Aquanox a little out in the open. Somraj. Oh my god.
They have to reposition.
Yeah.
Oh no, Aquanox is pretty much exposed at the back as well. He's going to make a mad dash. 8-bit says, you know what, there's just too many people. Let's get the heck out of there. Seems like they are going to be able to exit safely, but as soon as I say this, they might run into Reckoning as well. In front of crosshairs of each other. Viper just right behind him. Looks like 8-bit may look to try and slam him, but just not worth it. But they do find a small little shack. The circle actually shifts down southeast. So that's why they actually reposition for center control. So 8-bit in a small little shack, and Viper's got the perfect cover to work with as well. Somraj says, you know what, let's back the hell out. He's left Aquanox inside. And guess what? Do they know that Aquanox has been left behind is going to be the question here.
Yeah, they know.
But Reckoning Esports, he's just going to double check as well from Viper. He wants to make sure that there's nobody inside. But Viper repositions. And you can see just so many gunshots being flown across this map. Everyone is trying to get into safety now.
Yeah, 2 people came in with that buggy, only 1 left. That was quite evident. As even for Reckoning, they kind of reposition in this one. But an interesting fight building up over here down south. Team Insane going up against Mysterious 4. All the players of Team Insane trooped up together, whilst Mysterious 4, they've got a compound each to themselves. And just to make things a little bit more spicy, we've got Hyderabad Hydras on the hill, Snowjot. Breaking up the sticky grenade. Just ensuring that he gets the angle right. And of course, the projectile has to be perfect. You cannot mess around with that. But for Mysterious 4, they're really not getting feisty over here. They know they're still inside the circle at a good position. But this is a replay of 2 OP going up against Shockwave, where Liability, he single-handedly crushed out the entire team. That's a beautiful play coming out.
That is so far
Around
away.
the bridges, yeah.
Liability, what a cover fire from so far away. Insane shots here, but 2 OPA official, they won't hang on. But based on this performance as well, you can see every single team, they're struggling just because of the fact that this is a circle that may or may not hit towards the docks vicinity. And so far, there's not a lot of teams that are expecting to circle down towards docks, but the moment it shifts down there, it is going to be a choke spot where Do or Die is going to be able to gatekeep a lot of teams. But based on what we know right now, Do or Die and Rising Inferno Esports is going to be the gatekeepers, and 4TR has snuck in from the south side, from the docks themselves. So every single other team is pretty much going to come in from the main entrance. But again, Circle hasn't exactly showed that they are going to be heading towards docks yet. It's still somewhere around the cave vicinity. As 2 OP official coming from the west side, they have to find an entry point. And Troy Tamilan Esports still laying low from the southwest corner. Does see a horse in front of him. Bought fire. Very tempted to actually take it though.
Okay.
Yeah, this might be a bait. Troy Tamilan. As soon as that horse gets picked up, Troy Tamilan Esports has got the perfect line of sight. It's a very small window for Mac, but if he gets those connections, that guy is pretty much done for.
It's kind of can be back to the old slower pace of Sanhok. Not much happening here. Everybody lying in wait to see where the circle heads next. It goes towards the eastern side. Reckoning have got a nice area to themselves. 8-bit, they still have the center, but not the luxury of having the numbers.
Yeah, they
Learn
have
from
center.
past. Look at them. Learn from past, are in a good spot. Godlike though, just outside the circle. Do they force that fight against Alibaba?
I think Hero
Raiders?
Extreme Godlike's got a lot of space to work with. If
Yeah,
they
they
dodge and they come in from the northeast corner, it's not exactly a great spot to be in. It's kind of open, but it does give them that sneaky approach to actually sneak into his Kampong, because Kampong will be very, very busy fighting the teams down to the south side or in the center as well. Yes, they do have a clear line of sight, but it's so difficult to to peek through. And if you are able to sneak your way in, they should be fine.
Yeah, if you just notice, there's that one compound just south of Lakavi, not to the zone, which is up for grabs. If Godlike can secure that, then they can be alive for another circle. They'll have their backlines clear. That could be really good. But look at VOLCANO Esports. Okay, on adventure. One of the players sitting over the vehicle. That's something we have seen happen quite a lot in classic games, but in competitive.
Well, we've seen it a few times. It was actually done by Myth Official.
All right.
Majority of the time is actually Myth Official. This is a plot twist here coming from VOLCANO. They just need to get into zone very, very quickly. Stage 3 is starting to hurt. 1 minute 30 before stage 4 begins. So that means it is going to hurt tenfold. So as of yet, they're trying their best to get into safety. That's going to be a desperate attempt coming from VOLCANO Esports. Better than nothing. Better than nothing, to be honest. I'll say a very, very good decision. But Botfire, he actually took the horse, and now he's going to be out in open. Troy Tamilan Esports, they missed the timing. Botfire getting dropped down pretty low, but he does have some sort of cover. It seems like he's going to be stuck here. Lively, on the other hand, gets picked off by Ralphie from a different angle. And that's going to be shut down with 2OP Official. And while this is happening here, BO7S, where is this shot coming from? This is a very far-fetched shot from all the way from Charlie Island themselves. It's across the horizon, across the cove, but they themselves are having a little bit of run-in themselves. The Roki walking up into the shack. Botfire in there. He knows there's someone there. Nades are coming through. The Roki getting chipped up pretty low. Botfire trying to survive this. Does nade connect? Yes, it does, but not the full-blown finish, though.
Yeah, I mean, for BO7s, they still have the numbers, right? And they're gonna press matters. Look at this, Botfire. Not the healthiest right now. Yes, the zone is also not really favoring them, but the Roki, despite that, he's managed to secure one. Has yet to get inside the circle as fights are breaking out. Ghostface does find a knock onto his Ranveer. As Troy Tamilans atop the hills, they've got their eyes pincered. The players of BO7's Dusty, almost on the verge of collapse. And the zone also doing so much damage elsewhere. Even Godlike fighting it out against Alibaba Raiders. As now S-Power out in the open at Minnow, almost on the verge of a collapse. He's getting shot left and right, trying to bob and weave. Not too much avail, but Jonathan also gets picked off. That's a backstab, I see.
My goodness, VOLCANO, they heard the timing. They are here to rack up some points, and now Hero Stream Godlike, the entire hope, the fans' expectations solely depend on Admino's performance right now. This is not a great day for Hero Extreme Godlike. As Admino now in one of the worst possible positions to be in. And Jonathan gets confirmed to the Blaze Zone. Alibaba Raiders gonna make sure that they do not come in. Quarry coming in from Admino. VOLCANO somehow snuck through. Third party Hero Extreme Godlike, the worst possible timing, but best possible timing for them. But BO7S, look at this. The Roki somehow still survives this. Sneaks out to Troy Tamilan, finds the opener. Ralphie dropping down very low. He's looking for those confirmations. Gets a couple spray. And now Mac is trying to go in for the defense. Unfortunately, no confirmation for the Roki. As Troy Tamilan is able to reset this fight.
He's finally put to rest. This man was getting very blood hungry. He was getting very ambitious there. But for BO7's, Ghostface still alive though. Look at Troy Tamilans. Still have 3 players. And just 2 finishes secured. 8-bit. They're still alive, I see. And that's absurd. A team that was on the verge of an early exit. They've somehow managed to survive. As for VOLCANO. Hold on. Chris and White Tiger. A 2-piece. And suddenly even VOLCANO, they get wiped out.
Yeah, Alibaba Raiders gets a 6-piece in this game. 6 finish points in the bag. A massive game coming from them, but BO7S, only Ghostface remains. They tried their best to find a little bit entry point, but only Ghostface was able to find some sort of cover. And that cover is only a bush and a rock, and right at the tippity edge of the zone. So it's a very, very good hiding spot. Unfortunately for him, not a lot of team is going to be hitting that direction there. As you can see, the fight for the center continues. 8-bit having control of the center. Aquanox and Somraj still fending off the rest of the wall. While on stream, we do see Insane now getting pushed from Mysterious 4, but the disengage from Mysterious 4, not wanting to risk this. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for Mysterious 4, they really aren't taking those risks, right? They know they still have the circle's coverage to themselves. Of course, Mysterious 4 have more compounds over here. Now the circle has shifted out. And this is going to be interesting. Still inside the zone, though. All these teams from the south, 40R, they've got to make a move. As elsewhere, learn from past. They have that entire northern area to themselves. On the northeast, we've got Reckoning, but interesting. Atom, he's going to deploy a smoke, and I think Insane are a little on the edge of the circle. They'll have to make a movement.
Oh no.
But Troy Tamilans and 8-Bit fighting it out. Aquinox down on his knees as Ralphie, he makes an appearance.
Oh, what a save from Somraj as well. Aquinox still knock. But at the same time, Troy Tamilan Esports, they're going to be looking to try and fight him. Som wants to try and pick up Aquinox. He is very close, but there is still a lot of vouchers around him. It's not just Troy Tamilan. There's also do or die. Somraj, he definitely needs to keep himself low. Lay low for a bit before things get out of hand. Aquinox, he needs his compadre if you want to have some sort of fighting chance. There's only so much he can do, and somehow Aquinox was able to sneak in safety. This might be the reset, and yes, this is going to be the reset coming from 8-Bit. Troy Tamilan Esports, they will also reset map on the horizon, and that's going to be the full reset coming through. But Ghostface, on the other hand, was taken out as BO7S will bow in 12th place on the other side of the map.
Oh, look at this. 40R out in the open. Pain is live. Cannot inflict pain anymore. As Hyderabad Hydras, yet so consistent, but now they also know they have to get in the zone. INF God being dealt with as Hyderabad Hydras are infuriated. And this time, DOD right in front of them as they will be hoping for a march in. So let's see what happens next.
All the solo warriors has been taken out. It's a little bit unfortunate as well. Even Admino will fall out by Hero Extreme Godlike.
Som's still alive though.
Oh, Som somehow still survives that. Aquinox was confirmed despite the reset coming through. Not exactly sure what happened in that scenario. But Hyderabad Hydras, they're making good here. They clean out the southeast corner. They have perfect angles on Reckoning Esports, and now it is going to be a defense from the fight. Viper doesn't know what Sean is coming in from as well, but Hyderabad Hydras, with this attack coming in, they are going to lose a vehicle themselves. As the UAC is about to explode, Hyderabad Hydras, they have to push through next phase of zone, and zone shifts down south here. Again, Somraj still having center control somehow.
Look at this.
Mysterious 4 still at the stalemate, and Fragger actually got out. Adi got picked up from the sides. Fragger goes for the off-angle flank, and now played Insane. What was going on here? Team Insane. Okay.
Yeah, they take an exit. It's fine. Now the circle has finally decided to shift its way. And now even Mysterious 4 feels like they aren't safe either. Do or die. They have the zone though. And now they know that Mysterious 4, they just wiped out Team Insane. So they're going to take a chance. They've got vehicles to work around with. Shots being taken. Balu a little impatient. But now Hyderabad Hydras capitalizing on this. Ninja gets a knock onto its Omega. So at this point, I see DOD, they've got their hands full. So Mysterious 4, no. All they've got to do is go for the slam in, and that is exactly what they have done. As DOD, they retreat from that, and now they focus their attention on the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Up niche on the lower grounds. The spotted Sarvit out will get a knock there. Can he get a knock on Mox? No, is going to be the answer. Mox still surviving the IGL himself. Taking matters to his own hands, will eventually fall. As they or die, do manage to clutch it out, but still Mysterious 4 in the nearby vicinity.
Oh, they haven't exactly gotten an exit as well. Do or die somehow defends this. Snowjawed already ahead. They are dealing with a different separate team so far. We're down towards the final 7 teams inside this game. Reckoning Esports seems to be in prime position to take this game away from the rest of the pack. They've got 4-man strong coming from the east side. Do or die also coming from the south side. The circle is about to shift them out. So they need to push through. Mysterious 4 needs to be cleaned out, but Snowjawed in the front lines making a surprise entrance here. Gonna pummel onto his learn from pass. He's looking for those confirmation, and now Snowjawed is hesitant to continue even more just because of the fact that his teammates are pretty much down as well. He needs to push through, but he's only got 14 bullets. Oh boy. Ooh. And while this is happening as well, Ralphie's in light. But
Som is still alive.
Seems to be in a very awkward spot as well. Dion, he doesn't know he's there, but finally shows himself. Dion also missing the shot. It's going to be a game of patience. Somraj against Reckoning. He's going to try and bait for it as well. Tags comes through. Somraj dropping down low. He's going to be surrounded. He gets flushed through. Reckoning Esports cleans him out finally, as 8-Bit tried their best, but they will bow out on 6th position. Very, very decent position points here from 8-bit. Reckoning Esports in prime position to clutch things out big time. Balu gets confirmed. Reaper on the sides. Max going to be cleaning out all the edges here, as they need to push through very, very soon. This circle getting too small. Not enough space. Even Mysterious Ford is going to be taking jabs in. Now the nades come in. Reaper, oh, he might walk into the nade. Okay, he's fine, he's fine.
Yeah, it's still fine. I mean, at this point, Reckoning almost on the verge of securing a chicken dinner. A very good game so far is what they have built up for themselves. But look at Ralphie. When does he decide to open up? Has learned from past Silopi. He's got his eyes glued on the players of Reckoning. As Dionysus, he finally falls. This is the cue. This is where they march in. And Gravity needs to save the day. But unfortunately, he falls. As Reckoning are down to their final player. It has to be their substitute. It has to be Max, who does majority of the job. As learned from past, suddenly they've turned the tides, they've turned the tables. As now Max, doing whatever
nice
needed to survive, survives the Molotov. For how long? That's the question.
Oh, Reaper, he's got him done. And Reckoning Esports, they may have had prime position to go shut down and learn from past. Again, a stellar performance coming from the north. They've got 12 finishes. This might be the comeback they need. Learn from past. Just might be able to have the biggest comeback here today itself. Another chicken dinner in the bag. Ralphie making a little bit salvation points. 2 versus 1. It's Troy Tamilan Esports now. Odds and favor all on towards Ralphie. He finds a point. Down towards the top 2. But look at this. They're not exactly a great position as well. Dope. Drop down pretty low. Sticky bomb is there. Where's the explosion? He comes through, but no connection. Now the sprays, but the zone. Ralphie is down towards last right. He gets the tap. He's looking for the knock. And he gets one. One more is all he needs. And he gets the chicken dinner. He snatches it away. What a comeback from Ralphie. What a steal. Troy Tamilan Esports takes the chicken dinner. Steals it away from Learn From Past. What a performance from Ralphie.
I still cannot get my heads around what on earth was Dope doing tucked in on the grounds like that. But regardless, Troy Tamilan's a comeback and a half, 7 finishes. And yes, this young man, Ralphie, he seems to have done the job for his team. A much needed comeback. 7 finishes, 17 points. And from where Troy Tamilan's were at, especially not having the best of starter today, this is a nice recovery and could have been a back-to-back chicken dinner from Learn From Past, stolen away.
Well, definitely stolen away as well here, but a big, big win still coming in from Learn From Past. Troy Tamilan Esports now having a little bit of hope here to try and make a comeback themselves here in day 3 of semifinals, week 2 itself. It seems like a lot of emotions are being played across every single fans in every single part of India itself, because there's just so much happening as well. Teams just doing really well. BO7S almost making a little bit of recovery, playing spoil sports for Troy Tamilan Esports. And look at this. This is the moment where Ralphie was not. If he got confirmed there, Ralphie would not have made it that far.
You know, this was a bizarre game actually. You know, very weirdly based. We were seeing fights. Suddenly there was a standstill. Suddenly there was something happening. Alibaba Raiders were off to a really good start. And eventually they also got taken down. Team Insane did not have a lot of options, were out of men, and Mysterious 4 took a lot of control. But Reckoning, this was again one of those games where we thought the build-up was there. They could get that chicken dinner, but eventually they were denied as well. Learn From Past played exceptionally well in that situation. But towards the end, even 8-bit, Somraj and Aquanox did try to survive for long, Somraj especially. But yeah, there was so much he could do. But in this moment, you know, I want to get back to that final fight, right? Want to see what was Dope really up to, because Dope did not have the best of HPs, but Learn From Past actually had those numbers. All they had to do was for them to really just double down and go push on him. They failed and Ralphie succeeded.
Yeah, Dope was just an awkward spot as well. He was spamming with shotties. I think he ran out of ammunition. He was stuck in an animation lock trying to stand up and swap his guns at the same time. And that's where Ralphie was able to pick him off. So nicely done coming from Ralphie. Very, very well-needed Dean coming from Troy Tamilan Esports to try and make a bounce back themselves. But now, Sanhok is over for today itself. So this is where things get a little bit more spicy as well. Can the top teams actually make a comeback. So far, we've seen a little bit of bounce back from Learn From Past, a top 8 contender from round 1, qualifying to semifinals, kicked down in week 2 itself, and now today making one of the biggest comebacks possible from them.
And Learn From Past are no more the undergods, right? We've even seen them in past. Former Wind God, they have been doing very well from Learn From Past. Of course, do not have the biggest orgs backing, but it's fine. They're still doing good. Nice recovery. If you look at the bigger picture, a chicken dinner, second position, not too shabby. They've secured a lot of points, but I'm really concerned about some other teams. We'll get there, but a look at the MVP will be Chris from Alibaba Raiders. So 4 finishes for him, 781 points of damage. Would be hoping that, yes, had he secured a couple of more finishes, that could have been much better.
A small little recovery coming from Alibaba Raiders himself. Joining him here on the top 5, we have also Yash from Learn From Past, with Gravity from Reckoning Esports, with Ralphie from Troy Tamilan Esports, and also Dope from Learn From Past. Ralphie definitely deserves the MVP because he was the one to snatch away the chicken dinner from everyone and take a win for Troy Tamilan Esports. A very, very important one at that as well, considering the fact that Troy Tamilan Esports has been in the gutter for the past few days so far. And this upcoming match, is it going to give them enough points? Yes, it will. It does give them 17 points. Learn From Past with 18 points. Reckoning Esports with 12. Duo Die with 10. Mysterious 4 with 8. Alibaba Raiders with 8. Hyderabad Hydras with 4. 2 OP with 4. So a massive game coming for Duo Die, Reckoning, Troy, and also Learn From Past.
So Hyderabad Hydras and 8-bit can live with this. 2 OP officials, they need to push through, but look at Godlike. I mean, now it's just getting so much more difficult. They've played 2 games, just, this is the first point they have actually secured, because in the previous game they had nothing for themselves. So this is not looking good actually at this point for Hero Xtreme Godlike at all.
Yeah, Hero Xtreme Godlike seems like they are kind of in a downhill for sure as well, because
literally spiraling down.
Yeah, it's literally getting out of hand as well. The pressure is getting immense here, especially the expectation coming from Hero Xtreme Godlike. But if you guys don't want to spiral out of control, guess what? You guys need a good device, and that is going to be the Realme GT7.
Yeah.
But after you play the game, and when you have the Realme GT7, you guys got to play a lot of BGMI.
Yes.
Because why? The more you play, the more you will help the Realme BMPS prize pool increase. And of course, in Discovery Island itself, we have a lot of missions in-game. And those missions will help you contribute to the Realme BMPS prize pool. So the more you play, the more you achieve, you are going to be unlocking amazing rewards from the game itself. And also help increase the prize pool of the tournament by the end of the tournament itself.
Yes, and like IC said, of course, I'm the one who needs to thank you for that. 3 crores completed. 1 more crore. You guys can do it. I know you've been watching and you've been enjoying and you always wanted to be a part to contribute into the esports community. So here's your golden opportunity. Please help us in pushing the prize pool to 4 crores. It's going to be amazing.
It's funny how you're thanking them. Just, you personally thanking them as if the 3 crores is going to be in your pocket. We're here to help the players.
I wish that were the case, but me being one of the hopeful persons, one of the good Samaritans, hoping that there is a better future, as now we've already crossed the record. The highest prize pool ever for a BGMI tournament has happened. We can twofold it, right? Why not make it double? So 2 crores, we've seen it. 3 crores is there. 4 crores is definitely on the horizon. But that being said, so 4 games done and dusted, folks. Now we'll be cutting short for a very short little break. After this, 2 more teams, 2 more groups will be playing. So we'll be right back. You don't go anywhere.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BMPS 2025. This is going to be the semi-finals week 2. You guys are currently watching the English podcast. My name is ICBB12 at your service. Joined with me is Necro as we take you through the next games in the map of Miramar. This upcoming match is going to be Group B and also Group C going up against each other. It is going to be the final 2 games of the day. Second last game. It is going to be very, very intense here, Necro.
We are seeing a lot of comebacks, but not from the fan-favorite names, right? We're not seeing a lot of comebacks coming in from Hero Xtreme. Godlike, no comeback so far from Seoul either. OG showcasing some signs of life, but those life are not enough, man. In the map of Miramar, OG did really good, but that performance was clearly not enough since the overall standings are still pretty fragile.
Yes, exactly. But at the same time as well, for you guys watching at home, if you guys want to have a smooth, uninterrupted gameplay of BGMI, you guys got to check out the Realme GT7. It is currently out in the market. You can search it up on Amazon. It does provide you 6 hours of stable 120 FPS in BGMI. Uninterrupted gameplay while you're fragging out in the lands of BGMI itself. Maybe in Erangel, maybe in Miramar, maybe in Sanhok. You guys got to check out the Realme GT7. So check it out on Amazon and buy now. Back in hand as well, Miramar itself is going to be a little bit tricky. This is where teams like Hero Xtreme Godlike, teams like OG, teams like Seoul, they won't have a lot of experience when it comes to playing this map in particular. But again, even though I say that in terms of experience, they have played a lot of games. At least every single team has played a minimum of 3 games thus far. And it is going to be a little bit tricky considering the fact that the fatigue, the morale, the momentum coming in towards this game is going to be very, very important.
Yeah, there's a big chance these guys might just be mentally exhausted, right? Since they're dealing with so much pressure, even from the fans, they need to live up to that name as well. There's so many expectations on this banner. There's a major chance they might just crack under that pressure too, but right now is not the time to break. In my opinion, they just need to man up. They just need to perform, and since it's such a massive banner as well, you expect to see them in the grand finals. If they are not going to be there, one thing is for sure, a lot of fans are going to be mad.
Exactly, but at the same time, so teams like BO7S, I feel like they are doing really, really well as well.
Decent,
they started the day really, really strong, but after that, as the day goes by, even though they're not doing that well, you can see that their mentality and their mood shift and the way they play still feels like, okay, you know what, we can still try, we can still do it kind of mentality. And it shows that it is a little bit of small hope here coming from teams like BO7S, but again, they are right at the border of top 8, almost crossing the top 8.
Yeah.
But they still have one more game later on. That's BO7S. But for today itself, this upcoming match, B and C, OG making a little bit of comeback, True Reapers making a little bit stable performance, God's Drain still at the top, God's Omen having a huge deeper performance today. I don't know what happened to them. Wyld Fangs made a bounce back though.
Yeah, still for OG, as I mentioned, the comeback that they made is not enough, man. They need a lot more points, and OG, this game might just be it. They need to dominate the second Miramar 2 of the day, and is that going to happen? It's still a big question mark, as the plane's going to hit the skies once again, starting all the way from Campo Militar towards the southern side, which is Valley Del Mar, and this plane fly path, once again, just dividing the map into 2 equal halves, but this time, it's also going to be quite forgiving for the teams. If they do want to move in towards El Pozo, it's going to be an easy stretch. If they do want to move in towards Impala, it's not going to be that tough of a stretch.
Now, speaking of another team here, I failed to mention, is going to be Tamilan Esports.
Yeah.
They got the chicken dinner courtesy because of Ralphie. It was small signs of life, but with that win coming in through Tamilan Esports, is that the momentum they need to come into the game? This is going to be very important for them. If they're feeling good, they're playing well, sure, let's go for it. Tamilan Esports is now or never if you want to clutch out those chicken dinners in this game. You need every single point. And Jux, on the other hand, they are having a huge slump coming from week 1 all the way to week 2. That's not the Jux that we kind of saw in terms of signs of hope when they were in the round 3 stages qualifying to semifinals.
But I'm still quite satisfied with Jux's performance, right? Since they have improved so much this time around, making it towards the semifinals. Jux was one of those teams that used to get eliminated in the early rounds, but now look at the improvement that we're seeing from a banner like Jux. Not just Jux, even 2OP Official. This was also one of those banners that used to get eliminated quite early in the stages, but this time around, they've made it till quite the late stage. And there's a big chance 2OP can actually make it to the land finals as well.
Exactly. It's very impressive as well. And in particular, I think Jux as well, in particular is Jax. He was under the banner of TWOB as a sub. TWOB could not qualify in the grand finals for BGIS. But now, when he's out, he's playing here. He made it here at the same spot, but TWE is in the grand finals.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jax, but yeah.
But improvement is there, right, on the banner of Jux, which is, of course, a great thing. And maybe in the upcoming tournaments, Jux can as well be a part of the grand finals because it's an uphill graph that's going for Jux. But it's not a good sign for teams like Seoul. It's just getting worse every single tournament they're playing. And even the same thing can be said for Hero Xtreme Godlike at this point.
Yeah, that's a little bit interesting as well. But from a perspective, OG, they safely made it through Masera once more. No contention, nothing super major. I don't think we are going to be seeing a lot of major fights coming in from them. The OG currently in 45 position. They made a little bit of comeback today. But by the end of tomorrow, they need to somehow secure 110 points. So it is going to be a huge gap of lead here, considering that now the top 8's cutoff is somewhere around 69 points. It will get higher. It was like 80, 90 points, but it is going to be very, very tough to catch up now if they don't have a massive performance now.
It's so hard to believe that a team like OG is actually in a bad spot. It's really tough to believe. This team was dominating BGIS. This team was dominating the initial rounds of BMPS as well.
Yeah.
And now in the week 2 on the verge of elimination.
I think OG was top 3 as well for GIS.
Yeah, they were.
The grand finals as well. They were the top contenders. And even Hero Extreme Godlike was number 2, and now they're actually at the bottom as well.
And in the round 1 of this tournament itself, OG was untouched on the first spot.
Yeah, untouchable.
With the most amount of points. And now that transition, oh, it's dicey. Not looking too good. But hopefully if they do manage to secure one chicken dinner with a lot of points, there's still a big chance they might just bring back to life. But honestly speaking, that's still quite a rare circumstance we're speaking of. 8-Bit is one of those teams that's been consistently improving. They're so good at taking space. They're so good at taking control in the Smack Center.
Every single time 8-Bit has played, even though they did not qualify directly to semifinals, they qualified from round 1 to round 3. They have been the most consistent team thus far. We have never seen them kind of fumbled at any stages of the tournament so far. Yes, a couple of dips here and there, but always they are consistent. And that's something that I'm really surprised about 8-Bit. Is it a team effort or is it just the IGLing? But something about 8-Bit just doesn't feel right, because this is the same performance that they had during BGIS as well.
Yeah.
Very low-key, very under the radar, but after lifting the trophy, all eyes is on 8-Bit. And you realize that, wait a minute, 8-Bit is actually very consistent.
Yeah, they seem like a well-oiled machine, just like Godlike as of now. They did fumble up in the week 1, but the week 2 has been incredible. And the same thing can be said for Godlike too. Mysterious 4 on the screen, traversing through the open grounds. This is also one of those newer names that's been doing pretty good for themselves. For the first time, we're seeing a banner like Mysterious 4 make it towards the semifinals. It's quite a big feat they've achieved. But if they do manage to qualify towards the grand finals, which they of course can, and they're extremely close, currently sitting on the 7th spot with 71 points, then for Mysterious 4, that will be a statement made.
Yeah, definitely a statement here. But Mysterious 4, definitely going to be in a little bit of a dicey situation. We saw a little bit of improvements coming from them, especially for today. They are currently in the top 7. Mysterious 4, a team super underrated right now. And Snowjohn has been one of the stars coming from Mysterious 4, opening up a lot of fights here. And we're talking about stars coming from True Rippers. Obviously, we have talked about Jelly multiple times. Kyo Lamau, definitely a player that really stood out during the BGIS and also the earlier stages of round 1 for BMPS.
True.
But now, in the semifinal stages, it seems like Kyo Lamau hasn't been able to go on fire. And I think the only one time that I saw him really do well was yesterday's game 1 in the Miramar Erangel map.
It's not just Kilamau, it's the entirety of True Rippers, and it's been the main problem with Jelly too. Jelly's always had that tag of being a choker, especially when it matters the most. When he used to IGL Godlike 2 in the later stages, Jelly was never able to bring in the performance. Even in the grand finals of PGIs, when it mattered the most, True Rippers ended up choking things. And now, since the pressure is all-time high, once again it feels like True Rippers is choking a lot more under that pressure. But hopefully, True Rippers can recover. They're not a bad spot. They're on the 15th spot in the overall standings. They can still claim a few games to themselves and instantly catapult themselves for that finals.
Well, I think choking is a little bit too much, you know. But personally, I think right now, from what I think, is that all they need to do is just stick to basics, focus on the objective, and that is to score as many points as possible. Do what you can. If it's right, it's right. If it's not right, only time will tell. Because at the end of the day, consistency will help you in these runs. But so far, especially here in week 2, I don't think consistency is going to help them anymore because the stakes are so high. The competition has drastically improved. sticking to basics is not going to be enough.
You need big games. That's
Yeah.
the only thing that's going to save you. Since
Like-
the overall standings are so fragile,
Yeah.
so close, 1 or 2 points separating each other from instantly catapulting themselves towards a survival chance.
Yeah.
That's how close the overall standings are.
I think-
Even if a team manages to get 5 points, they can instantly be around that top 8.
Exactly. And in this case, God's Omen, their basics is not exactly... They don't really stick to basics. They always rely on individual brilliance where they calculate the odds, which is, hey, you know what? We have advantage, just push. We don't care. Like, we don't overthink. We just see what's in front of us, be in the present, and just fight. And that's what has been working out for them as well.
It feels like they do not really come with a pre-plan. Instead, they just adapt on the fly and come up with a plan on the fly itself.
Yeah. It's
And
because of that it's worked out.
Yeah, somehow it's working out. Now, usually we do speak of having a pre-plan, knowing exactly what you want to do, having a proper structure. Yes, makes a lot of sense, but maybe for the teams which have coaches, I guess. For a team like God's Omen, a completely new banner, they're able to adapt on the fly, which is, of course, a great quality to have. But at this point, Alibaba Raiders taking a bit of those shots from Sensei upon themselves, and I also would recommend you guys to check out the Kia Soros. It's a great vehicle with a lot of features. But once again, back towards the game itself. Wyld Fangs is also one of those teams that is definitely showcasing a bit of that sign of life. Previous couple of games, Wyld Fangs wasn't doing too bad. Even in that game of Sanhok, the first game of Sanhok today that we saw, Wyld Fangs had a lot of elimination points to back themselves up.
Yeah, this final 2 games is going to be very, very important for them as well. If they want to make a bounce back in this game itself, they need a massive performance in order to stage a comeback for the top 8, especially for the ride tomorrow itself. But seeing how the circle is going to shift, where is it going to go? It's going to go to the mountain terrains of Minas Gerais. So the mountain terrains on top or north side is going to be very happy. And unfortunately to say, Genesis is not in this game. And the mountains will be secured by True Rippers this time.
Yeah, True Rippers in this max center. Luckily enough for them, the zone just shifted right on top of them. God's Omen now, even they're going to be on the tail, trying to move in from the southern. Actually, now they have redirected themselves towards the left side. You do see 8-bit from the north side. Soul still haven't moved, and I think that's one of the main problems that Soul's facing. The late game rotations, they haven't really been working out for Soul.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward as well. Let's take a look at how things happen as well. Because 8-bit is going to be coming from north side. This is the first time we've seen them not having center priority now, just for today itself. Majority of the time they've gotten it center, but now on the edges, 8-bit, they have to fight their way through. This is a mountain terrain. It is very, very tricky to play. True Rippers will have full control of this zone. And also, teams coming from the west side, God's Omen, 4 Miracle, has one of the highest percentage to win this game because of the tendencies and the amount of games that has happened throughout this entire BMPS when the circle forms around Minas.
Interesting. Let's see, though, if the history can repeat itself or not. For God's Omen, it feels like since they have managed to achieve that hat-trick chicken dinner, they have been a little bit complacent. We haven't really seen the same sort of performance from God's Omen
From yesterday.
today.
Yeah.
So, yeah, one thing is for sure. For God's Omen, yesterday's day was a blast of a day. But if today is not going to be the replication or even a consistent day, God's Omen will slip out of that top 8.
Yeah, it might be possible as well. Seems like BMPS is starting to kind of shift its turn, especially for the Pro Series itself. It is the Pro Series. Things and odds of the gameplay is going to be very, very high. And as you can see, the skills and the stakes for the semifinals week 2 has tremendously become significantly tougher for each and every single team to find for a free chicken dinner.
But hey, today the most impressive have been Rising Inferno and Learn from Past.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Learn from Past getting a chicken dinner, and then now getting such a good game in the map of Sanhok. Learn from Past definitely has pulled off a major comeback.
Learn from Past started all the way. Oh wait, hold that thought for now. 8-bit, they find a pick here from Do or Die. That's going to be first finish in the hands of Raiden. And just like that, they find themselves some points. But back towards my point here as well. Learn from Past started from the almost near bottom of the pack. And now they are sitting on the 8th position here. That's the biggest jump today from a comeback here. Coming from Learn from Past.
And that's the funny part, right? Anki was asking me to make a prediction. And I recommended him say Learn from Past because I think today they're going to make a comeback. So Anki's prediction was technically mine.
Wow.
Yeah.
You just want to take credit for other people, huh?
Of course,
on
man. Why
official capacity, huh?
Why not, dude? I went with Soul. They're not doing too good, so might as well just
I went for Godlike. They didn't do well, too.
So,
I went for Godlike for 2 days straight.
Oh, no.
And
Maybe that's
not
one
2
of the
days
big
straight. The first day.
But have you noticed a pattern? Since Fixes is on the panel, Godlike is not doing too good.
Now we're just shifting blame, huh?
Well, I mean, look, I'm just saying the facts, right?
No, we're shifting blame. We're
No,
just
look.
trying to find make excuse, huh?
Week 1, first 2 days, Godlike was doing
Moving
insane.
on, let's talk about the game right now. Circle is going to be going in a circle as well. We can see True Ripper is going to be coming on the north side. It actually shifts away from Mina, so the craters on La Bendita is going to be the gameplay here. True Ripper is going to try and take the mountain terrain, Mysterious Fort in the middle, but it's no man's land. Meanwhile, OG has to push away from the southeast corner of the circle, and they might have a little bit run in here with both Learn from Past and also God's Rain, who's already inside the zone waiting for them.
Yeah, I mean, Learn from Past, they're pulling off a clean rotation. And once again, for Team Insane, they're also taking a lot of shots upon themselves. The IGL will still make it, though. The Intact now just needs to patch himself up, but it's not the best possible spot Team Insane has found themselves in. Still, the sideline's not cleared. It's filled with a lot of foes, and Shockwave in a bit of a trouble. Shockwave himself gets eliminated from this game as Jux Esports, they might just get things under control for them, but Reboot gets knocked out. Shockwave still in the game, and they flip the odds and flip the tables against Jux.
I think it's done. Like, there's no way Jux can actually make a comeback now based on this performance. Like, mathematically it's still possible, but right now, based on the statistics, being in the last spot position, after today, and if they do not get 90 over points tomorrow, it's hard to qualify for the top 8. They should be done for.
No, Shockwave.
Oh, wow, Shockwave.
This could have been a great start for them, but then losing out on man to a team like Do or Die, that's going to be hindering your mentality quite a bit. Shockwave, they are still high on hopes. They want to qualify, but Do or Die, they might just mess things up for Shockwave at this moment. But Shockwave still has an escape card available, so they can back away from this spot and try and figure out a way in a better spot.
It's going to be tough. Do or die. Now in one of the worst possible outcomes. And that is going to be not in position to farm all those finishes. Yes, they have the high ground, but they need a massive game this game as well in order to stage a comeback. Because if any of the teams in the bottom do not make a comeback, we are going to be expecting the wild cards to happen tomorrow themselves.
So, the firing squad taking shots in the front. God's Omen, luckily enough, still completely unscratched. All good in the hood, but now the play zone's going to be doing a lot of damage. And God's Omen at this point, even they want to try and find a better spot inside of the zone. As I mentioned, yesterday's performance was great, but today's performance has been extremely shaky. So God's Omen, they need to deliver no matter what.
Well, seems like delivery-wise, they're still in the top 3, but Circle shifts out in the open. Alibaba Raiders has a very decent compound from the east side. Mysterious Fall also having a decent compound from the west side, but the problem is they won't be able to shoot the teams on top of the mountain, so they have to play around the teams coming from the south corner as well. God's Rain pretty much has to play the open fields, and I've never seen teams kind of survive into this circle, especially coming from south side, because there's just not enough cover to work with.
Yeah, God's Rain. Once again, if the zone does move away from them, God's Rain will be messed up. Team Insane, luckily enough for them, still in the smack center, looking okay. Not exactly sure how the man number's looking like there, but it definitely does seem like Team Insane is looking decent. Team Soul, a bit of that problem against True Rippers. This is going to be an exciting fight. True Rippers desperate for points. Soul as well desperate for points. And Goblin finds the first knock. Important one at that too. Second nade needs to be connected on the mark as well. And Goblin, he does not even need to toss that nade, since Soul is just cleaning the floor with the bodies of True Rippers. And the remaining players of True Rippers will just back away. That's confidence lacking right there from True Rippers.
Yeah, but that's confidence oozing coming from Soul. That's exactly what they need. OG also making a little bit of bounce back as well. They take a fight against Honey. They take him out. And now even Sahil OP has been taken out here by OG. That's going to be 2 points in the bag. Unless God's Rain snatches it away because shots are being fired. OG, they need to wrap things up quickly as well. As the nades come through, learn from past. They look to disengage. WizGod getting knocked off as they double down to try and secure their forces here. But it's going to be very tricky. But AKOP also getting shot from the east side. Shockwave taking a couple of jabs in. But learn from past. Oh, Yash. He's pretty much stuck out in the open, and he also goes down. And that is going to be learn from past, bowing out in 15th place.
Yeah, that's the only bad game they've had so far, which is, of course, affordable. Tomorrow, they've got a few more games that they can try an eye on, but as of now, Alibaba Raiders, even they've got a decent stance, honestly. They're looking pretty good in the Smack Center, too, and the only compound available, it's not the best compound, but still something they can make work. Wyld Fangs, a 2-2 split going on for them. The split might just backfire. If one of the men does get knocked out, it might just break apart completely, and almost the knock could have been found. Tamilan Esports, a team that's got the win in the fails, and especially for Ralphie, things were a little bit tough.
Oh no, this is gonna be tough here. Wyld Fangs, they're walking up. They see the smoke. Tamilan Esports, they have to push the pressure. Wyld Fangs, they're kind of blinded from the smoke. TraceGod still somehow survives. He's half HP. But Tamilan says, you know what? We're backing out. Not worth fighting. For some reasons, Wyld Fangs, they've got the upper hand now. As the zone is in their favor. But Tamilan Esports, they're hungry to try and find space. It seems like they will disengage. They just don't want to take the risk.
Yeah.
Tamilan Esports still has the high ground. Looks like now this is going to be second attempt. Once more, Hydro looking for those
Oh my
nades.
God.
Oh, tags on all three players. But not enough to drop them here. But now here comes the flash. Renvir is going to walk up. Fierce getting knocked as well. Seth is going to try and abandon him. But TraceGod, he want to save him. Seth is back from the side of Wyld Fangs. This might be it. He needs to defend this.
Yeah, it's quite a risky play Wyld Fangs is going for. And since 3 players are alive for Wyld Fangs, 2 of them are taking extremely low. Wyld Fangs in a big wall of trouble. They do not even have the vehicles to back away now. Wyld Fangs needs to commit to this fight no matter what. Tamilan Esports, 1 man was knocked out, but luckily enough that man's once again back up on his feet. So Tamilan Esports looking good in full force. Wyld Fangs looking to make that pounce, at least find 1 return knock, but it's still looking pretty tough. Seth taking those shots surrounding his wall. And once again for Tamilan Esports, I'm not even sure what the game plan is. A few players have already moved on up front. They do want to prioritize the zone, but Seth is now creating a constant problem. And Wyld Fangs, they do not really want to let go of this fight. As Tamilan Esports, maybe they just want to find the second way.
That's insane, but Hydro now has got the wrap around. Wyld Fangs still stuck there. They get the reset, but they need to reposition. They need to wrap this up. They're just getting surrounded, and Tamilan Esports just toying with them. But as while they're toying this as well, they're trying to bait a third team to actually force a fight. But
yeah,
as tough action, zone is about to close in. They have to reposition. Tamilan Esports, they have to make a play. And here he comes, Renvir. He goes for the rush, and that's going to be TraceGod getting run down once more. Tamilan Esports. Even Seth is low. And Wyld Fangs, they're slowly getting completely shattered. And now Renvir finds the confirmation on TraceGod.
This was expected, surrounded from all the sides. Fierce has got decent bit of utilities upon himself, but Tamilan Esports, they've just got so much control. They're peeking out from all the different sides, and Wyld Fangs is now starting to get confused. Wyld Fangs do not know what to defend, where to look at. Tamilan Esports just fiddling with the minds of the foes at this point. And now look at Renvir. He spots out the players, goes for the shots, but he messes up. Tamilan Esports, that might just be the flow stopped, but they have found themselves in the crosshairs of 4 Miracle now. The reposition call was not a good one. Tamilan Esports, they might just be devoured by the likes of 4 Miracle, and Wyld Fangs, they might just have a second chance to life. Only if Tamilan gets eliminated right here, right now.
Oh boy, this is going to be very, very tricky to play with. 4 Miracle Esports. I'm going to try and make an attempt here. The nades comes through. Tamilan backing off really, really low.
What a nade.
And what a nade from Poco to try and shut him down. But the rest of the pack, they're still inching away to find some space here. But this is 4 Miracle making a little bit of a bounce back themselves.
Constant bombardments. Nades tossed in tandem. 4 Miracle Esports, they've already managed to find the man advantage in that fight. Wyld Fangs, they get a second shot at life. Soul in the back lines as well, and for Soul, they've got that dip to play with. A bit of that high ground as well. They want to capitalize, but once again, it's not the best possible spot. They're on the edge. It all comes down to the next zone shift. If it's going to be graceful enough to grace them, then Soul might just have a big game loading up. But 4 Miracle Esports, they will try to cause a lot of problems. And next to Soul, 4 Miracle Esports, I'm pretty sure they will be having a lot of naughty thoughts. Soul at this point losing out on Mountain. Not the best possible circumstance, but a 3-man squad can still do a lot more.
It's going to be very, very important here for Soul. They need as many points as they can, but they just only found 2 finishes. And as of yet, backs against the wall. This next zone will decide, and is most likely going to force Soul out in the open as well. It's going to be no man's land, and Mysterious 4 has a shack. Alibaba Raiders has a shack as well. And guess what? The zone actually shifts Ace, and Alibaba Raiders has one of the strongest compound inside this entire zone itself. Every single team will be in the crosshairs of Alibaba Raiders now.
Everyone's best to pick time, but Goblin! What? It's a party bus approaching the man, and 2 Rippers, they're straight up just making the pounce. But 2 Rippers, They've managed to eliminate Goblin as of now. Soul taken down with 2-man squad. But True Rippers in a big world of trouble themselves. Can they survive this wrath? Oh, Revival's coming through. Soul so jealous. They've just lost out on the star player, and Soul wants to make the pounce as well. They want to find the return knocks.
Oh.
Soul, this is going to be an important push. If True Ripper somehow eliminates Soul, this is going to be it. But Soul, they're also taking a lot of shots upon themselves from the back. It's also 8-Bit taking those shots. Soul in a big world of trouble. Utilities tossed inside of that shack. Is he going to do anything? Legit has positioned himself in a perfect angle, but they get eliminated by True Rippers. What a blunder.
What a defense coming from Ninja. What a shutdown. Soul completely destroyed because of this push. True Ripper somehow survives, but they're stuck. They don't have a way out. Alibaba Raiders 8-Bit coming from the north side and on screen now. We have Godlike sneaking from the south side. Look at this. They have all their vehicles. But there's just so many teams to push through. Looks like they are going to go for the tandem push as well. Seems like they are about to run into Team Insane. And here he comes. They are going to go make a attempt. No knocks yet. Neo Delta still survive. The wall crumble. It is an all-out brawl. Insane. They hold on. And Godlike, they get completely flustered as Team Insane is able to get the defense through.
God's Reign down and out. But since they're doing so good in the overall standings, it's fine. Team Insane as well. They're doing really good. 6 finishes on the board so far. But they're also getting shot at from the back now. Team Insane, back's not too secured. And generally speaking, the position Team Insane had, there's no business for them to stay alive for such a long time. But they still are alive. No one really went against him. So Team Insane, they found themselves on lucky footing. Mysterious 4 next to him. And Mysterious 4 is definitely going to be causing a lot of problems. The only reason why Mysterious 4 isn't really breaking through completely against Team Insane, it's because of 4 Miracle Esports on the back, and Mysterious 4, now they need to divide the manpower, which is not a good thing. True Rippers do the follow up that same stance, but just getting 4 points.
Yeah, and that's a Viet 8-Bit now. They have a wide spread. Raiders going to be keeping tabs on towards Alibaba Raiders. The rest of the teams are going to be hunting out the random stragglers on towards the west side. But as soon as I say this, like you said, True Rippers has been eliminated and cleaned out from the side of 8-Bit. And they will be able to dominate every single team, but the teams in the south side, seems like they are in a little bit of a no man's land. 8-Bit has a wide spread of angles to actually shut them down. As 8-Bit realizes that if they get the high ground on the west side, if they shut down everybody there, even if Alibaba Raiders wins this chicken dinner, it's fine. As long as we are getting finish points.
8-Bit. Oh no, spotting out the players in the far right.
Yeah, Alibaba Raiders now. If the zone shifts out, and most likely it will, they will be the first point of contact.
Yeah, definitely.
And yes, it does shift them out a little bit as well. They have a small little cover on towards the roadside, which gives them a little bit of upper hand.
8-Bit.
But 8-Bit having full control of the north, and Shockwave still somewhat alive, and Orangutan going to be playing from the southeast corner. They have the trail of the road, but Insane, they go in for the push. They flush onto his Mysterious 4.
8-Bit's so good at taking control and taking space. And now they've got the most advantage in the final zone. Team Insane Esports gathering up those crappy finish points. And now it's time for Team Insane as well to move inside of the zone. But where do you go? That's the main question. Team Insane, they do not really have a lot of possible ways they can try and find themselves inside of the zone, as OG will definitely try to disrupt that flow. And you can see Adi just trying to provide that cover fire too. Aru spotted out. They're straight up going to make the mad dash against Shockwave himself. He's still around those hay bales. And luckily enough, the man is still somehow alive. Those haystacks not really giving up his position. And Shockwave, he's still unscratched.
Okay, you know, he didn't get a single point, but with 2 guys down here, guess what? Shockwave is in one of the safest possible position because no one knows that he's still here. And hearing no footsteps means that everybody around him is dead. But he's going to try and preemptively set up nade here in case somebody comes and try and take space, but he knows what's up. Here comes another nade. He hears the movements. He does connect on his jacks, and now he's going to defend it. He finds the knock, and he finally reveals his position. What a clutch from Shockwave. How is he still alive? And now he's looking for those confirmations, and he is going to get it as well.
Yeah, the remaining players of Mysterious 4, even they make it! But Shockwave, this man is single-handedly dominating the fight! As Mysterious 4, even they crumple! Whoever tries to eliminate Shockwave will be eliminated by the entire lobby. That's what's going on at this point. Shockwave's got the backup of all the remaining teams in the game.
That's why he's just staying still for the longest of time. There's a reason why he hasn't moved, because he knows he's trapped. Once you get in with me, you guys are all trapped with me. And as of now, Alibaba Raiders, they've heard all these commotions. They know for a fact that Shockwave is still there. And Insane finally makes the pounds and say, you know what, I'm ignoring that check. That is a check of death.
Oh no, it's done.
And,
Adi cannot survive.
Okay, goodbye.
Snake out in the open. The rattlesnake wasn't able to survive for too long. Not in his natural habitat. 8-bit though. Gamla Boy down. Not out yet.
Oh, for Miracle, here he comes.
Yeah, the push is on the way for Miracle Esports. They've drove all the way back to the blue as well. They're going to be taking a lot of damage upon themselves. For Miracle Esports, they've taken too much damage upon themselves. 8-bit, they might just somehow defend themselves against the entirety of For Miracle Esports. And 8-bit's got a lot of points too inside of this game.
And Alibaba Raiders was able to clean out Shockwave, unfortunately, from a far fray. But now we're down towards the final 3 teams. Alibaba Raiders finally make their mark. And the biggest threat right now is going to be 4 Miracles because they have those high grounds. And 8-bit, they realize that right now the biggest threat is them. And the moment they get taken out, they will have a little bit more space. As Equinox forced sent into us as the troops here to try and shut them out. Dragon OP now losing some health. He's got a small little tree to work with. And now another nade comes through. It looks good. Oh, tags him down half HP.
Aqua is itching to take that fight. C4 tossed out as well. Equinox taken down pretty low. The zone's on the move. Equinox needs to pull out the shotgun, needs to make it up close, and that's what he's doing.
Oh, nice
A duo
fight.
lost by Equinox, and 8-bit taken down with a 2-man squad. The advantageous spot might just backfire on 8-bit now, since they might just be the center of attraction. You've also got Alibaba Raiders playing on the edge. For Miracle Esports on the verge of popping out with a nuclear performance. But is that really going to come through? That's my question. Alibaba Raiders, they might just be the one to put the halt on this chicken. As Alibaba Raiders, they're moving in with full force too.
Yeah, fantastic defense coming from 4 Miracle. But as the zone closes in, you need to find more. But what? Beard Baba takes a jab on White Tiger. And again, this high ground advantage from 4 Miracle, making it very difficult for Alibaba Raiders to push up. Every single team, they just need to wait for the zone. And right now, the line of sights are available, Alibaba Raiders. They've realized that 4 Miracle, you may have the high ground, but as soon as the zone shifts you guys out, you will not have cover. And 4 Miracle Esports, they've realized this. They are going to reposition. They're setting up those vehicles to try to set up forward as well. And they find themselves a small little hill to work with. And they are finally taking space.
What a clever ridge. And this ridge might just help the players of 4 Miracle Esports secure the game as well. And since 4 Miracle Esports have already caught the flank from Alibaba Raiders, they know the backlines are clear. Oh my god, 8-bit. They're starting to suffocate. The blue's on the back. 8-bit needs to move inside of the zone. It's the final zone as well. It's not going to be having mercy on anyone. Samrat soon needs to move out in the open. The only way Samrat can survive is if the players of 4 Miracle gets picked off right now. But still, Alibaba Raiders will make that pounce eventually, and that nade is going to seal the deal as well. 8-bit down and out from this game, but they've got a lot of points. As now 4 Miracle Esports, they're going to be on the receiving side of the spectrum. Fight taken down with 2v1. The last man of 4 Miracle Esports, Beard Baba, will be dealt with too. It's done for. 4 Miracle Esports not able to squeeze in with that chicken, but still, it was a massive game. As Alibaba Raiders, they get the chicken dinner.
Yep, Alibaba Raiders, they played it to perfection as well from the compound, just zoning everybody out. Finally, when the time to strike, they came out striking and everybody was raided. This was a game that Alibaba Raiders needed. 13 finishes, they've got so much utilities, and this was a well-deserved victory because right now, Alibaba Raiders is in the running to fight for the top 8 for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and they were not doing too hot in the overall standings either, so this performance is going to help the players of Alibaba Raiders catapult themselves in quite a good spot. Since we know the overall standings were extremely fragile, these 23 points might just put Alibaba Raiders around that second page and pretty comfortable as well.
Yep, this is going to be very, very important here as well because especially in this next upcoming game is going to decide every single team's fate. And that is who is going to be in the top 8 and who is going to be outside the top 8 by the end of today because that will give them the most important objective to strive for by the end of tomorrow because I don't know, man. Like, there is going to be a new set of new generation teams that is going to be making it to the land. Yeah, 100% for sure.
There's so many teams who've still got a shot, right? Insane amount of teams. Pretty much everyone in the overall standings, other than the bottom 2, have a chance to actually qualify only if they get one decent game. And honestly, tomorrow's day is going to be mad scramble. But looking at the scramble itself on the screen, I mean, for Seoul, it's not the exact way we expected them to get wiped out, right, by the players of True Rippers. It's quite unfortunate.
Yeah, Team Insane played really well from this spot as well. Ever since they found this valley, especially when they made in here, and they realized that the only threat from those valley is the mounted terrace from the south side. But that was outside the zone. There was no way they were going to get shot. Yeah. At the moment the circle completely encloses and engulfed, they knew for a fact they were safe. And they were able to hold on. They fought against God's Rain. They just completely got as many points as possible. But eventually, again, any team that comes in from the south in the open fields, I've never seen them kind of survive just because of how difficult it is to survive. Look at this, even Aru, a couple of stragglers here, Insane was straggling, even Shockwave as well is pretty much stuck in the shack with no way out. And that's how difficult it is to play from this terrain, and you can't really blame them because Alibaba Raiders put them all there for that reason.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Even Miracle Esports was able to get a great game for themselves in this one. Alibaba Raiders, just the spread in the final few moments, they showcased patience to perfection, and since they knew they've also got a solid compound to play with, Alibaba Raiders knew this was a chicken dinner loading for them. The only team that could have actually put the spanner in the works was Miracle Esports, but unfortunately for Miracle Esports, they needed to step out in the open, and that's where Alibaba Raiders got the ball in their court. Chris getting 7 finish points, that's a statement right there from the man.
Yeah, and at the same time, this is a well-needed win coming from Alibaba Raiders. White Tiger has proven himself to be a star player, but this game, it was a team effort all-rounder coming from Alibaba Raiders.
Or maybe it was a Chris effort since
well,
he got
it's definitely Chris as well, because Chris definitely has been very consistent in this semifinals here. So hopefully things are going to be a little bit better here from Alibaba Raiders, but all things considered, now the moment of truth, I want to see how the point's going to look like here, because oh boy. Top 8 was somewhere around 69 points at the start here. Right now, it should be somewhere in the 70, 80 points. So that means the chase for that is going to be very, very close. But before we get to that, let's talk about the MVP. Chris is going to be the MVP with 7 finishes, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, look at Chris, right? 7 finishes, 4 knockouts. Damage number is going to be 1298. And I see if you think about it, right? Before this tournament started, if you would have said to anyone, maybe OG cannot qualify, maybe Godlike cannot qualify, people would have said, are you insane?
Yeah.
That's never possible. But now look at what's going on. Something that was unthinkable of is happening in the overall standings. As top 5 players, they do pop up 4 now from that previous game. Adi getting 5 finishes, Samraj getting 4. You've also got Beard Papa right there getting 3 finishes, and Wanted getting 3.
Yeah, I mean, even 8-bit as well. Somraj definitely being one of the most consistent IGL so far here. Every single game he's played so far has got them in towards some sort of decent points. And even this game, it may not look to be a massive game from 8-bit. He's still able to get himself 13 points. But with that being said, let's not take away the highlight here from Alibaba Raiders. They got the chicken dinner. They still got themselves 23 points. For Miracle, the second winner here with 16 points. Team Insane with 10 points because they had an early step from those Valley itself. And yeah, they're still, why were they still alive? Guess what? That's the reason why. Because they were able to hold out longer than everybody else and also wipe out a decent amount of points themselves.
The main concern for the teams at the bottom is that the top 8 teams, they're constantly getting those points. And that's why it's going to be really tough to kick anyone out of the top 8 because they're just being extremely consistent. Look at 8-bit. They've also managed to get 13 points in this game once again. Team Insane, they've managed to get 10 points in this game once again, right? You've also got God's Rain. Yeah, a bit of a mishap in this one, but they're still sitting at the first spot in the overall standings, so a bit of a mishap, they can afford it. It's not a big problem.
Well, tomorrow's day and also today's day is all about this one thing. Stop the bleed or pull the lead. In this case, teams at the bottom needs to find a way to stop the teams at the top. And right now, God's Rain and God's Omen is getting a little bit of small stumble. It's not a big one, but it does give them a little bit of hope, a ray of hope, to try and chase for the top 8 tomorrow.
One thing is for sure, if God's Omen continues the same run of form, they might just not be there in the top 8, man.
Yeah.
So God's Omen, yeah, they did get 3 chicken dinners back-to-back yesterday, but if they're not able to be consistent today, then what's the use of those 3 chicken dinners, right? It's pretty much just down the drain. So God's Omen, they need to bring in that consistent spree. That's the only thing that can keep them in the tournament.
Well, they still have one more game. But speaking of one more game, if you guys want to be a part of realme BMPS, guess what? Discovery Island is still in play. So make sure to finish your missions and also your quest in-game itself to help us increase the overall prize pool of the BMPS 2025. Last I heard it was 3.3 crores. That is the highest prize pool ever in BGMI. It is going to go more, so be sure to fulfill that.
Of course, keep on playing. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Fixes with me on the panel. And Fixes, we know here Xtreme, Godlike, Reckoning Esports, 2OP, Rising Inferno, once again, will be stepping inside towards this final game. But before we continue the conversations about the final game itself, we need to talk about something extremely important, and that is the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7. That flagship MediaTek Dimensity 9400E processor will make sure your gameplay experience will be as smooth as possible. Stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours, co-tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves. So do check it out. But back towards the conversation once again. Here Xtreme, Godlike, they've been miserable today. What are your thoughts about that?
They've been miserable throughout the entire week too. But yes, the ripple effect is clearly visible, Necro.
Yeah.
What they're trying to achieve, I mean, rotation-wise, they're still fine. But then, around the 5th to 6th circle rotation, the transition is clearly not there. Their players being picked off, their confidence in those 1v1 duels absolutely lacking. Jonathan has been absolutely missing throughout the entire week, and you would expect bigger things from his power. That hasn't been happening.
In my opinion, brings him back. I want to see him in the playing
It's too
floor
late
at this
now.
point.
It's too
Yeah, I
late.
know it's too late, but you might as well just go out with something new, in my opinion, right? Because Simp has always been someone that's been the X factor for this team, and when Simp was in the playing floor, Godlike has always performed, and the previous tournament was a prime example of that.
I mean, again, we go back to the good old discussion, right? Why have his power in the very first place when you've already got a good set team running? And this was done in the very final moments. And, hey, I mean, at least with Simp, they easily qualified, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And they
Why
were
fix-
almost on the verge of winning
Yeah.
the BGIS as well.
It's pretty much the same scenario, right? Why fix something that was not even broken in the first place? And because of that, now it feels like everything is just broken. And in my opinion, for here Xtreme, Godlike, I know it does not really make a lot of sense to make last-minute changes, but just give it a shot, man. You never know. That might just work out. Simp might just be someone that can actually save the sinking ship.
But that's the thing, right? Who does he replace? Does he replace his power? Does he replace Jonathan? Because I do not want Admino to be replaced. He's been playing quite well. But yeah, but that being said, folks, it's the final game of the evening that decides the fate of many. As the curtains will eventually slowly fall after this, we'll have a vivid picture on who's got the best shot at making it to the land. The next 8 spots for grabs. And still, so far, Necro, we haven't seen a single team yet secure their qualification.
True that. Technically, we are seeing God's Reign do pretty good for themselves. Even 8-Bit's getting consistent point flow. So I think you can count God's Reign and 8-Bit at this point in. Since God's Reign is still sitting on the first spot, extremely close to crossing that 100 points marker. So I think God's Reign, you can pretty much just count them in. But for 8-Bit too, if they keep on playing with the same consistency, then 8-Bit as well is going to crack through without any problems.
No, that's the thing, right? This is one of the conversations I was having with one of the Hindi commentators, where we were of the opinion that this time the cutoff might be actually low. because so many unexpected teams are staging a comeback.
Yeah.
We haven't seen teams crossing past 100 because that was the ideal mindset, right? 110 to 115. We thought even it would push past 120. And given the fact that after this only 4 more games remain, it's very difficult. So now we can actually talk about the cutoff being as low as maybe 90. If that's the case, then God's Reign, yes, they've qualified. Same goes with 8-bit. And I completely agree with you that God's Omen, they've absolutely lost that momentum from yesterday.
It does not matter if you've got 3 chicken dinners back-to-back in those games, right? If you're not able to perform on the next day itself, and if the momentum is completely down the drain, the past achievements do not mean anything. And for God's Omen at this point, they should not be satisfied with the performance they put up yesterday. They need to perform today as well. That's how life works. You need to perform and show up for the occasion every single day, even when you do not feel like it. The next zone is going to pop up on the screen, and this zone itself is quite the standard one, right? The centric one, which also indicates that this game is also going to be quite a passive one.
Yeah, we saw quite a similar circle, if you remember the first game of Erangel, where
back to the old ways, fixes.
Yeah, it was around that Pochinki area, just around those trenches, and we saw it was a very nice game. BO7s did manage to secure a chicken dinner. However, they won't be playing this, as Hero Xtreme Godlike on our screens will be heading towards Yasnaya. Quick rotations. I mean, the only saving grace or something to hold on to will be for Hero Xtreme Godlike, Soul and OG to be taking those early fights. I mean, no extra points for those drifts, whatever. Just go, man. Just take those fights.
Of course, for Hero Xtreme Godlike, their head's on the swivel. If they do not perform, we pretty much know what's going to happen. Fans will be extremely disappointed. There will be a lot of talks going on around the playing floor as well and what it should be. And of course, the first thing that's going to pop up in everyone's mind is bring Sim back in the playing floor. That's pretty much going to be the first thing that's going to be popping up in everyone's mind.
Yeah, the moment I actually brought that up a couple of days ago, I received a lot of flack for eventually people to realize maybe should have given Simp a go a little bit earlier. But that has always been the next question. Who does he replace? And again, today is his birthday. Imagine if he had showed up, of course, there were chances that he would have rescued them, but there's that slim chance that he would have messed up, and then you know, right, what would have followed after. On a birthday, nah.
Look, at this point, it's not like we're saying that the remaining players are not good for Hero Xtreme Godlike. It's just about fitting the right piece of the puzzle. And for now, it feels like the main playing four that Hero Xtreme Godlike has, the pieces are just not really fitting that well.
You could see that Discord, right? It is clearly visible. Synergy is lacking. Mindset from Punk, IJling, I will not complain more because I've been seeing him making those right moves, right decision. It's just that execution is missing. Those 1v1 fights, even when we've seen even they've lost multiple 2v1 situation where they had the number advantage. So confidence is missing.
That's the main thing, right? It feels like, as you mentioned, there's a bit of that disconnect between the players. The backup is not able to arrive as soon as possible. And because of that, Hero Xtreme Godlike is just giving those isolated players away. It's like one player dies first, then later on the second one dies, then later on the third one dies. We're not really seeing a proper synergy or a proper communication between these players. It feels like everyone just wants to make their own play. That's what it feels like. But I'm pretty sure it's a completely different thing inside of the communication that's going on in the comms that they're making.
And now it feels like they've all gotten back to their shells. But hold on. As now 2 OP official. Oh, Sarvit quite unaware. Does he have a hunch? Now he definitely does. Liability rattling him down with bullets. One more was needed, and Sarvit. Oh my god, this is daylight robbery. He gets away with it, doesn't he?
And the fact that Sarvit is still going on out of the open with the monster truck, it's insane, and the man's actually going to make it to the safety as well. What about watching Sarvit still alive? Hyderabad Hydras, the man's just got a second chance at life.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure now, once you get a second chance at life, you pretty much try to make the most out of it. And Hyderabad Hydras, they're not doing too bad in the overall standings either, right? 7th spot, 78 points. All they need is one decent game in this one, and Hyderabad Hydras, too, can just catapult themselves in the top 5 with ease.
You know, that's exactly where I was getting at. Look at Hyderabad Hydras. They're 76. On 8th is 4TR on 69. And then from then onwards, you've got Reckoning. They have made a nice bounce back. They're at 66. And from there onwards, the difference is so minuscule, Necro, that anybody anybody getting a chicken dinner could easily make a comeback. I think tomorrow it feels like we still have a lot of stories to tell, because it's still unknown that who will be the teams. At this point, barring GDR, 8-bit, couple of the others fuse. I mean, even for God's Omen, maybe they might have squeezed in. Really happy with Rising Inferno also.
A while ago, I said the bottom two, you can just almost count them out. And now I just realized Godlike is sitting on the 21st spot, extremely close to that bottom two. If this game is not a performance, they will be down around that bottom two as well. So, yeah, for Hero Xtreme, Godlike, they need to perform. For Seoul as well, this is the only game that's going to give them the ray of hope. And if they do not perform in this game either, they will be done for. Same thing can be said for OG, Wyld Fangs, True Rippers. Yeah, the names can just keep on going on.
Wyld Fangs did have a nice recovery today, just to not have a great game in the previous one. But like you said, if we have to be optimistic about these big names qualifying, I think it's clearly work cut out, right? Get 20 points in this game. Nothing short of that would make the cut. At least you'll be in a fighting position as Seoul and OG right next to each other, Necro. And we've seen this even happen in the past. OG dropping down on Rozok, taking a rotation. They know it's Team Seoul around them. And if the minimap had shown up, Godlike again with a very wild split.
Yeah, but since it's still quite the early stage, that split's not going to be punished, and I'm pretty sure Hero Xtreme Godlike knows that. So it's all good in the hood. Every single team, once again, starting to get attracted towards that centric part. You've got Seoul in the smack center looking pretty good, since they always like to drop in towards that school and the school apartments vicinity. And for Seoul, once again, having such a great stance can actually help them get a great game as well. That's what we've been thinking for the longest of the times, but it's not been the case, and I'm not sure what Knuckle is doing. He is trying to bait out a few shots maybe from the opponents by revealing his own position, but still, I don't think that's the way to do it.
I mean, at this point, I'm kind of curious to know what Seoul's game plan is. They kind of have a similar split, like Godlike finally, like you said, Godlike, they're reuniting. I get the idea that Team Seoul wants to keep the next circle's coverage to themselves, but that has been it, right? Again, those complicated strategies, those wild splits, and who knows, the moment OG catch a sniff of Team Seoul being isolated from each other, I mean, what they will do is have all four players just push in on them. And that's going to cause a lot of trouble for them. But now the circle, look at it, placed around Rozok. So OG can actually have a good game. Godlike is making a nice rotation. That's good. Reckoning, they're keeping that northern territory all to themselves, whilst a lot of these teams are actually squeezing in from the southern side.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense. In my opinion, Reckoning Esports should stay around that northern territory. You never know. The zone might just take a curveball and shift, and Reckoning Esports can just instantly swing back to life. But if they still can, try and send those two players a bit closer to the bridge, so at least you can have an escape option available if the zone does shift all the way down south. So you need to have an escape option available too. Rising Inferno, it's one of those teams that does not really get the credit that they're supposed to, and they have been doing really good in the overall standing so far, sitting on the 5th spot. Once again, the rotation's looking extremely clean, and Rising Inferno is actually going to book it around the fact that they think the zone might just shift on another side.
For Rising Inferno, this has been a day and a half. I've been loving the confidence from these boys. They have secured so much points today. But there you go, in front of our screens, Team Seoul against Jux Esports. Now, Jux Esports, you know, they have pretty much been on a collapse.
That's what we've been thinking for a lot of these teams, but then they just come out with a bang, with a chicken dinner.
Out of nowhere, a big one.
And that's why the overall standings are so fragile, because even the team at the last still hasn't really given up the hope.
And even realistically speaking, mathematically it's possible for Jux also. But yes, they'll have to go mad. For now, any re-silence again taking over. I do not like these silences, especially after the new zone meta was introduced. The very idea was to try and pick those early fights and clear some space. And everybody constricted, everybody's not really wanting to force fight because they think that they would get third party. Now you cannot force fights anymore. Now you'll have to objectively take the push, and yes, a third party will be inevitable. Deal with that.
God's Omen towards apartments. They've got a stronghold. And a pretty decent spot, too. Around the off-centric side, God's Omen's going to be unpunished. Still quite a slow game that's forming up, as I mentioned, since the zone was quite centric. Everyone knows exactly what sort of stances they want to go for if they want to play it as safe as possible. Vault's got 2 OP around that potato hill. BO7 is on the screen trying to make it inside of the zone. There's a big chance they might just collide against the players of 2 OP, specifically Liability. The man's pretty close to the players of BO7 is. There's Wyld Fangs as well right next to him. So one thing is for sure, the moment a fight springs out, there's definitely going to be the third party. And to look at the zone too, it centers on up once again. OG finds themselves in the best possible spot.
Yeah, they do, but look at Wizgod and AKOP. A little aloof from the pack, and this is where so many teams have already closed in, especially the likes of Godlike. And OG also, as a matter of fact, cannot afford to lose this fight, Necro. Takes you back to week 1 of the semis. OG were in such a good position. Pushed back into week 2, and everything has gone astray. For BO7s, we've seen them. They've been constantly playing around the edges. And now fight against God's Omen could be in the making.
Brothers of 7 sisters. Doroki has been the main playmaker recently. The man's been putting a lot of impact. And look at 4TR. High ground towards that Rozhok Hill. It can be quite a good spot if you do not really have the eyes on top of you, but if you do have a lot of attention, then that's where the spot can definitely backfire. And at this point, VOLCANO Esports and Reckoning right next to each other. 2 teams in the nearby proximity. There's a big chance the fight might just break out as well. And VOLCANO Esports, the consistency has been dipping away. The moment they keep on moving up inside. And now at this point, for VOLCANO Esports, they just need a big game. That's the only thing that can save the day.
Yeah, for VOLCANO, especially with how they started week 2 off. And we really felt like, yes, it is their time. It has finally come. Not really doing that well, are they anymore? 60 points. Not at a good position. And yes, this is what I was worried about. That split from OG. And suddenly, Wizgod, he gets caught off guard. Rising Inferno. Would want to press charges. And there you go. He's going to have no trouble getting the revive though. The only saving grace for OG is they've got a lot of compounds. And for the other teams, they actually do not know where their teammates are.
There's just 3 players of 4TR on top of the hill. Where is the remaining man? That's my question. For 4TR, a decent spot. Rising Inferno 2, dropping around. Rozhok, they found a bit of that pit stop. Once again, the next zone pop is going to be extremely important. And I generally do think it might just shift around the open areas of school. I don't think it's going to be shifting towards Rozhok. The zone has the tendency to center on up and also shift out in the open. Rising Inferno spotting out the players of 4TR in the far fray. That's paying his life. Still the man safe behind the vehicle. But now, Oven is just trying to get rid of the tires, making sure the vehicle's not going to be in commission anymore.
Inferno, look at this. They've got the circle once again to themselves. Same goes with OG, and I finally feel like this eerie silence will be broken, Necro. So many teams from the sides, everybody will be in contention for those compounds.
I feel like teams should realize this fact, and that is the more you keep on playing passive, that means more teams will be alive in the end moment.
Exactly.
And then it just transitions towards a luck-based game rather than a skill-based game, because the more teams are alive, there's a big chance you will be third-partied and get caught off guard in those unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to emphasize on, and it's the same old thing. Maybe it's the pressure that's speaking, but whatever the case is now, we're going to see so many teams trying to flush in as Sparky finds a knock onto it, sends in. Now Trey Scott could be in a world of hurt, as there you go, he swings back. Ninja already down on his knees. Hyderabad Hydras, quickly those numbers starting to dwindle down, and all that remains from their carcass is going to be Sarvit.
Yeah, this nade might just seal the deal. That's going to be the final nail of the coffin, but no, Sarvit moves out in the nick of time. This nade's going to be cooked to perfection, and Trey Scott will toss it in. And that's going to be it for Hyderabad Hydras, eliminated with 0 points and 0 placement points. As even Seth gets knocked out from Wyld Fangs.
He
or even for
burns
Wyld
himself.
Fangs, It's not a good thing. Seth, yeah, the man definitely did get caught in the bit of that blunder. And I highly doubt Seth is going to be alive too after this one, as even the man gets confirmed. Wyld Fangs down to just that one man, and that's going to be Trey Scott.
Yeah, this is exactly what you were talking about, right, Necro? Team suddenly deciding to push the ball and eventually thrown out of the pool. Now all that remains for Wyld Fangs will be Trey Scott. He's not going to be pleased about it. Team Soul on the other side. They did manage to find a knock on towards a player of BO7s. Team Soul still quite composed for now. But I feel like the next circle shift is going to go away from them. And that is where I'd be interested to see what Mani and Co. will be up to next.
Still though, for Soul, all the 4 players, you can pretty much say all the eggs are in one basket. Spotting out a few players in the far fray for Soul. If they're forced to move outside of the school, I'm pretty sure Soul's done for. There's not a lot of possible ways or possible openings that they can flawlessly move out from. So Soul will be caught. And speak of being caught, BO7s, even they're in a big world of trouble. I highly doubt even BO7s can do a lot in the given spot they are. This Molotov is, of course, going to flush out the man as well from the comfort zone. Beard Baba taken down low. Instantly backs away. It's all looking good in the hood, at least as of now, for BO7s. They're in a big world of trouble. Standing alive, it's going to be extremely tough. You can see Dusty trying to crawl back to safety. Beard Baba drops down. With the utilities, the man's trying to thread the needle. It still sounds pretty tough. But BO7s, if they do manage to recover fully from this fight, this will be insane.
That will be. But let's not forget that both these teams, at least for now, aren't inside the zone. For Miracle Esports, they have squeezed in onto that warehouse. That will put them, or rather keep them alive for a little bit longer. But seems like Dusty, there's no chance on earth. They get a revive on him, right? And now BO7, they're stuck in a pinch. And the only way they can pass through is they'll have to force this fight. Ghostface does not have a lot of HP, and as a result of which eventually falls as Beard Baba. He's there to tank it all.
Yeah, for 4 Miracle, this fight just seems easy. They're just playing defense, waiting for the opponents to walk in their crosshairs, and that's what exactly BO7s are doing too. But BO7s, if they find a way to catch the players of 4 Miracle Esports off guard, that might just be it, and that's what they're doing. They're trying to creep and crawl their way from the outskirts and trying to block off the entrance or maybe the exit for the players of 4 Miracle Esports off this warehouse. Godscreen 2 moving in around those ridges. And 4 Miracle Esports realizing that exact fact too. They realize now it's time to move and take control of those ridges in the front. And that's what 4 Miracle Esports is doing. But that's what Delta sees coming too. He instantly backs away. I love this proactive measure taken by 4 Miracle.
Yeah, and this is nice stuff, like you said, right, for Miracle Esports. Got some slopes to play around. BO7s, they've also made it inside the zone. Dizzy, a little bit exposed. Couple of shots fired. As Doroki, he's going to close in. He's been the star player so far for BO7s. Will catch Reaper off guard. And there you go. Poco might fall, but no. He answers back with a sliver of HP. And now he needs to patch himself up. He's run out of meds, just has bandages to work around with. But that's going to be enough. As even for Miracle Esports, they survive the onslaught. Poco needs to trigger the revives as on sidelines. Team Soul, they've been making a lot of movements.
Yeah, Team Soul is definitely making movements, but here's the question, are they really finding the value? And the answer is no.
6 finishes.
6 finishes, but they're also down a man, and now they need a chicken dinner, so finishes do not really matter. At this point, you need finishes and the placement points too at the same time to make a comeback. So for Soul, these 6-7 points, they're not going to make a difference. Hero Xtreme, Godlike on the move. And now they want to catch the players of Soul off guard as well. You can instantly see Knuckle backing away, but Legit's all by himself on the hilltop. And there's a big chance Legit can be caught off guard as well. Godlike, the entire firing squad, if they do spot out Legit, that's going to be it for the man. Legit tossing out the utilities against Hero Xtreme. Godlike, and I highly doubt these utils are going to find the connection, but they do! What a 3-pointer that was! Legit! How was he able to find that knock? As power confirmed. Godlike taken down with a 3-man squad. Talk about woes, and this is a prime example.
This indeed is. As now Team Godlike right on the foothills of Rozhok. It is going to be such a difficult ascent, but yet Banky wants to trade that. He wants to take the risk, and it is going to be a nasty gamble. As Team Soul, they retreat. They reorient, and now suddenly Team Godlike, they've got a high ground to play with, and this is much more doable. Now they're in a position of advantage.
Exactly how they needed to play before. They needed to be proactive, take those fights head on, do not be scared of the foes, but now it seems like it's a little too late. Down to man with 0 points secured so far. They're doing even worse compared to Seoul. Seoul, at least so far, they've managed to squeeze in 7 finishes. So that will be contributing to something. You can see the players of Seoul now starting to get a little bit more confident, which is a good thing.
Look at the shift.
But unfortunately for them, they're still outside of the zone, and that's where Hero Xtreme Godlike might just have the cake. And let's not forget, there's also 4 Miracle Esports in the back line. So for Seoul, the backs are going to be exposed soon. Goblin, what are you doing? You absolute mad lad. Out in the open. The only thing that's keeping the man alive are the smokes.
Yeah, and slowly but surely they're going to dissipate. But even Team Godlike, they will have to be on their toes, because right next to them, they've also got Team Jux, who wants some inch of space. But look at that ball that will come in from the northern side. You've got so many teams. You've got Orangutan, you've got 4TR, God's OMEN, Rising Inferno, 2OP, and even Reckoning. So Godlike literally has a tsunami of teams coming at their way. And in front of them, they still have Team Seoul to deal with. Given the fact Team Seoul, a little numbered on the resources. Once they're all out of it, what are they going to do next?
Yeah, but once again, if Godlike plays the cards right, that can also mean a plethora of finish points on their way. So Godlike, all they need to do is just play a tower defense and make sure the backlines are not going to be shot at. But I feel like Seoul, they've got a different plan. And Seoul's actually going to try to make the pounce. You've got 2 players in the front, 1 man in the back, trying to provide that cover fire. And now Seoul is in the same spot where Hero Xtreme Godlike was a while ago.
Oh, look at this. I'm starting to get a little worried about Team Seoul. Quite exposed from the eastern side. Team Godlike now anticipating, now getting pushed upon from multiple directions. One side you've got Team Seoul, next up you've got Legit, and Team Seoul still, despite that, they're fighting their way through, blitzing it. They've got the numbers. Goblin and Legit working in tandem. They've got Punk in front of them. One good grenade from Legit or Goblin could maybe toss things over for Team Hero Xtreme Godlike, as now Punk, he's being hammered down. A little bit of that chip damage. Look at Johnny. He's bought down low.
Yeah, Jonathan was taken down by 4 Miracle, but now this Nate's going to find the re-knock as well.
Legit!
Seoul able to thread the needle. Unfortunately for Seoul, though, they cannot even pounce on just yet, since they've also lost out.
Wow!
Man, and what a Nate that was from Knuckle! That's going to be the go call for Seoul. That has to be the go call, and that's what is exactly happening. You can see Goblin pushing up close and personal. Godlike taken down to just Admino. Can Admino hold on? That's the main question. It's going to be the entirety of Seoul now pouring in against Admino, as Admino is still doing a great job defending the tower, and he's managed to fend off 2 players of Seoul. 2 knockouts. There's still 1 man of Seoul standing, and I'm not exactly sure what that 1 man is doing. You're supposed to push up now. Right now is the time. Punish Admino. He's taken down pretty low, but still Seoul, they've got no intentions of going for the trade. What am I watching?
It's for Miracle Esports. They've completely caught Knuckle in a pincer. In fact, even Legit was taken down by the players of Miracle. But right now, OG, they're starting to look hungry. They're starting to rack up a lot of finishes to their names. As suddenly, it's a mad frenzy everywhere. Wizgod finds another. It's 10 secured already for OG. As they have 3 players still alive. And a dream at getting the chicken dinner. GDR, they've been quite silent. They've also sneaked in 7 finishes to their names. At Minnow, so far the hero as the circle shifts away. Jux and GDR in a very good position, Necro.
And that's the funny thing, right? Before the start of this game, we mentioned too, what if Jux gets a chicken? And now Jux Esports, they're actually in quite a decent spot as well. Jux, can they actually make it happen though? And it feels like the answer is going to be no, since Jux is taken down with a 2-man squad. And Jax and Amazing are the only 2 players standing. Jax is knocked out. God's Reign, once again, a team at the top of the chart. They've already managed to secure 105 points. I think they've done it. They've already crossed that qualification marker.
Yeah, they might have. I mean, at this point, I can say they surely must have. And at this time, Neo, a little exposed. And Dragon OP just beams him down. As God's Reign would want to turn the pace down a little bit. As for Team Seoul, Knuckle, the lonely straggler at Minnow, has got his eyes on him. But OG, they're starting to go for the climb. The biggest threat for OG could be GDR, especially Justin and Delta. If they're not careful, it could be a whole world of trouble for them. Let's look at this. Knuckle is actually going for the climb, getting shot again from the backlines. Oh, he's so restricted, Necro.
Yeah, Knuckle's trapped. And the only reason why he tossed those smokes as well is to block the line of sight of Admino. But Admino as well is creating that off angle, and he spots a glimmer. And that's going to be it for Seoul. They've managed to acquire 10 points out of this game, and as I mentioned, these points are not going to mean a lot in the longer run at all. Seoul is still in the same spot they were a while ago.
Yeah, but still, something better than nothing. As for Miracle Esports, they're starting to do this. 5 finishes secured already. Have GDR next on their hit list. Still around the circle. Still have a decent spot, but the next circle shift is going to be very important. And more important for Team OG. Desperately needing those points. 10 finishes, but a chicken dinner would be even juicy. Against 3 players of GDR, a 3-on-3 situation. Delta and Neo on the front lines, Justin on the back lines. As OG and GDR just separated by 1 smoke.
OG, for them as well, this can be a major chicken dinner. Only if they do not really mess up the final few moments. And now they need to take a fight. They're being forced to take a fight against Godsreen. But they also need to make sure that they're not going to be exposed to the entirety of the world. Godsreen currently busy with their own battles. There is still Jux alive, by the way, keeping their position anonymous. The next zone once again centers on up, and OG slowly and steadily inching on against the players of Godsreen. And Godsreen now forced to fight Justin down, Neo as well, and even Delta follows up. What a quick wipe that was from OG.
That was very well scripted, right? Did not reveal themselves up, and now they can go after the players of Miracle Esports, and AKOP doing exactly that, as it's a mad dash coming in from 4M, as even Reaper from the backlines. A crucial knock at that, just to stall the players of OG a little bit, buy some time. And look at Jux, they're watching all of this commotion as Poco and Beard Baba decide to go in for the push, and AKOP stands tall in the mountain, quite lonely as Atanki. He's gonna provide some cover fire, and AKOP will prevail. 17 finishes for OG, and all they've got to do is deal with Team Jux.
The Apes coming back to life, swinging on the map of Erangel like it's their home turf. The entire land of Erangel claimed by OG, but still one foe remains.
Oh no.
And that is in the name of Jux. The nade finds the re-knock, taken down to a 2v2, but even Jux lose out on amazing. Jax is the only man surviving for Jux, and OG, they're feeling themselves. They can feel it coursing through the veins. This is going to be their nuclear performance, and no matter who stands in the way, OG will still claim it. They will break through every single wall that is there, and they do it once again. OG, nuclear performance to bring it back to life in the overall standings. When we thought the Apes were done, they make a heroic entrance.
29 points from this one game. This is it, right?
This is it.
They needed these points, they got it. And seems like they're very close to the top 8 now. Maybe they might have possibly squeezed through.
Still, it's a big question.
Big question mark, but whatever the case is, a gigantic dinner coming in from Orangutan, especially when they were literally down in the gutters. They started this day off from 23rd position.
Yeah.
They were not doing well at all. They were getting those finishes, the position points severely lacking.
Dude, they actually made it. They're in the top 8.
Yes, they are.
OG's in the top 8.
Lovely.
But they're not comfortable yet. Here's the thing. Tomorrow, they're going to be playing 4 more games. And if they mess up tomorrow, then we know what's going on.
It's fine, right? Because talking about the narrative we had, the top big 3 names, Soul, Godel, and OG, all 3 of them had a decent game, but OG, they just one-upped everybody. The way they crafted this chicken dinner, especially staying around Rozok, they first of all finished off all the teams from the northern side, and that fight against GDR that they pushed, they showed bravery there. And they were so smart that they were not really revealing themselves to the players of Miracle. They were hearing all that commotion, they had the visual, and they wiped them out. And the moment they did that, I think they sort of secured the chicken for
That's
themselves.
what you call perfection personified. OG getting 29 points out of that one. Godsreen getting 12. 4Miracle getting 10-2. Soul doing really good for themselves. But here's the main concern. Godlike still on 6 points, which is not a good thing at all. Jux getting 8 points too. We pretty much know for Jux, it's donezo unless tomorrow they get 40 points in 2 games, and then that's the only way Jux can actually bounce back. But that's still too much to ask for, given the run of form they're having.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Jux pretty much dead last. 4 more games remaining. Given the cutoff is around 100, they need to at least get 25 points per game. And yeah, mathematically possible. Ideally and realistically, no. But for the other teams, Wyld Fangs, 3 points out of this game. Not really that good. God's Omen,
yeah,
they've been on such a steep decline.
That's what I was about to say too. God's Omen, today the performance has been completely missing.
Just 6
completely
points.
The opposite side of the spectrum performance. And as you mentioned, yeah, in one day they just got 6 points.
Look at OG.
Which is something you do not really expect. And yes, as I mentioned, OG's done it, man. They've made it in the top 8 with 78 points on the board. Looking pretty good, but as I mentioned, they're not safe yet. Still the swords on top of their neck. If tomorrow they're not able to consistently perform, we might just see OG kicked out of that top 8.
So I feel like if OG is squeezed in, somebody has gone out. Mysterious 4, they're also hanging by the thread. Hyderabad Hydras, we've seen a little bit of a setback. Rising Inferno, though, they've been pretty impressive. This time they bounce back, they keep themselves that 4th spot, and 90 plus. I think quite comfortable for sure. I mean, at this point, we can say that GDR and 8-bit have qualified. They might have gotten their golden ticket already.
So let's put it this way. The moment you cross the 100 points marker, you're safe.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
Fair,
all right?
fair.
So for Hyderabad Hydras, they need a lot of points. Mysterious 4 needs a lot of points. OG as well needs a lot of points tomorrow. And God's Omen, they're pretty close. Extremely close. For God's Omen, they just need decent bit of points and they can make it at the latter half of the board. Even they're not too far away, man. It's just so close.
For Miracle, this was a nice climb today because they were also struggling. 74 points. So I think what? 4-5 more points and they're also through. Learn from fast. 4 TR. Reckoning.
Tied up.
And then you've got Alibaba Raiders. They've also had a nice swing this time. 2 OP, VOLCANO. They are falling down bad.
Yeah, Volcano Esports, what's going on, man? They were so consistent in the round 1. Then we did see them in the earlier rounds, too. Volcano Esports was always someone that was like a new ray of hope, and they were quite a fresh breather for us, too. But now as we move on towards the last page, look at the big names. True Rippers, Wyld Fangs, Soul, Godlike, Do or Die. Struggling a bit too much in the overall standings. On the last page, by the way, Soul's performance today wasn't as bad as Godlike.
I think both of these teams, if you look at how they played yesterday and today, Soul was certainly the better one, of course. But Godlike, I think the only recovery they had was in the final game. And again, it was just at minnow.
That's the thing, right? It's just the one man who's bringing in the consistency, and in my opinion, it's not been working out for Godlike. Everyone needs to play like a well-knit unit, and at this point, for Godlike, if they do not figure things out, they're done for. And it's not just Godlike, even Soul and True Rippers. What's going on with True Rippers? Jelly's always had that big tag of being a choker on his head, and now it feels like it might just reignite.
Yeah, he did make it to the land though, but suddenly the problems once again resurfaces for True Rippers. They haven't really been one of those teams that has caught our attention, right? They have always been one of the bystanders who our teams are fighting. Let's go, let's take that fight. If we win, we win. But that solidity from team True Rippers, that has been absolutely lacking. That confidence gone astray. But yes, 8-bit has had a very decent day. In fact, a very decent week, in fact. Gone past 100, they secured chicken. They have been so consistent. So let's head over to an exclusive interview with Gamla Boy.
गेम प्ले देख के और भी हम एक्साइटेड हो जाते हैं बट गमला बॉय कल का दिन 8-बिट का इतना कुछ खास नहीं था मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि आज दिन से पहले क्या टीम में बात हुई और क्या प्लानिंग बनाई गई थी
ऐसा है कि ऐसी कोई बात नहीं हुई हमको बस ऐसा है कि जो भी न्यू डे आता है हम न्यू माइंडसेट के साथ घुसते हैं कि आज पहला दिन है तो हम अपना बेस्ट देंगे और हम पिछले के पास डेज भूल जाते हैं कि हमने क्या किया क्या हुआ अगर अच्छा भी खेला तो भूल जाते हैं खराब खेला ऑब्वियसली वो भी भूल जाते हैं
बिल्कुल और गमला बॉय मैं आपसे जरूर समझना चाहता हूं कि अभी के लिए जो कंपटीशन हम देख पा रहे हैं उसके लिए आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे कितना कंपटीशन आपको लग रहा है इस लॉबी के अंदर क्योंकि हम देख पा रहे हैं कि बहुत सारी ऐसी एक्सपीरियंस टीम है जो उतना बढ़िया खेल करके नहीं गए लेकिन आपकी टीम से उम्मीदें बहुत ज्यादा थी और पूरी तरीके से आपने उस उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरे तो कंपटीशन के बारे में कुछ बताइए
मैं बहुत ज्यादा शॉक्ड हूँ क्योंकि सब अंडरडॉग्स इतना अच्छा खेल रहे हैं और ये पहली बार आई थिंक पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है कि सब अंडरडॉग्स पहले अच्छा खेल रहे हैं और कितनी सारी अच्छी टीम सब नीचे है और बहुत शॉकिंग है, कंपटीशन बहुत ऊपर जा चुका है।
काफी शॉर्ट में उन्होंने अपनी बातों को रखा है। पर देखिए गमला, ये गेम एंड बाकी सारी चीजों के बारे में तो बातचीत चलती रहती है, पर आप कैसा फील कर रहे हैं वापस आकर, और गेम में आप वापसी कर चुके हैं और बहुत बढ़िया आपका गेम प्ले भी चल रहा है, पूरा सिचुएशन आप कैसे एंजॉय कर रहे हैं?
एंजॉय तो मैं बहुत कर रहा हूँ, और पहले जब मैं सॉम के साथ था तो हमारा प्ले स्टाइल बहुत डिफरेंट था। अभी हमारा प्ले स्टाइल बहुत डिफरेंट है, तो मैं धीरे धीरे कोप अप कर रहा हूँ और मजा आ रहा है खेलने में। पहले से ही बहुत ज्यादा मजा आ रहा है खेलने में।
राइट, परफेक्ट गमला भाई। बट मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि आपने बहुत सारी टीम्स का जिक्र किया जो अच्छा खेले, कोई ऐसा स्पेसिफिक नाम जिसने आपको प्रभावित किया हो इस टूर्नामेंट में?
गॉड्स ओवन है, ओमेन जो भी उनका नाम है, सॉरी।
जी।
और कौन सी टीम है मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा, पर मेरे को बहुत टीम्स ने किया है, अच्छा खेला है बहुत सारी टीम्स।
ऑलराइट गमला भाई, थैंक यू सो मच। आई मीन आपको ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में मिलने वाली हैं बहुत सारी टीम्स, सो गुड लक फॉर दैट। मिलेंगे आपको आई थिंक ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में, बट कल का दिन भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट। गुड लक फॉर दैट।
अभी तक हम क्वालिफाई नहीं हुए हैं।
चलो ये अच्छा लगा मुझे। अच्छा, आप इसी बात पे ये बता दीजिए, कट ऑफ आपके हिसाब से कितना जाएगा?
आई थिंक कट ऑफ 105 तक, मेरे ख्याल से 110, क्या पता, 110 मेरे ख्याल से।
ऑलराइट, 110 के लिए थोड़ा सा एफर्ट और लगाना है, बट थैंक यू सो मच गमला बॉय हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। कल के लिए गुड लक।
थैंक यू।
यार ये चीज अच्छी लगी मुझे कि
I mean, we're talking about the moment you cross the 100 points marker, you might just be safe. But Gamla Boy himself, it seems like he's not too sure about it.
Yeah, of course, because we've seen so many heartbreaks, right? If you remember, versus the esports sectors lineup, all of that going down. So he does not want to take any risk at all. But what a journey it has been personally for Gamla Boy, because in the previous, I think in the previous official, between the tournament, he had to depart from the roster. So much happened. Then S-Power going into Godlike, him being brought back to 8-bit, and now here they are, just one step away from making it to the grand finals.
A lot of changes, but it feels like that piece just perfectly fit to the puzzle, right?
And he reunited with Somraj also.
Yeah, that's the best part, right? And even if you talk about Toy, right, of course he's not really seen in the main playing four every single time, but even if you talk about Toy, even that guy has been sort of like the limelight. He's been with Somraj for years at this point. And look at the casters prediction. At the start of the day, we locked in our predictions. Ravan and I went for Soul. You went with OG. Yes, OG has had a phenomenal day, but IC went with Godlike.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we know why Godlike did not play well today then.
Yeah, I mean, IC's been going with Godlike for the past 2 days. And,
is he the problem?
Yeah, he probably is. I mean, he used to be known as the cursor in the past.
Yeah, and he's going to gloat about it.
Yeah,
Shameless fellow. But anyways, we will take a look at the game summary, Necro. BO7s had a very good start to eventually drop the ball. Learn from past, were very close on getting 2 chicken dinners, but they will settle with 1. But still a nice rising
Recovery,
coming in from their side. Rising Inferno, very well played. Troy Tamilans, Alibaba Raiders, these 2 chicken dinners were an absolute surprise. But OG, what they did in those final stages. And I think it's the highest finishes chicken dinner so far in the semi-finals week 2.
But OG has also given us a possibility that any of these big names, if they get 29 points in one game, even they can instantly be there in the top 8.
Yeah.
So even that's a possibility now that can happen. If a team like OG can do it, even Soul can do it, even Godlike can do it. We've seen them do it time and time in the past, so there's definitely a big chance they can do it again.
I think it's going to come down to the climax, right? Anything is going to happen. It's going to come down to the final game. But, you know, when you look at it, tomorrow we'll have, by the third game, done and dusted, we'll have certain teams that have already made it. Like 4-5 spots could have been secured. They will be going all out. Then we'll have the likes of Team Jux and all of the ones struggling in the bottom. They'll also decide to go all out as a last dance. And the teams in the middle, they would be feeling all that heat, Necro.
So I still think the top 4 tomorrow after the half of the day might just directly make it.
Yeah.
But the remaining 4 slots will still be up for grabs. So all I can say right now, that tomorrow is going to be an absolute cinema. That's all I can say.
Yes. Do not really miss out. But for now, we're done with the games for the day. We'll be bidding adieu. We'll see you tomorrow. Till then, take care and have a good night.
All right, team, we have got our chance. Good job, man. Good job. Defeat.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
till then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. but you say it'll be fine in the end. So I'm holding my breath, skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain